Hello and welcome back to GWENT Open number 1. This is the second day of the first Open, and it's going to be amazing. It's going to be an amazing last day. We have the semifinals and the final, and before the final, we also have a juicy pre-final segment, which you'll be able to see. 72 minutes, if I remember correctly, of awesomeness, last reveals, but also there will be more reveals throughout the show today, which I encourage you to check out. I already saw theory crafting on Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere. I'm excited. League season is always the best season. And yeah, hopefully it doesn't snow anymore and we can actually get some spring going and spring leagues can thrive. Yeah, I wish Larry would also thrive, but well, we can't have that. Yeah, Flake also told me to tell you that Dzień dobry dzieci. So that's the way we should be starting. And apart from that, let's see the 2 leaks for today that we have. One is by Thea, which you know, and the other one is by KG. He's an Australian streamer, content creator. So check those out. And I will be back for the interviews. So yeah, and more leaks, of course. So yeah, let's see the videos.
Place in our hearts. But recently, 4 Reddit users have said that the game is dying. This is very concerning. It's become clear that something is missing from our game. But as it turns out, all we needed was Mr. Beast to point it out to us.
Anytime you can toad something, you toad it. There's 2 toads in this deck, right?
1 toad.
Yes. I refuse to play unless there's 2 toads in this deck. I'm sorry, I won't do it.
There's not a second toad in the game.
Why?
I don't know.
I'll give you $20 million if they put 2 toads in the deck, or in the game.
Don't.
Joke.
Oh gosh.
But I want these toads. First, I need to get 2 toads, and then I will consider going pro. Until then, I'm on strike. I will return when there's more toads in the game. I think I made myself very clear.
My friends, finally we have another toad in the game. And it isn't just any toad, it is a giant toad. It is a beast and it is in the monsters faction. How the giant toad works is, on deploy, it will consume an allied unit. But that's not the fun part. When in the graveyard, if you play a Death Wish unit on your side of the board, the giant toad will hop right back out and it will consume that card, also gaining Doomed. Meaning you don't really have to set up a lot of cards to just activate a Death Wish card on deploy. You don't have to wait a turn to consume it. You don't have to use the leader ability. The giant toad has you covered. I can't wait to see Death Wish being revived, if you will, and thank you for adding this to the game CDPR. I am sure that Mr. Beast will be absolutely ecstatic when hearing the news.
Hello everyone and welcome to another card reveal. I would like to present to you all Necromancer's Tome. Some of the pages are made of human flesh and the various prophecies, burial rites and resurrection passages found enclosed are inked in blood. This monster's card is an artifact. At the provision cost of 8, it appears to be able to fit into a deck without too much difficulty. As for the ability, whenever you play a bronze unit, summon a random copy of it from your graveyard to the same row and give it Doomed. At first glance, this card seems to benefit players by the revival value on offer. Consider a good unit such as Witch Apprentice being summoned back to the field after having been destroyed, or potentially returning a Self-Eater with a high base power from your graveyard to dig into a round further. Perhaps this card could even benefit the Death Wish archetype, as you can proactively consume your bronze units, placing them in the graveyard. Being a monster player myself, I'm really excited to test this card out and I hope you are too. Thank you to CD Projekt Red for the opportunity once more and see you on the next stream or deck guide.
Awesome stuff, new cards, Shinmiri. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I'm just so excited about these, Shinmiri. Like, these are awesome. They're so good. They're so good, and I'm sure Mr. Beast will be like overjoyed to see that there is another toad. Not only one, but this is a bronze card, the giant toad. So you can put 2 more toads into your deck for a grand total of 3. Let's take another look at this flake.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Death Wish was basically where I cut my teeth very early on in closed beta. It was one of my favorite archetypes back in the day, and this is just a little bit more help for that. So, yeah, a giant toad comes out. I mean, it's part of the consume package, obviously, but the best part about this is that you don't necessarily need a consumer later on. You just drop a Death Wish unit, and it'll eat it right away. Perhaps this helps up the V archetype to a degree, helping out with those early game, early game consumes and then late game consumes as well. Perhaps just sort of rescue it. So exactly, whoever this Mr. Beast guy is, I wish him well. Never heard of him, but at least it's another player in Gwent potentially.
Yeah, and what I really like about Giant Toad is, you know how Manticore and Maruna, those sort of Death Wish cards are usually you need to reserve a leader charge for, and it doesn't feel great using your leader charge carryover on that. Well, with Giant Toad now, you can potentially just activate those cards like Maruna and Imperial Manticore on the same turn that you play them with the Giant Toad that's already in your graveyard.
Second card was from KG. It was the Necromancer's Tome. Again, a lot of the same feel here. And you got to be careful in terms of how you probably play this, given the fact that you need a copy of the card that you're playing in the graveyard in order to get an extra copy of it, as it were. So, a great example given by KG, which was, it's something like the Witch's Apprentice. If you have one in the graveyard from an earlier round, you play it, then you get 2. And if you've already got Sabbath Shadmiri, that's a 4-point engine that you've just developed on one swoop.
Yeah, I can see this Necromancer's Tome being really good with like something like the Relic archetype, playing big bodies such as Griffin and Gan Kane, getting those 9 power units back from your graveyard when you play a second copy of them.
Great cards. That is some of the new spice coming to Monsters. Excited to see what else is going to be revealed today, as it's not just cards that are going to be revealed today, but also the winner of Gwent Open #1, Shinmiri.
Yeah, that's right. Today we're going to find out who will be the first Open Champion of Season 4 and the first participant of World Masters Season 4. Don't miss the pre-final segment where we'll be talking about the update 10.4 coming up on Tuesday, and we're going to be showing all the final cards coming with the latest drop.
Yeah, a lot of shakeup going to be happening to Gwent, but as it stands right now, we got to remind you that there are Twitch drops that you guys can scoop up. So some sweet loot, you can see it right here. And don't forget, so at the 2-hour mark, 50 meteorite powder. At the 4-hour mark, gets a little bit more weighty as you get 50 meteorite and the sun avatars. You see it here. And every 2 hours after that, all the way up to 8 hours total, ultimate keg for you. So don't forget, you got to go into your actual Twitch account and claim the prizes. They're not just going to get dropped willy-nilly. You need to click a few times, do the work, you'll get it. But there you go. Every 2 hours, up to 8 hours, you'll get some goodies. 50 meteorite powder, the sun avatar, and a couple of kegs. Not bad.
All right, so yesterday we had the quarterfinals. 8 players came in, 4 players came out. Let's take a look at who made it to day number 2. And we have Magpie, Piable, Kerpiton, and Poisound in our semifinals today. We're going to have both semifinals and the finals for a total of 3 matches today.
Yeah, and the match stake has been ramped up. Yesterday it was a shade under 1,000. Here now it's 1,750 per match stake. And again, it's basically divvied up based on the percentage of matches that you've won. If you go 3-0, that's all yours, baby. So the players are not just, playing for pride. There's some cash on the line, but I think that nobody here is really looking at the match stake. They're looking about winning the match and getting to the finals. Obviously, that's where the real chunk of change is, waiting for that. But hey,
yeah. And your ticket and punching your ticket to World Masters, that is a huge prize pool later down the road in December as well.
Yeah, great feather in your cap, definitely, Shinmiri, is being able to say that not only you won an Open, but you played in World Masters, and who knows what happens from there. Again, that's one way to solidify a legacy. All the best players are those who basically can go there and perform. But what do you guys think? These were whittled down to 4. The field has been cut in half. We've got hashtag Gwent Open available for you on Twitter. Let us know what you think about who's going to win. There's a really strong field of 4 that are left over here, including people like Kerpiton, that maybe that is the dark horse that everybody's sort of rooting for, having upended Cams late in the quarterfinals yesterday. Yeah,
that's true. And Kerpiton's been kind of under the radar for a while now, and he's been a great player. I've been watching him for like the last 6 months at least. He's gotten really, really good and constantly improving his game. So if anybody can put a challenge up to these veterans of a Gwent Master circuit, it's him. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on Kerpiton. So Reminder that this tournament is run in online format. Players and casters are connecting from their homes, so all matches will be played with a 30-minute delay, but Twitch Observer is fully operational, so make sure you hover over those cards, check those graveyards and decks, especially if there's any cards that you're a little bit unfamiliar with.
All right, so we know the 4 players left over. Why don't we see the trajectory, that little journey that they've taken in day 1 to get to where we are today? That would be the bracket, Shinmiri, as we see all the bodies that are laying wake here as these 4 remaining warriors make it to day 2. The semifinals about to kick off here. So Piable laying waste to Trusky there, 3-1. Magpie winning a close one, 3-2 over Danurai. Poisound over Zever in a really very close matchup. And then finally, Kerpitin just absolutely posterizing Jordan style over Cams. 3-0, no time to waste. Let's just get to day 2. So there's your 4 semifinalists. Not a bad field, frankly, for this tournament overall. But the semifinals are looking very strong.
Yeah, and we had a great day of games in the quarterfinals yesterday. Let's quickly take a look at the highlights from yesterday, the best moments and the biggest plays. Okay. So
the highlights are in your mind, baby. It just happened yesterday. Okay, like let's just get real here. Apparently, the highlight package was it was too hot for TV. Much like those Jerry Springer specials that used to be on. No. We can't show you those. Those are too hot for TV right now. So you'll just have to trust us that they were pretty damn awesome. But hey. Equally as awesome, the prize pool, Shinmiri, $17,000, and that's all off the backs of everybody out there. I mean, CDPR lays a nice base, but the fact that you guys are very, very passionate about the game, picking up those cosmetics, supporting the esports here at Gwent, has really inflated that prize pool to $17,000. Again, you saw some of the match stakes, but really there is a bonus for the winner. So somebody's going to walk away with a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all thanks to you guys supporting the Gwent esports scene, purchasing those cosmetics bundles. And we got another really good one for you guys coming up on April 5th with the new patch. Soon you will be able to purchase the Times of the Day bundle, which will boost the prize pool of World Masters Season 4.
Looking good. The early bird versus the night owl. You mentioned you were an early bird yesterday, Shinmiri. Yeah. I am absolutely not an early bird. The alarm was set this morning, and the snooze was absolutely abused. Big time.
Well, that's why they give you 2 titles, Flakes. You get to choose which one you want to represent. But goddamn, that card back looks amazing. I really, really like it. High quality stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't help that WrestleMania was on last night, so I was kind of up late. Later than I should have been. But we're all good, friends. So the matchup, the players are here ready to go for the semifinals. They had a pretty tough day yesterday. Lots of moving parts, lots of really excellent gameplay. They're rested. They're ready to go. Our first matchup, honestly, Shinmiri, could be the finals in itself. It is Magpie. It is Piable. Here's what they have to say.
My goal is very simple, is to win all the 3 opens and win the Gwent Masters, of course. I think that my card of choice would be a Nilfgaardian Vampire card. If someday you will make Masquerade Ball great again and there will be a Nilfgaardian Vampire Aristocrat, just let me know. I will be happy to voice it.
So my goal for this year is very simple. I just want to win everything, especially Masters. After last year, I've been, pretty disappointed with my Masters performance because the year was pretty good overall, but then I didn't do well in Masters. So I just want to change it this year, win as much as I can, especially Masters. That's my plan. If I could voice one card or leader in Gwent, I'm not actually sure what it would be. I think the first idea that comes to my mind is probably King Hansard, because I really like his leader skin and his current ability is also pretty cool. And I've always liked Northern Realms from the lore perspective, so I think I could see myself trying to voice him.
And that's what they have to say. Both Magpie and Piable just want to win everything, not a lofty goal at all. What do you think, Flake?
Oh, it's just funny. It's like, what are your goals? I want to win all the tournaments. I mean, that seems real.
All of it. I want all of it.
Exactly. It seems ambitious. It seems unrealistic. But in reality, if you're going to ask anybody, what their ambitions are, like, hell yeah. Like, if I'm going to play, I'm going to play to win. No one wants to say, like, I'd like to, play 2 opens, finish 3rd in one, and maybe 2nd in another. Like, no, you want to enter them all and win them all. So that's what I like about the honesty of it, and the kind of that sort of passive remark of just like, are you serious? I want to win all the tournaments. Like, that's what I want to do. Those are my ambitions and goals. So I mean, I love the honesty.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the sort of mindset of a champion, that to push yourself to the absolute limit and set your goals high so that that actually gives you a chance of reaching them.
Absolutely. So 2 absolute titans of this game, Magpie, Piable, 2 champions in their own right. Let's go see what you out there, we asked you on Twitter who you think is going to win. This one's tough. I mean, we've seen some landslides on one way or another, but oh my goodness, I am a little bit surprised at this. Frankly, I thought that this would be split a little bit more down the middle.
Yeah, like you said, they're both champions, but Piable has always been a fan favorite, so getting the overwhelming public community support here, 86 to 14%, but I think Magpie's got a much better chance than that too.
Hey, well, we'll see how this all shakes out. Again, the 2 players are about ready to go. It is the semifinals here at GWENT Open number 1. Why don't we go take a look at the decks, as that's basically what's going to dictate a lot of this, is just some of those matchups, the bans, etc. So here we have it. We're going to start off with Magpie playing Skellige. We've got Northern Realms. I see Nilfgaard double cross, some old school assimilate. None of that practitioner nonsense here. And Deadeye Ambush, which in my opinion is most likely the most versatile and the most powerful deck in the game right now.
Yeah, I also wanted to note that Magpie's on blue coin, Piable's on red coin, just so you guys know. They did another coin flip between the quarterfinals and the semifinals. All right, let's take a look at the first Battle Trance Gettynith list. It's an alchemy list using the Gettynith scenario. We saw a lot of Ursine Ritual Skellige lists yesterday, but Gettynith here is a scenario that is activated by playing Druids. And this list actually doesn't have that many Druids, so that's something to potentially keep a lookout for. You've got the 2 creatures, I think one that can spawn off of Musty Truffle.
Truffle, yes.
Yeah, Musty Truffle, yeah, there you go.
It's getting so old now that it's become the Musty Truffle.
And also Bride of the Sea. So this can be very powerful. This is a Heatwave target, along with the Melusine, the Defender, as well as the Sigvald, kind of like overloading your opponent's tall punishes.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You're going to have to make a decision here, and keep in mind that the Defender, they're the Covenant of Steel. Not many players are really playing Purify. I mean, I see in Magpie's list, there is a list with Pellar. You do have the Sapper, but it's not as auto-include as it may have been in previous tournament metas where everyone needs a Purify. So a Defender can really put in a lot of work in this particular matchup. Stockpile, we've seen Stockpile before. We know exactly what Stockpile does. It likes blue coin. It likes to overload you with just very surgical style precision removal, having lots of charges, lots of directed damage that you can pick and choose what you want to kill and remove off your opponent's board. This can be a very aggressively controlling list, very oppressive. It could smother you with just how much it hates you having things on the board. I think Stockpile in general is a very strong list, but it does, like we mentioned in yesterday's Shinmiri, it loves to hug that blue coin.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw so many rounds where Stockpile just would not let their opponent put a single unit on the board. Every turn, the end of the turn, every turn would be 0 points on the board to like 20 something. And we'll see if they can pull that off again today. Next up, Double Cross. This is the only assimilate list in the tournament, Flake. And Double Cross used to be a lot more popular.
It used to be the go-to, just again, the ceiling that you could get with this. It was, it kind of did what the what the current practitioner list could do in terms of having a lot of those assimilate engines on the board, create these, chain reactions of 2 or 3 assimilate triggers. However, this list, it does something similar to a less degree, but more consistently. I'll say it's more versatile. And there's a card in here that I initially said was going to be one of the most impactful cards of that card drop. That is Jan Calvate. I thought that this card was going to fly under the radar until people really understood the potential of having that guaranteed draw, that reliability. And I think that Jan Calvate in this list doesn't necessarily, the way that Jan Calvate currently is supported by tactics doesn't necessarily automatically shoot it into your hand, but it allows some reliability with a couple mulligans that you should have it early. Offers a proactive play. It is necessary to drop as well, but this is a little bit more old school when it comes to assimilate.
Yeah, Calvate was a little bit underestimated when he was first revealed, and now he is the golden standard for ultimate consistency, getting you all of your gold cards, starting with the most expensive Arto Terra Nova. That's a key cornerstone card of this Assimilate package. Not only does it have the Assimilate tag itself, but it's able to spawn and play a base copy of a unit that you put spying on previously in the game. So if you use a Torturer to put spying on your opponent's big gold like Fukusha, you not only get to play the Fukusha through Terra Nova, maybe you even get to play the Fukusha through Coup de Grace or Leader, Double Cross ability, and every Fukusha that you play, you're activating Assimilate at least twice.
Absolutely. Not to mention Vigo's Muzzle, a nice addition to this list, gives spying to the unit that it does steal. So that could be a significant something of note as well. It's just loaded with removal as well. I mean, between the Muzzle, the Heatwave, and the Invocation, it can really punish Tall if necessary.
This version...
Yeah,
I was going to say this version is super targeting Tall units with Heatwave on top of Invocation, and a Spores at 4 provisions as well. So a lot of Tall Punish in this Nilfgaard Double Cross list, maybe looking to target something like Self Wound.
Deadeye Ambush has been terrorizing the ladder of late. It just seems that Simlas always has a nice target, be it something like Bountiful Harvest back in the day too. Right now, it just loves playing 5 Waylays, and it can absolutely do that. Feign Death can go ahead, put a Waylay. Vanadane creates some as well. Alyssa Henson goes and recycles some of those into these explosive turns that we've seen. Shinmiri can be very, very... it's just, that's the turn, or the round that you play, the Simlas is the round that you intend to win, essentially. So seeing that card develop and get supercharged for a round 3, being thus supported afterwards by something like Vernaciel, this list can do so much.
Yeah, that's true. It is very flexible, very, very powerful, and also has the Tall Punish with the Heat Wave and the Spores. And we saw yesterday, too, in some of the games in the quarterfinals, Alyssa can be used to have the option of putting back a Spores or a Heat Wave, and you can get it again with Oniromancy or even Simless in the case of Spores. So potentially triple Tall Punish in this Elf list as well.
That very sweet list. Let's move on now to Payabol. Payabol is bringing his own sort of similar spread of factions. However, the leader choices are a little bit different. In Skellige, we've got Ursine Ritual instead, and in Nilfgaard, we've got Imposter. So this Ursine Ritual versus the Battle Trance, I mean, they're 2 different sort of styles, but a lot of the cards seem familiar in terms of those major power moves like Fukusha and Melusine. Those are very, very strong cards and engine pieces and recovery tools as well. Just tell us a little bit here of what Ursine Ritual is looking to do.
Yeah, it's looking to wound its own units. It benefits from that, especially Sigvald is a big benefiter, especially if you this card has been doing so much work this weekend. Like, it's very, very multifaceted card, but basically any damage that goes onto Sigvald is translated into bleed, which means you're not going to lose those points right away. It's going to take a really long time for you to lose those points, and it has the ability to purify, get rid of the bleed, and translate it into potentially boost for points for yourself.
It's a nasty card, and again, sometimes these matchups come down to, okay, I have 1 Heat Wave, I have 1 removal, I have 1 lock. What is it for? Is it for the Fukusha? Sorry, is it for the Melusine? Is it for the Covenant of Steel because I can't get to anything else? It has to be the Sigvald because it doesn't take traditional damage to get rid of this. So there's so many major threats, Shinmiri, that ultimately this Battle Trance sorry, not battle trance. This Ursine Ritual list can really overwhelm you with cards that need answers, and they're all significant threats. So keep in mind on that. The stockpile list we've talked about a lot here. Hubert as a little extra thinning tool, typically as a round one. If you're committed to round one, you'll usually see Hubert come out in round one as well. But again, the addition of Megascope in here was a little bit of a tech choice. But in terms of this stockpile list, anything that sort of stands out to you?
No, I think you pretty much covered it. We've seen this list a lot this weekend. Piable's version with Hubert for more consistency and points to fight for round one. And then, like you said, the anti-Angulum tech. But we saw no Angulums this weekend. But there were a lot earlier in the month in the top 16 and top 64 qualifiers, so that's probably why Piable decided to tech that in there.
Yeah, everyone brought, a lot of people brought Angulem insurance, and it didn't quite work out, so it's not happening. Imposter with Imperial Practitioner, we've seen how the ceiling on a deck like this, but we've also seen how it could stumble down the stairs in itself, right? Like, we've seen how this how this can be really feast or famine. The strategy for Imperial Practitioner for the uninitiated, Shinbiri, tell us a little bit about how this works.
Yeah, the idea is to utilize a round one to set up a bunch of copies of Imperial Practitioner with Operator, with Duchess's Informant, and Idarin, and then use the Vilgefortz Renegade to put a card that you want to copy with the Practitioners. Vilgefortz Renegade swaps a card from your opponent's graveyard with a card in your hand. So you put a card like Mushy Truffle into your opponent's graveyard, then click all of your Practitioners, and you get a bunch of copies of Mushy Truffle on top of your deck to draw into in rounds 2 and 3. And Renegade is such a... There's many aspects to Renegade. Not only does he set up your Practitioners to give you a bunch of value cards for the future, but you can also steal a card from your opponent's graveyard. So you can steal their Heatwave, for example. You can steal their Oniromancy if they used it in round one to tutor something important. That could be really, really impactful as well. So you got to keep in mind both sides of it. What card do you want to put into your opponent's graveyard, but also what card do you want to take from their graveyard?
Yeah, and 100 Flake Bucks if anyone can Photoshop that card to have a double-bladed lightsaber and like Darth Maul face paint. That's the plan. Deadeye Ambush is the same as always here. We've really not seen a whole lot of difference in terms of this, but again, the versatility of a list like this is incredible. It can go wide. It doesn't go tall, but it can go wide. It can be pretty control-y. It has control-related options. It punishes rows. It can punish tall with Karathi Heatwave. And it does so much. It's so great at establishing a board and really being explosive. The setup on a deck like this is relatively minimal. You do need a couple key pieces like Vanadane and maybe your Feign Death, but something like Alyssa to set up your late game Simlas Gunfire is imperative. But if you have those few little criteria met, this deck can be explosive.
All right, let's take a quick look at the bans. We've got Magpie going first on blue coin, Piable on red coin. Both players have banned Stockpile, Northern Realms, Siege.
Sounds good to me. I mean,
yep.
We've seen what this list can do on blue, and people just want their stuff to live. I mean, if the problem oftentimes is that if you have a lot of control-related elements already on the board, you don't necessarily have to waste a turn to remove something. You can kind of couple things up, right? You can use a removal card and then use your unit charges, your siege engines to clean up the rest of the board if necessary. So sometimes just making sure that you have a little bit of a safety net, a little bit of comfort for your units to know that they're going to exist for a turn or two. That's enough to give you a little bit more confidence to win the game. But Stockpile just does such a good job of crushing everything.
Yeah, so we're going to have Nilfgaard, Skellige, and Scoia'tael for both of these players as they get ready to jump into game number 1 of the semifinals.
All right. So I'm excited for this one. Honestly, these two players are well known. We're just waiting for the players to plug in, get ready to rock and roll. I think we're just they're getting set. They're getting set. And yeah, I mean, the stakes are high, Shinmiri. You know, you mentioned, I believe you said that Magpie was on blue, if I'm not mistaken, but now without a stockpile as your go-to faction, as is no longer on the table, that was definitely you wanted to go right away with that blue coin. Unfortunately, now that's not an option. So what are you looking for on that blue coin potentially? Is it Battle Trance?
Honestly, I think Battle Trance, Double Cross, Elves, they're all somewhat flexible. I would say Elves is probably the most red coin deck out of these three for Magpie. But they're not terrible on blue coin either. I think Piable's probably not going to be super happy about getting red coin, actually. I feel like in this tournament, the tables have kind of flipped. For traditionally, players have wanted red more because it gives you that safety net of always playing 3 cards and passing if you really want. But nowadays, the meta feels like it maybe wants blue more, with all of the consistency tools of having the extra mulligan, the option of playing Cursed Scroll, the protection from something like Crystal Skull or Tactical Advantage, and just the meta is a little bit more, it's got more engine setup right now in the meta, and so you want to have that first say to stick your engine and potentially threaten your opponents.
When the meta is control-oriented, people want red coin. That's very simple. Nobody wants to be the one donating cards to the meat grinder, as it were. But when there's a more proactive meta where you want to get things set up, you want to do your own thing and have, for the late game payoff, you want that blue coin. You want your opponent to catch up and eventually stumble. If you're going first, if the meta is such that people want to develop their cards and set up their engine pieces, as you said, Shinmiri, you need that blue coin so your opponent will constantly be trying to catch up to your progress. Control decks obviously are going to wish that they had red coin all the time because they need something to react to. But right now, the meta is dictating, by the looks of all these decks, that even the control decks are proactive. Even the stockpile list is proactive, right? Gone are those Galaga lists or those Nilfgaard lists of poison lock, poison damage, raid card, gutting slash, this, that, that's no longer necessarily the case. People are right now playing decks that require setup, they require investment or payoff, and it's just a little shift of the meta towards something that's a little bit more point-oriented versus control-oriented.
Yeah, man, it feels like it's been forever since we've seen a Reckless Flurry at one of these tournaments. The classic win on even, kill everything you put on the board, red coin abuse type of deck. And so it's just a matter of the shift of the meta. Potentially after this patch, potentially we might go more red coin, potentially we might even go more blue coin. We'll have to see what is in store, and we've got some more juicy leaks along the way later down the road today.
Absolutely. All right, so the players are just getting sorted again. There's just a few sort of small connection issues, but they're getting sorted out real quick. We'll get to the games as soon as they're ready. Trust me, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk. I don't even want to hear me talk. That's just not how this goes. But while they're getting set, Shinmiri, we have some beef to settle here, as given the fact that the Flake Miri podcast is now the much superior Flurza podcast. I'm joking. I'm just kidding. We miss you. We absolutely miss you. But a question was asked that I wanted your opinion on, which was, frankly, is a hot dog a sandwich? And I have my school of thought on this, and I believe that based on, listen, Pavel Berja gave us the Webster's Dictionary 19th edition sort of updated, revised definition, and it fits to what a hot dog is. So I want your opinion. You're a very smart guy. I respect you. I love you. I respect your opinion. Please enlighten me. That, am I right? Am I wrong? A hot dog is in fact a sandwich.
I'm surprised to hear you say that Berja gave you a Webster Dictionary. I feel like that's what I would do. I would get down real technical and analyze, all right, what is the definition of a sandwich? To me, I mean, it might not be the same to everybody, but to me, a sandwich is 2 pieces of bread, okay? Separate, no connection between the bread. So I would say a hot dog is not a sandwich unless you cut the bun completely and you've got a separate upper bun and a separate lower bun. Then it becomes a sandwich.
So let me ask you this. Have you ever been to one of those sandwich shops like Subway or whatnot?
Mm-hmm.
Do they cut the bread straight down into two pieces, or is it some sort of bread like?
No,
like
they
this
don't.
bread-
But they call it a sandwich, but I don't consider it sandwich. So it's just a matter of an opinion, right?
Okay, so it's like a cocoon. It's like a futon for food. I get you. Okay, listen. These are all important things that we have to get to. I mean, there's so much more than just wondering whether you play Feign Death on blue coin or you play Feign Death on red coin. Like, there's so much more spice to life that we can get to. Even looking at, if we want to just sort of shoot a little bit forward, looking at the other lists, I mean, there was actually a syndicate list that muscled through to day 2. No monster lists, and I want to maybe dig into the fact of why monsters isn't exactly as prominent nowadays as it maybe once was, because we talked about the fact that the meta is shifting to something a little bit more proactive, a little bit more, I don't want to say greedy. Greedy is not necessarily the term, but it's a lot more investment heavy into late game payoff. And ultimately, I feel like monsters with relic lists and point slam should be able to keep up, but it doesn't seem to be able to push forward and push past these other lists like Deadeye Ambush or Stockpile or Skellige. And why is that?
My thought is that monsters traditionally, it has the problem of not having enough control, and that's its biggest weakness. And if you play a deck with no control, you need to have the most points in the meta, the most proactive points in the meta, and it just doesn't have that anymore. V might put up a fight, but V, as we can see, is vulnerable to things like not drawing its consumers or not drawing its Vs early on, as Dan or I had to suffer through yesterday. And V is also really plays into tall punish, and again, no control whatsoever. So you are very vulnerable to big combo, big engine based decks.
And I'm just loving a lot of these lists, and the fact that a card like Sigvald, which got a little bit of a shakeup recently, obviously is dictating sort of the power level of a lot of what these lists can actually be, especially obviously from Skellige's side. It seems like Skellige has a lot of cards now that feel to a degree auto-include. 2 or 3 years ago, you'd say, okay, Heimdall has to be in every list. It's that good. And that sort of, blew away over time as new cards like Fuchsia, Melusine, and now Sigvald seem to be in every Skellige list. It just feels like it's that good. So we are knee-deep in this round. Again, sorry for the little bit of the technical delays, but it is day 2 of the Gwent Open #1 here at Season 4. My name is Matt DeMarco, a.k.a. Flake, joined by Henry the Hitman Fang, a.k.a. Shamiri. It's good to have you here, buddy.
I love it. Thank you. That's a really badass nickname.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're dressed like an absolute pro, so I love to see it. But we're already knee-deep in this one. It is an elf mirror. Again, sorry that we're joining in late, but the action is already hot and heavy here. Piable up 15-3 over Magpie. It looks like 7 cards to 7 cards, so you just need 1 card to get ahead here, but there is sort of a way out in this regard. I think, Shinbiri, you could play down to 4 and just go for a long round 3 if you want.
Yeah, so it's an elf mirror. It looks like Piable is going down. I think the sides are flipped here. I think we may have a small issue with the spectator client, but I think so Magpie is blue coin, Piable is red coin, but I think the player that won round 1 is actually Piable and went down, like you said, went down extra cards for the long round 3. He's going to have last say and potentially the ability to simless second, which is really crucial, as we mentioned yesterday.
There is a maxi drawn over there. The key elements to this deck are the players are hunting for them to a degree. Feign Death, one of those cards. Simloss, obviously incredibly important, but setting up that Simloss is crucial to having that explosive turn with the ceiling of 32 points. You need 5 of those waylays to be in the deck so that Simloss can just pick them up and go crazy. So Maxi's played. Going to fix up a little bit of those draws and maybe toss some garbage to the bottom of the pile, take one of those waylays and just tuck it to the bottom of the deck. And now Piable has to do the same. It's going to just kind of come through and do your own accounting here. But I don't think that I don't think that Magpie is really going to go past this Maxi because, like you mentioned yesterday, Shidmiri, he who Simlasses last, Simlasses best.
Exactly. The waylays from the Simlass, they deal 3 damage, and that's exactly the power that these Deadeye ambushes or these Elven Deadeyes are at. So if your opponent plays Simless first, gets a bunch of Deadeyes, you play Simless in response and use the Waylay damage to kill all the Deadeyes, really nerfing the impact of both Isengrim and Vernusiel.
So this is a little bit surprising to me. I figured that this would be a situation where maybe you Waylay and put back the Swordmaster and the other Waylay. Oh, sorry. There's still a Spores in hand. Never mind. So Vanadane here into the and tucking the Waylay and the Spores. I'll be just passing. Okay. Well,
he's going to save the Vanadane for round 3, which is surprising because once you... Okay, so maybe the thought process is that there's not that much removal in these decks, so Vanadane is a threat in round 3. And if he plays the Vanadane in round 3, he's going to have his opponent is going to have to answer it with something like a Yaven. They're not going to be able to use Heat Wave on it because Heat Wave needs to be reserved for the scenario, right? And Yaven needs a bunch of elves to be set up first.
Yeah, it is a way to just go ahead and get extra bodies off of the fact that, yeah, Vanadane can survive. And like you mentioned, it's not easy to get rid of it. But Magpie does carry a Nature's Rebuke. So you can be sort of a two-parter to a degree, given the fact that Magpie doesn't have a Swordmaster in hand or anything. So it's an easy Heat Wave answer to the scenario for Piebol. And now it's back to Piebol. Again, being proactive in this case can be good, but ultimately, I think whoever has the better Simloss is going to take this game and how long they can hold it. But Piebol himself has some pretty good pieces in his hand right now.
All right, this is round 3, and I want to just clear up some confusion. There is an issue with the spectator client, and the sides are switched. So you see, it looks like right now on the stream, it looks like Vanadane has been played by Piebol, but it was actually played by Magpie. So Magpie is at the bottom. Magpie is blue coin. He is playing first in this round as well because he lost round 1, won round 2. There we go. Now it's fixed. We've gotten the board switched up. Everything is good now. Thank God, because
what is going up is down.
This is the worst time for something like this to happen because it's an elf mirror. They're playing the same faction. They're playing the same cards, and I'm just like trying to clear things up here. But we're all good. Let's go, Flake.
Damn right. All right, we're here. Everything's getting saucy. We've got a Vernusiel that just spawned 2 little dudes to help her out. Vanadane on the board. Magpie, 2 Waylays in hand, and those Waylays now are worth 9 points apiece. This feels right now going to be a snap Heat Wave. Get rid of that. A little bit of monkey see, monkey do. Get rid of that. You did it to me. I did it to you. No problem. Piebol again. There's still so much fireworks to be had here. The difference is going to be who can really, how much gas is in the tank for that Simloss for Piebol. Like that is what I want to know. How big is that Simloss going to be?
Yeah, so Simloss right now for Piebol only has 2 Waylays in the in the deck at the moment, but he does have that Oniromancy to get something like Alyssa Henson to put 2 more Waylays into his deck. So potentially up to 4 for Piebol, but that means if he uses Oniromancy for Alyssa Henson, he's going to miss Vernusiel and also Isengrim. So those are 2 huge pieces that he would have to sacrifice if he wants to get that Alyssa. Not the best draws for Piebol here.
That value there on that Archer is incredible. Being able to remove one of your opponent's Deadeyes and generate your own, and then now you have the Neophytes that just go ahead and do a little flipsy doodle on the Archer itself. So as you can see here, it's been a battle of who can establish the most board presence. Magpie has the benefit of Vanadane being able to poop out an extra dude, as it were, for every Waylay played, but not having an answer to that is going to be tough. Piebol doing his best job here of just pruning out as many of those Deadeyes as possible, because those in reality, the Elven Deadeyes Shinmiri have so much more significance beyond just being a 3-point body and elf, right? I mean, they add so much more fuel to a very devastating Vernusiel.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about with the Vanadane. Magpie's decision to keep Vanadane for round 3, it's survived for this long. Now it's going to get killed by Piebol's leader charges plus 6 damage Yaven, but the damage has been kind of done already. There's still more Waylays coming, but...
Oh, here it comes.
Vanadane got 2 extra Deadeye onto the board from those initial waylays that he transformed. And here we go. Magpie is going to use this turn to play the Simless, destroying a bunch of Deadeye himself. And look at how many he has. Pliable, what is he going to do here?
But this is very significant because you do not have any more Deadeyes on the board. So your Teruvial is not as effective anymore. You're going to have to make a choice. So you have to establish Deadeyes on the board so that your Teruvial can be pretty nasty. And right here, we're just going to go ahead and get as much value as possible. 65 points to 29. Pliable, his own Simlas, but all of those L's are way past range.
This is too slow. This is just too slow for Pliable. He waited. He didn't have a chance to Simless immediately after Magpie Simless because he still had to play Oniromancy into Alyssa to set up the waylays. He needed to do that earlier so that he could immediately Simless once there were a significant number of Deadeyes on the board. And yeah, Teruvial will get full value here with the Deadeyes, but it's not that close. It's 9 points. Pliable missing a couple of key golds here and just not being ready to really destroy all of those Deadeye with the Simless.
Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more of a complete picture from round 1 all the way through, but ultimately round 3 was the fireworks that we would expect in those types of matchups. They seem to have most of the tools they needed. I would imagine that like the earlier rounds were probably fairly lackluster as both players all had Feign Death, they all had all the pieces that they needed to really be explosive. But again, the fact that you can play your Simlas and clean up all your opponent's Deadeyes and then still have a turn to breathe so you can establish and drop your own Isengrim to really save up and really rescue the rest of those boards. And that's the beautiful part about it, because even your opponent responding, if they Simlas second but all your Deadeyes are at 4, it is an incredibly awkward job to clean that up. So 4 is such a break point in this mirror match that it is imperative to be able to clean up those Deadeyes when they're at 3. And as we see right now, first game going to Magpie. Pliable is down 1-0, but again, it's so early in this matchup, and a player essentially winning with their best deck is nothing surprising. It's when it gets to the nitty-gritty of those assimilate lists versus something like Ursine Ritual. That's the kind of recipe I want for this tournament.
I want to make a point on Magpie keeping Vanadane for round 3. This is something that we talked about when the match was going on. It kept passed pretty quickly, but Magpie had the option of playing Vanadane in round 2, and he chose not to. He carried the Vanadane with him to round 3, and you might think this was weird because it maybe means that he has to play the waylays from hand, but Vanadane actually was clutch there because Vanadane spawned 2 extra Deadeye for him. Vanadane is hard to answer in the mirror. Heatwave can't be used on Vanadane, like we said, and so Yavin is really your real answer for Vanadane, or Simless into waylays, but if Pliable Simless into waylays first, then Magpie can respond, right?
Yeah.
So in order for Yavin to kill the Vanadane, Pliable has to use his leader charges first for the Yavin, which he did. And once those leader charges are expended, it gives Magpie the opportunity to kill 3 or even more Deadeye with his Simless that he would probably have to play first since he's going first in round 3. So the fact that the leader charges were forced out of Pliable first made Magpie's first Simless not that bad.
Pliable now on Blue Coin is going to be on that practitioner list that is sort of spawned seemingly out of nowhere. It was what was once a meme is now a very dominant deck with probably one of the highest ceilings in terms of points that are commonly and viably available right now for players. And Magpie is going to be on Battle Trance with that Gedineth. So both players have options to really go super tall here, given the fact that, frankly, Pliable doesn't have a heap of control options, as his list, this imposter list, doesn't have a heat wave. It does have Yen's Invocation. So the question now, Shinmiri, is Pliable going to be leaning more towards trying to perhaps clone the Mushy Truffle and outpoint Magpie, or is it more of I'm just going to make 4 or 5 Yenvos and we'll talk then?
No, I don't think you can go. I don't think you can go the Yenvo route in this matchup because it's not V, right? Piable went the Yenvo route against V, which I think is fine because all of these points are in super tall units. But Magpie, this Alchemy Sigvald deck, he doesn't have to go all in on the Sigvald. He can spread out his points and take different alchemies, not necessarily boost his Preachers, and he's going to have multiple Preachers as well. I think you'd have to go with either Truffle or Brothens here. Truffle, especially if Truffle can play Illusionist to copy another Assimilate engine like the Practitioner, or even copy Preachers. If Magpie leaves a Preacher in his graveyard, Truffle copying Preachers could be absolutely bonkers, because Truffle spawns the Golden Froth, which is an alchemy card, right? And so that will give +2. If Piable manages to get 2 or more Preachers, all those Truffle clicks will give +2 to each and every one of those Preachers as well.
Yeah, no, that would be disgusting. That would absolutely be the worst thing ever, frankly. Let's be real. If that were the case, there's no better, there's no better card to clone or to steal off of Magpie than those Crow Clan Preachers, because of just how it pairs up with the Mushy Truffle. The amount of Assimilate, the amount of bonded boost bonus that could occur is obscene. So it's Piable might be walking into a little bit of a surprise party here. It's going to be a fun thing to witness, as really Magpie does have control options available, but they're relatively limited. So this should be quite the barn burner, as it were.
Yeah, interesting that Magpie here elects not to click his Practitioner. He could have gotten an Alzur's Double Cross if he had clicked the Practitioner last turn, but decided that it wasn't worth it for him. At this point, Alzur's Double Cross gets him... it gets him Melusine or Sigvald, but he doesn't know which one. I don't know. I thought maybe that would be interesting. He could Royal Decree for the Melusine in this round, and then have that Alzur's Double Cross later to guarantee access to the Sigvald. Could have been useful for him.
Something needs to be in the graveyard here, though, right? Like, that's part of the deal. Trading up a card out of your opponent's graveyard.
Oh yeah, with Vilgefortz Renegade to set up with these Imperial Practitioners, there does need to be a card in Magpie's graveyard. Piable, the way Piable would do that, if Magpie doesn't play a special card, then Piable would need to play a Spy and then kill that Spy with Coup de Grace. And that would put a unit into Magpie's graveyard for Vilgefortz Renegade to offer to trade, to yoink that back and then put the Truffle into Magpie's graveyard to activate all of these Practitioners.
You could go ahead, you can drop Roderick. Hopefully you don't find something that's too Kiev later. But now, in this case, Magpie is taking the pass here. Piable can play the 2 cards if necessary. He needs to play 3 cards in order to do this. Because you're right.
He needs to play the Spy, then he needs to play the Coup to get the Spy into the graveyard, and then play Renegade. And this is what this deck, it doesn't really mind doing that necessarily. Oh, actually, just gonna go with the Tourney Joust off of Menno, and this way Piable doesn't need to go 2 cards down, or doesn't need to go down to the 3-card threshold, and is able to keep even card advantage for a long round 3. That was awesome. That was really, really heads-up play by Piable, going for that Tourney Joust to save himself an extra turn and not having to play 3 cards.
It could have been bad, right? He could have picked up a Yen's Invocation and an Alzur's Double Cross and not killed that unit. The Menno was very much a sight for sore eyes based on what came up, but it could have been a lot worse. There were gold cards in there that could have sort of ruined the day.
There was Yenvo, there was Lydia, but Lydia can also maybe find something useful, like a Gutting Slash or a Stunning Blow to kill something as well. So it was a gamble, I think, but a calculated one, right?
Paid off. It definitely paid off, and now we're going to see, Piable's just going to go ahead straight back to work. Down a card, but with so many Mushy Truffles, this is going to be obscene.
Down a card, not down 1 card, down 3 cards. Piable is pushing round 2 down 3 cards. I don't think we have ever seen this before in the history of Gwent.
We have seen some of the best players in Gwent, the likes of Colomone and such. Even yesterday, we saw players down 2 cards doing the push, and I am all for that. Please be that kind of hero that we want to see. That's the hero we need. And ultimately, this is a little bit even. This is a little scarier even for me, Shinmiri, to witness as you're down 3 cards and everything's coming up Millhouse essentially for Piable. Is basically all those mushy truffles are coming through. Not to mention, you have the Dwim Vandra that you picked up to refresh a mushy truffle if necessary, and you know Piable is thinking that there's gonna be some Crow Clan preachers and stuff that I might be able to clone, but that defender is definitely in the way. So this might be him rethinking things, thinking, okay, I don't know if I can get past it, so I'm already so screwed to a degree. Like, can I get to 9 cards and take, just lose my card advantage now?
Oh my God, he's doing it. I was thinking,
love to see it.
Is the amount of carryover from these 5 truffles going to be enough to overcome the disadvantage of being down potentially 3 cards in round 3?
It's definitely a gamble. I think Piable needs to be able to just, if he can find a Crow Clan preacher, then that Brothans becomes so much better. I think that I like this idea, honestly. I think that this is fine, because think about it this way. It's not like you're going down 3 cards playing something like a wolf pack or whatever. You're playing cards that are getting so much reach here as each one of those mushy truffles gets better and better based on the amount of assimilates on the board. So it's not like he's going to be just getting ahead of his opponent. Piable's going to be playing cards that gets him, 15, 20 points ahead of his opponent. So there will be a catch-up eventually that Magpie has to do, and that 3-card disadvantage might eventually whittle down to 1 card.
Yeah, exactly. Because Piable's playing such high value cards with these mushy truffles, he might even click them to get all the assimilate in this round. Might be looking to just force out some huge combo pieces from Magpie, but this is not for the weak of heart, or the faint of heart, I should say. This is something that I've personally never really seen before. Pushing down 3 cards. Magpie now has to, start committing big stuff. He's played the Defender, the Melusine, the Canute, starting to get the Canute down to the Berserk 5 level so that he can repeatedly use Canute. I'm guessing Sigvald is probably going to come next.
I just think about it, when you say Canute, I just think of a canoe. So, I call him K-Nut, and I know that I'm probably wrong, but it sounds better. All right, so here's the last mushy truffle. You could probably suspect, too, Shinmiri, that there might be a situation where he uses one of the mushy triggers and uses the Doom Vandra just to refresh it as an extra card to buy out of your opponent. I mean, that mushy, here it comes. Look how many points that was worth. That was worth 10 points a click. I don't think he's going to give up here. I think that this is perfectly fine to just go ahead and say, all right, well, I'm going to get so damn far ahead of you that I might do it again. Like, there's going to be a Doom Vandra because it's going to be 2 more clicks. There's 1 more mushy truffle that's still waiting to go online. The Doom Vandra is going to refresh one of those triggers. So there's still another 24 points or plus coming next turn. Magpie here thinking he's getting away with murder because he was able to have a Piable play and bleed into a round like this. Look at this point differential.
70-point difference. But I mean, Magpie has 3 cards to make it up. 3 cards and he's still just back on even, right? So lots of time for Magpie. He's gonna have to think it through. I also want to note that Piable clicked one of his Imperial Practitioners for a Royal Decree. So he got a Royal Decree on top of his deck, probably to make sure that he can tutor something like Lydia for round 3. But there is 1 copy of Royal Decree on top of Piable's deck. We see Magpie now playing the Heat Wave. Still a 30-point deficit, but he's got a lot of bleed on this Sigvald now, and the Canute can still utilize the combo with the Sigvald, dealing 7 damage to Sigvald and 7 damage to one of Piable's units. Oh, nope. Actually, Magpie is going to play the Bride of the Sea for the Mardrome first, boost the Sigvald first so that more damage and more bleed is done with Canute. And is that going to be enough? Yes! Magpie is able to even it back out, but the 3-card disadvantage is even now, Blake.
Yeah. Well, he just went up to such a lead here. His head start in this was obscene. The problem now is like, okay, You have all this wreckage still on the board. So many musty truffles, not just mushy anymore, Shinmuri. The 4 that are used, yeah, those are the musty ones. So you're going to have to find ways to actually generate some body presence. And I think you're okay. There's a great one. Picking up Illusionist here. There's a lot of good cards.
Yeah, but on the other hand, look at Magpie's hand. It's very bronze. He's missed both Gettynith and Fukusha. Heartbreak for Magpie here. I feel like this would have been very, very close if Magpie had drawn his golds, but here he's just got maybe 3 Preachers and 3 Alchemy cards. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Pieball still has some carryover from the Mushy Truffle, one of them, and then he's got Brothens, and the Dwim also activates Assimilate.
And he's just doing this so methodically, knowing that, you don't want to waste the point of Assimilate. We're going to go with our Illusionist. Then comes Brothens. Brothens is going to be able to clone one of those Preachers, and then we're going to get, 3 potential activations of the Mushy Truffle if necessary? I mean, this should be the Brothens' turn into cloning one of those Crow Clan Preachers. And, yeah, man, it is so naughty right now. Look at everything just seems to be in favor of Pieball. What does it even matter what that Royal Decree is picking up? I think you're so far ahead here. Just Dwim Vandra and 3 clicks with 3 Assimilate units on the board is pretty gross.
Yeah, there's so much Assimilate going on. There's so many spawned cards as well. But Magpie with the Squirrel finisher. Imagine if the Squirrel was a Gettynith. I think that's like an improvement of 20, maybe even 30 points because of all of the Preachers there would be on the board. Yeah, he's still putting up a really good fight, despite having such a bronze hand. 20-point lead, but there's 3 Truffles to click. Each one of them is going to be 6 plus 3 Assimilate. 9 points each. That's already 27. It's going to close the gap. Pieball is going to take game number 2, tying it up here, 1 apiece.
Yeah, I know Pieball's crazy, but he ain't nuts, so he's not scared of no Squirrel in this case. But yeah, you got to be wondering what that game would have looked like if Magpie had picked up one of those big pieces like the Gettynith or something else. It ultimately was looking like Magpie just couldn't lose that matchup. It just wasn't going to happen. But at the end of the day, man, I'm just saying sorry, not Magpie. Pieball won that one. My bad.
Yes, yeah.
Pieball won. So it looked like Pieball could not lose that from the get-go of round 3. But big props to Magpie because that whole hand looked pretty abysmal. It was so bronze, but being able to bring it up to the ceiling that it did was great. Unfortunately, though, Mushy Truffle is an excellent card. Having 5 or 6 of them seems pretty damn good in a list that wants to do what it's doing so effectively. 1-1 is the tie. It's all squared away here. Day 2 of Gwent Open number 1. The semifinals, Magpie versus Pieball, winner going to the finals. And there's another semifinal waiting around the corner, but the dust is still in the air here as it's now game 2. I believe it's the blue coin's back to Magpie. What is your thought process here? Is it going to be another battle trance on blue?
Yeah, potentially. I still can't get over the fact that Pieball pushed round 2 down 3 cards and won the game. Ladies and gentlemen, just let that sink in for a second. Pushed round 2 down 3 cards and then won the game by like double digits.
I mean, if Mushy Truffle wasn't resilient, if it didn't carry over to the next round, it might have been a different story. But ultimately, he clicked up most of those anyways. To just say, like, look, I get it, I'm down a few cards. The problem for you is that you're going to take some time to establish. You need to put some work in. So the more that you are dealing with me, the less you're establishing your point engines and such. So slamming down 3 or 4 Mushy Truffles in round 2, clicking all the buttons and going up to 100+ points is very much a, salut goodbye kind of situation of I'm out the door, I'll see you there, meet me in round 3 if you can get there. And ultimately it took a little bit of creative accounting to do it and a lot of big pieces, and just didn't quite work out for Magpie. But he'll have another shot here. I don't suspect that double cross is going to be the option on blue coin. It's a very reactive type of leader, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, Magpie is going to be on Battle Trance versus Pieball on that elf list. This is very this particular matchup here, I feel like Sigvald Shinmari, very, very difficult to deal with. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it's going to succumb to that waylay onslaught that Simlas can bring. The problem is that this deck that Pyable's bringing, this elf list, goes so wide that Sigvald can't do enough justice to keeping that board on the other side clean. This isn't the Skellige of old that would really be able to clean up the board, do a lot of damage. This is a different style. This is alchemy. This is a whole different ball game. So Sigvald is going to have his hands full dealing with this influx of elven presence.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Pyable has that Heat Wave and that Spores to potentially answer something like Sigvald. Maybe Heat Wave for Melusine, Spores for Sigvald if Pyable is able to establish last say.
All right, standard procedure openers here. I don't think there's anything all that out of the ordinary. An Armored Drakkar is met by an Elven Swordmaster, but that is not the ideal target you want to be hitting with those Swordmaster pings. But setting up something in the front row is typically okay, and I don't think that the this elf list is too concerned with winning round one right away. However, in this particular case, on red coin, you might see Pyable just come and respond with the scenario and try to trap Magpie into this round with a very bursty play.
Yeah, Pyable, well, he didn't play the scenario on turn one, so I think that means he's probably not going to try to pressure with it. If you do want to pressure with it, you typically play it turn one so that you have time to activate the chapters before your opponent can get a quick pass. With the two Swordmasters coming down, Pyable's looking to slow play it, maybe stay in the round a while, but saving the scenario for later, I would imagine.
I mean, even the Megascope here, if you drop the Megascope in the front row, 3 Elven Swordmasters is pretty nasty. Even if your follow-up play is something like an Archer, that Archer in conjunction with those Swordmasters could potentially score you, multiple Deadeyes. The problem here is that Pyable does run a Heat Wave, and this seems to me like, oh my goodness. There's a Melusine that I can Heat Wave, but that Heat Wave is A, not in hand, and B, probably better suited to catch the Gedineth.
Yeah, I mean, there's, like we said, a lot of Heat Wave targets in this Skellige list for Magpie. Gedineth, Melusine, Sigvald, and yeah, Pyable's going to be hurting a little bit not having the Heat Wave access right now, because that might have been one of his targets. There's no Squirrel in Pyable's list, so if there was a Squirrel as an additional 4 provision tech, that's another way to answer the carryover Melusine. And now Magpie's just going to have free reign with it. Melusine growing by 2 base strength every single turn as it's hitting units on both sides. And so Magpie's going to have a really beefy Melusine to resurrect in rounds 2 and 3.
Having 3 Swordmasters in the front row is such a beautiful thing when you're playing against a relatively non-interactive deck. I mean, the rain is going to tickle you a bit, but it's not really going to... there's no parades that it's going to ruin, so to speak. So Pyable now, at the end of this turn, will have 3 Swordmasters, but he'll also have a 17-point deficit and an additional tick of rain with a Melusine that's only getting stronger. This is for sure a pass. I do not see any scenario here where Pyable continues this. I mean, but I could be wrong. It
looks like he's playing something. I think that's a Maxi. He probably wants to ensure that he's going to find the Oniromancy in round 2. And it didn't look like it was there. Oniromancy in the second row means he's not going to have it. And I think I didn't get a chance to take a screenshot, but I think I saw a lot of golds near the bottom. So I would imagine that might have been a shuffle.
Yeah, typically, I mean, unless the first 3 cards are like all home runs, you're probably tossing one of those waylays to the bottom of the pile. And in this case, you are still in striking distance. It's going to be an expensive catch-up here. You'll have 3 pings from your Swordmasters, and maybe something like Vernacial could come through for 11 points and refresh some of those abilities as well. But I mean, can you get through? That's the difficult part here, because keep in mind, Melusine keeps ticking away, and she just clipped the last piece of armor off that Drakkar, which gets a nice boost. So some work has to be done here. But
and if Pyable plays 2 more cards, this Drakkar is going to boost by another 2.
There's the Aileron. Aileron's going to come through as well. That should be enough to put you through.
Yeah, I think so. Because Aileron's going to come out. He's going to be up by 2. And then Melusine is only going to grow by 1 from the armor. Pliable just slowly taking his time, counting it, making sure his math is right, and that there's no mistakes. Absolutely calculated. Pliable able to take the win after playing really, really cheaply, right? 3 Swordmasters, a Maxi, and then 1 Archer to win the round.
Time. Big time. I think that Pliable just found the coupon to get half price off that round, frankly. I mean, let's be real. What did he give up? I mean, go through that graveyard and tell me what of those pieces are you know, not expendable. Maxi, obviously you want to play in round 1 or 2. A lot of bronze cards that you just tossed away. Being able to sort of get out of that situation, as like you said, as cheaply as you did, is a thing of art. So big kudos to Pliable, still maintaining big pieces like obviously Simlas. Feign Death is coming out here. This is going to be the bleed, and I completely respect this. I think that it's necessary to start picking up pieces out of your opponent's hand and not letting them have that massive turn where all of their you know, main characters come out.
And you saw the strategy last game. Pliable was playing against the same deck, and he wanted to make sure he wanted to split up Magpie's synergies so badly that he pushed with 3 cards down in round 2. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see the push here, this time only being down 1. And we've got Vanadane transforming, or not transforming, but shuffling a Waylay to the bottom of your deck and making 2 more Waylays. And this is going to force out the Sigvald. That's the first good piece to bleed out for Pliable. Sigvald, big threat, especially still no access to Heatwave or Spores.
What's tough here is that you're losing a little bit of juice off of that Waylay, and I know that you want to put a Waylay in the graveyard, right? You want to be able to have it recycled with Alyssa, but you can also, if you want to, just cycle those back. So this could be an opportunity for Pliable to walk away, but he's going to lose some value here. But again, a 6-point Waylay is the going rate, but you're losing a little bit of points because of the fact of Sigvald just being so not interested in taking damage.
That Waylay probably played for 0 points. So you got 2 Deadeye on your board from playing it, so that's 6 points. But you gave Sigvald 3 bleed, which it's going to end up probably being boost. Unless Magpie doesn't bleed the Sigvald at all, and then just slowly withers away with the current bleeding, but I don't know if he's going to do that.
There's the second Waylay. Now, a lot of these pieces are ready to go, right? Pliable has the Simlas in hand. He's got a Wheel of Oneromancy coming his way as well. And the remainder of these pieces are pretty significant. You can't pass here, unfortunately. You can pass here, actually. No, I don't think you can because of the Melusine. I was thinking that your Commando brings you to 26. The Bleeding brings you down to 26.
No, you can't. That is a pass, I think. The Melusine doesn't... Oh, wait. No, the Melusine does because the Sigvald doesn't actually take the damage and he becomes bleeding instead.
What a great card. What a happy card. That card, Sigvald, everyone's best friend.
Sigvald is the ultimate annoyance for damaging archetypes or cards that want to do damage. It's basically translating your damage into positive points for your opponent.
And just going a little bit ahead here, you know, is there any calculation done here? Is Pliable just sort of throwing an extra elf on the board as just maybe insurance, or is there a break point he's trying to hit?
He's just trying to make round 3 shorter and shorter and shorter. Pliable has this one big burst combo, which is Simless Vernicial, and he only needs like maybe 3-4 cards for that. Simless, he needs Alyssa to put the Waylays back. He needs Simless, Vernicial, and then like an Isengrim. And but Magpie's combo takes many more cards to execute optimally. Magpie wants Scenario, he wants to play his Druid Preachers, then he wants to play a bunch of Alchemy cards, he also wants the Sigvald on the board for many turns so that he can play the Mardromes on the Sigvald and have the Melusine hit the Sigvald and the Canute hit the Sigvald. Like, Magpie ideally wants a 10-card round 3. Pliable probably only wants 4 or 5-card round 3, and that's why we're seeing all of this bleed. That's why we're seeing Pliable with his round control trying to shorten that round 3 to more of his optimal length rather than Magpie's.
There's the K-Nut. Gonna go add a little extra damage, put some damage over there. The rain and the bleed and all the boosty stuff it's all gonna feel good right now. So we're gonna get ahead here. Magpie maintaining some pretty big pieces here with Fuchsia, the Mushy Truffle, and of course the Bride of the Sea. They're all there. They're all ready to go. Magpie, what are you looking for here? There's a Swallow Potion, another, and drawing into the first Crow Clan creature as well. On Piable's side,
still no scenario for Magpie.
Oh, he is livid. Look at him.
Oh no, that is another. Getting it is stuck at the bottom.
Yeah, that is no bueno if you're Magpie. And I mean, I guess Magpie, a very, very composed, very reserved individual. So this is probably as close to a little bit of a salty face as we're going to get from him. Again, they're pros, right? They've been in these scenarios countless times where things don't quite line up. The winners are made when you can grow a beautiful flower out of a pile of crap, and that's what he's trying to do here. And with 3 Crow Clan creatures and 2 wheels of Mushy Truffle, there it is, with the Dwimvandra to recharge it. The options are there, but Piable has now a supercharged Simlas ready to go, a Yavin ready to go, a Vernacial with a totally populated board ready to go. There's so much nonsense that Magpie's going to have to navigate here.
2 creatures on the board right now, looking kind of juicy for that quadruple waylay. Quadruple waylay from Simlas here from Piable. There are 4 of them in his deck. Would clean up both of these creatures very nicely, not allow any sort of engine bonded value to get going for Magpie. A little bit of overkill, but these creatures are going to be worth like 12, 14 points easily by the end of the round.
Here it comes. Yeah, and like you mentioned, you're leaving some change on the table with each one of these, as it's going to go down to 1, and then you're basically, yeah, there you go. It's all right, 3 for you, and keep the change, and then 3 for you, and keep the change. So, what a turn of events over here. Magpie's, prospects in this particular round are very heavily weighted on the survival of those Crow Clan creatures. The bonded ability gives you so much extra reach when you're firing off on that the Mushy. But look at Piable. Again, the Simlas play is only the start of this nightmare for Magpie, as he does have follow-ups with something like Yavin and Vernacial with up to, let's see, up to what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 potential damage being fired off by that Vernacial.
Yeah, that's the problem. If you play something like a Preacher, it dies to Yavin. If you try to protect it with more bodies, and if you have to go over 12 power in order to survive the onslaught from Vernacial. So
I think at this rate, going for the Drakkar. All right, we can go for the Drakkar.
Actually forgoes. Not quite. So decides not to resurrect the Melusine right away. Uses Fuchsia to get the Drakkar, which gets him 6 turns of reign, because Drakkar is a really cheap 4 provision bronze. And now with the extra turns of reign, Magpie actually has the option of playing Bride of the Sea for Sigdrifa's Right, which is in his graveyard right now, to get that 21-point Melusine either next turn or the turn after that.
Yeah, and properly positioning these means that Melusine is going to be flanking the Armored Drakkar. The damage from the Armored Drakkar is going to get soaked by the armor. The exposed effect will allow it to boost as well. And meanwhile, the rain is just whittling away at those L's. The question is it enough? And watch what happens here, Shinmiri, as Vernacial is going to make short work of this board. Armor be damned. Get out of my game. And there it goes. Fresh board. Let's go. Piable says, all right, try again, bucko.
Yep. All right, here comes the leader charge. This is a sad leader because there's only 1 Preacher on the board. You're getting +1 on the fact that you're playing an Alchemy card, whereas, you'd rather see 3 Preachers and you'd be getting +6 instead.
What do you think that owner Matsi could potentially get him? What's left for Piable right now?
Heatwave. He's waiting for that huge resurrection on Melusine to Heatwave that 21. which is going to become a 22, 23, 24. At this point, Magpie is just not playing around the possibility of Heatwave anymore, I guess.
Doesn't matter. And look at that. Perfectly executed Yavin, just crushing hopes and dreams. Let's apply one more turn of rain. Why not refresh this bad boy? It's just, you're close, but definitely no cigar in this case, because all of your eggs are in one Melusine-sized basket, and Heatwave is going to scrub out your chances of winning this match. Magpie, unfortunately, not going through. The elves were too much, but Magpie, don't worry about it, buddy. Gedineth will eventually show its face. The elves are gone. You can rest easy, friend, as it's time to maybe see a Gedineth in this tournament, possibly. I mean, we've seen it in the quarterfinals, but where the hell is it now?
Yeah, that's the thing. After the recent nerf of the Skellige discard package, Skellige as a faction is hurting a little bit for consistency. Magpie's list doesn't play discard package. It plays one Royal Decree, and it plays Maxi. And that's basically it for your consistency tools. Not a whole lot, right? And Maxi, he might have shuffled with the Maxi, trying to get a better positioning on his Gedineth, better positioning on his golds, but it just didn't do the trick.
No, not at all. Again, consistency is just, it's small with Maxi. You know what's at the bottom of your deck, if possible. It's more of like a verification. Sometimes you play Maxi just to understand how screwed you really are. Like, it's just a glimpse into your future, frankly. It's like shaking the magic 8-ball and saying, no, try again. You're going to lose this match. And
that's the difference between Maxi and Fisher King, right? We've seen other players utilize Fisher King for consistency in Scoia'tael. I think there was maybe one in Skellige as well. Fisher King would have been able to put that scenario on top of his deck, but it wouldn't. But on the flip side, when you play Fisher King, you wouldn't know if the scenario is near the bottom or not, or maybe it's already on the top, and you would have drawn into it anyways. So it's definitely a balance of pros and cons between Fisher King and Maxi. They're both 6 power. Fisher King's a slightly more expensive at 6 provisions.
Yeah, sometimes, playing Maxi is like getting a text message from your girlfriend that says, we need to talk. And I'm like, oh God, oh no. Okay, sure, you got it. So that's how it feels at times. It's like, I got things to say. Ultimately now, Magpie up against the wall here as Piable is up 2-1 in this series. Magpie will be on red. What is your thought process here? Is he going to be moving to double cross, assimilate on red? Do you think that that's most likely the option here, given the fact that, well, you could push the tempo. You could really, really punish if your opening draw is good enough. The question here is, so Magpie is on red with that Nilfgaard. Where is that Calvate? That is the important part. It's right in the hand. Perfect stuff. All right, that's a good sign, my friend.
Yeah, Magpie needs to reset, get that bad draw RNG mumbo jumbo out of the way. Calvete is the solution to your problems, Magpie. You put Calvete in your deck, he comes near the top because of all the tactics you play, so you're very likely to draw him in round 1, and then he just sets up your draws for the rest of the game. Look at that. Mulligan away Terra Nova. We don't need him right now, and we're guaranteed to get the Terra Nova back once we play the Calvete.
Most players can deal with Mumbo, some can deal with Jumbo, but when it's both together, Shinmiri, they are greater than the sum of their parts. Mumbo Jumbo, not today, but that's great. I mean, honest to God here, if you can get that Calvete in your opening hand, and it's not a guarantee. Some decks do operate where there's enough tactics in the list to move Calvete straight up to the opening hand. It's not a guarantee with Magpie's list.
No.
It's not even a guarantee with Mulligan's. But it definitely improves your odds. So jamming that down as a proactive play on blue, or in certain cases just as an 8-point slam in certain regards, fantastic. And your draws are so consistent. You know exactly what you're getting. You're going to get Artaud, Brothens, Karathi Heatwave, Vigo's Muzzle, Coup de Grace, Mushy Truffle, Joaquin, Jens Invo. You're getting all of your pure gas. And not only that, but your Joaquin is going to pick up your Blight Makers, which are massive point swings as well. So all this does is punish your opponent into potential 2-0 scenarios as well.
Yeah, all right. So Piable opening up with a Maxi took a good long stare at that deck order. I imagine he is going to shuffle that because We see Sigvald, Vildkarl, and Bride of the Sea at the bottom. Almost no golds at the top except for Best Boy. So not exactly the hand that you want. I imagine he will have shuffled that around. And Magpie is going to respond with a casual 11 tempo play on that Blight Maker.
Damn right, the super value combo meal that Nilfgaard advertises, which is the Blight Maker with the Mage Chaser, as it will, which got a bump up in provisions to 5, but the best art in the game, in my opinion, frankly. Let's be real. This is my weekend or my quota of sucking up to Vlad Tortsov, which is Mage Torturer, the most handsome card in the game.
Yeah, and we see that Maxi did a lot of work for Piable. The Vildkarl, which was at the very bottom of the deck, straight to the top, now picked up with that Mask of Ouroboros draw.
All right. An engine ticking there with the Priest is going to be just picking away at the crows there, getting at their bones. A little poultry meal, if possible, as it's slowly growing. Not a big concern for Magpie here. Up 5 points, but up against an engine as well. There's always that Spores, if necessary, if you want to, frankly, reset and win the round on even, if that's even, on the radar, if necessary. But honestly, Magpie knows that this is the worst hand that he'll have in this game, is right now, given the fact that everything that he's going to draw after this is going to be massive. So defending this round is important because he knows that he's going to guarantee outdraw Piable in the next round. If Piable draws, 2 golds and a bronze, Magpie knows what's coming around the pipe. He knows exactly what to expect. So in this case, I like the fact that Magpie's defending this round. Get that, get those spies out, get everything rocking and rolling, get my own engine, match the pace of Piable so that when round 2 rolls, comes up, there's a good chance that we can make some real hay here.
All right, Piable with the Veteran and the 1 leader charge so that it immediately activates Berserk 3 and heals itself back up to 8. Very heads-up move by Piable because otherwise it would have been vulnerable to like a 4 damage card like Tourney Joust, killing it straight up from 4 power and not allowing it to trigger that Berserk heal.
Yeah, a Tourney Joust is not just 2 lawyers fighting. It is also a effective 4 provision removal card if necessary, but very heads up play to get that veteran out of range of getting removed and just immediately having a significant impact on the game. Whale Harpooner. Has there ever been a more effective use of a generated Whale Harpooner than that, moving away a potential engine that is, so nicely nestled to a card that that Piable wants to set up next to that Priest?
Yeah, it's going to stop the Priest from hitting the Veteran, but very little damage done because there were no other units in the range row. That's a 3 tempo, 3-point Whale Harpooner, but it does disrupt the synergies. Piable now, what is he trying to get here? He's playing the Oniromancy. Taking a look, Best Boy is still in the deck for Piable, waiting to come out and potentially provide that extra surprise 3 points of value.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
It would have been great even if it wasn't the Drakkar that was picked up. Obviously, that's a peas and carrots kind of combination there. Priest and Drakkar are next to each other, are going to do some good work. But the important part here is that Knickers came out, and if it was nestled next to that Priest, that armor would have sucked up a little bit of the damage, so that would have been that's a really nice place to put that card.
He's such a good boy, just trying his best.
Shimmery, I want a dog, man. I really want a dog. I do really want a dog, but it's freaking April 3rd here, and it's snowing. Like, what is going on? Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, so the coup de grace comes out from Magpie, setting up his own little Priest combo, but that's going to give Piable the perfect opportunity to play this Squirrel to banish that coup de grace. No second wheel of coup de grace for Magpie, and Piable still with a pretty healthy lead of about 13 points, both having this Priest Drakkar combo going. Magpie needs to decide, does he want to keep fighting for this round? He's still got like a Spores and a Heat Wave, but he's probably going to want to save those for more decisive rounds, but he's going to decide to Heat Wave now. That does get him ahead, threaten to win on even, and now we see, we didn't mention this earlier, Piable kept Sarah's Fearless in his hand. similar to what Kerpiton did in the last quarterfinal of yesterday. And that the idea of this is to not thin the Ceres too early in round 1 when it kind of maybe doesn't matter or is an overcommitment. But now he is stuck with the Ceres Fearless in the hand, and it's an unplayable card for now.
I like the timing that Magpie took here to really make the big swing play. When you're pinning your opponent at 4 cards when you're on red, it's like you make your big play there to say, all right, you had an opportunity to get out of this on 5+ cards. Now you're in that danger zone of losing all the card advantage possible. So I'm going to punish you now when you're at that 4-card play. So this requires a significant response from Piable, and that's exactly what he did, dropping the Vilcarl, using all the leader charges, and getting as much extra jam on the board as possible to really compete. That Spores is not as good as it was a couple turns ago. That Heat Wave would have been probably better suited to take out that gigantic bear of a man of a bear on the back row, and now the Spores really is not as good. It's a 4-point Spores now.
Yeah, but if he had Spores the Priest would continue to get engine value on that Drakkar. So that's why he wanted to remove the Priest completely using the Heat Wave. Piable actually elects to use all of his leader charges, his last remaining leader charge, to get that Bear Abomination for an extra 6 points and extra activation on the Drakkar, to make sure that the lead is big enough so that he doesn't lose on even to something like a Yen's Invocation onto that 12-point.
All right, the enemy right now is the rope, Shinmiri. You've been here, you've done that. Does he get it done? What does he get to choose? What he's going to get rid of? What did he get rid of? An Oniromancy, I believe. So he did get his target. He did get his target. And he protected the squirrel.
Exactly. All right, so Magpie is able to win the round, down 1 card, not on even, but expended Heat Wave, which is one of his 3 tall punishes. He might be missing that Heat Wave a little bit down the road. Piable, mulliganing the Ceres Fearless, gets a full gold hand. Piable's got to love what he sees if he expects a push from Magpie.
All right, I want to just revise some of the things that I said. When I said that Magpie was going to outdraw Piable every time, if you draw the way that Piable did right now, it's even Steven. But we know that all of Magpie's draws here are basically ordered up. If you go down the list, the next draw he's going to pick up is going to be Lydia, followed by where's Magpie? There he is. The next draw that he's going to pick up it would have been, I think, a Blightmaker, but you don't want to use the Blightmaker. You want the Blightmaker to be picked up by the Joaquin. So there's still so much room here to bleed, to do some nasty work. And I suspect that that's what's going to happen. And the question is that can Piable protect the Sigvald so it doesn't go down to 6 to get yoinked by that muzzle potentially?
And this is such a huge opener by Magpie. The Truffle into Illusionist into a Veteran. Illusionist, normally without Bonded, it spawns a 1-power copy, but the Veteran has Berserk, so when it spawns at 1, it immediately heals itself up to 8. That is, 12 points off of the Truffle, and you haven't even clicked the carryover yet.
What a great package deal here. That Fuchsia bringing out a 12-point unit and dropping 3 points of rain. I feel like that still is the staple card for SK in terms of power level. Can you get better than Fuchsia for what SK wants to do? The sheer reach that this card has is unmatched, in my opinion, for a lot of different factions. They wish they had a card that was this versatile, and here we see it in action. It's going to drop. That card came in for, let's count here, that was 3 turns of rain, 22 points for 14 provisions, is spread across 2 bodies and 6 points of damage. Like, that is such a difficult pill to swallow for Magpie, because it's not one thing to answer. If it just came out as 24 points, you can just Yenvo it, but it's available in so many different nasty ways.
Yeah, and Magpie here, kind of awkward situation, decides to muzzle the Fuchsia. Now, muzzle can get up to a 6, so this is not an optimal value on the muzzle, because you're only playing it for 8 points instead of 12 points. But the more important thing is that Muzzle puts the spying tag on the Fukusha, which sets up the Arto Terra Nova, allowing Magpie to play his own Fukusha later. With no access to Mage Torturer right now, he wants to make sure he gets the spying tag on the Fukusha in this round, because, yeah, you're not going to be able to do it later.
Where can that lock find? Are you just locking something like Arto to stop the assimilate triggers, or what are you looking to really, lock down on your opponent? Is that Doragari just kind of, I don't want to say worthless, but is it kind of just punchless here?
Looks like he's going to decide to lock the Veteran to prevent any Berserk shenanigans happening yet again. But yeah, it looks like in his hand, every other card is more valuable than the Doragari lock, because there's just not an amazing target for it. So Pieble's not too sad to part with the lock at the moment.
Gotta say, I do miss the old locking animations from Beta Gwent. Remember, like, the whole card would have just been there's chains kind of like in a crisscross around it. Kind of do miss that. I mean, I like the concise presentation of this. It's very neat and tidy and really focuses on the artwork of the card. But I do miss that old locking noise of like the klachink of, just locking it up in shackles. Here's the Arto, a nice Arto coming through, and what they found was that it was the Fukusha. Now there's your answer as to why you're yoinking the Fukusha, adding the spying tag, allowing your own Arto to pick up something like Fukusha. And given the fact that you already have a graveyard full of Skelligan units from round 1, this particular round seems to be really changing pace. The other question here is Magpie content to play his Joaquin now for the Blightmaker and then yoink the bear for a round 3 perhaps? What is the game plan here? Or are you yoinking the bear first and then playing Joaquin to get the bear out?
Oh, actually, Magpie's not going to be able to yoink the bear because the bear got Doom from the Fukusha Resurrection. So if you try to invocate the bear, you'll remove the bear from the board, but it won't go on top of your graveyard because when it leaves the battlefield, it will get banished.
There you go. There's some education for you all out there. That is called a setup, and Shinmeri knocked that one out of the park. But yeah, Doom tags and yoinking cards, they don't go well together. Like spaghetti and milk, don't do it. It's not good for you. There's Bride of the Sea with four pieces of rain on the other side, but it doesn't matter. The only alchemy card available, frankly, was the that golden froth, that delicious brew. So we're going to get that back, but here is the setup. This is where Calvate is so good. You know that Blightmaker was on top.
I loved this play by Magpie on that turn. He knew what he was looking for with the leader ability. He knew he was trying to get Bride of the Sea, or I want to make sure that he has a good option if he sees Bride of the Sea. So he clicked his Mushy Truffle for that Golden Froth Alchemy card first, then went into the leader so that he could replay that Alchemy with Bride of the Sea, and that pays off. That's a huge payoff for Magpie. Successfully 2-0s Piable with his Nilfgaard deck against Skellige's Self-Wound, and it is going to go to a game number 5.
And it all comes down, Shinmeri, to the fact that you have that Jan Calvate in your round 1, meaning that you know that you're pure gas. It's basically, all full throttle in round 2, all systems go, ready for launch, because all the cards that you're picking up are going to be your best cards. The consistency and the reliability of what you're drawing means that this is your best option. You need to, not to say you need to 2-0, but you probably should, given the fact that you don't know what your opponent's holding. There might be some uncertainty there as well. It is your best opportunity. You're not going to have a better hand than you will in round 2 in that regard. Magpie understood that and really pushed the tempo, did not relent, knowing that at any point the rest of Piable's hand could have been bronze, but it wasn't. It was gold. He just managed to outpace like crazy. And as you can see, the last match of the tournament is going to be a Skellige Mirror. This one is going to 5, and I am absolutely not surprised at all.
Yeah, and before the match, I talked to Piable. I asked him how he felt about this series against Magpie, and he said he was confident because he felt that he could shut out Magpie's Skellige list. And this is what we're seeing in this series so far. Magpie has played the Skellige list, I think, twice already, and he hasn't been able to find a win with it. And now it's going to come down to the Skellige Mirror. Pieble's Ursine Ritual Self-Wound versus Magpie's Battle Trance Alchemy, with also a little bit of Canute Sigvald package in there as well. So this is gonna seal the fate of one of these players to move on to the finals, and the other is gonna have to go home.
Yeah, I haven't seen this much purple hate since the introduction of Grimace to the McDonald's characters. But it's going to be a little bit of Skellige on Skellige crime going on here, as two decks that have different leader abilities. The play styles of each are going to be a little bit different, frankly. A lot of the major pieces are still there, as you would expect. Fuchsia in one side, but I mean, really, Gedineth versus what would you say is this a battle of? Like, if you were to pick out two cards on either side, it's Gedineth versus what exactly?
Gedineth versus Saris Fearless, and also not to mention that Pieble's Canute potentially can be a lot more effective than Magpie's Canute. Magpie's playing Battle Trance. He doesn't have a great way of keeping the Canute at Berserk 5 or lower. One, if there's not that many forms of self-damage, he would have to put the Melusine next to the Canute for multiple turns. And even if he does that, the Canute is going to heal up potentially from Battle Trance's passive. You can't really control what you heal. It's a random unit, random wounded unit. Whereas Piable can use his leader charge to make sure Canute is going to be Berserk, and then repeatedly use the Canute to damage and remove things like Preachers from Magpie's side. So Piable has that repeated use, whereas Magpie has access to a Heat Wave and a Gedineth.
Look at that! What is that? The first card, right on time, Shinmiri. Gedineth, finally, Magpie in the fifth and final match here of the first semifinals of day 2, finally found that wonderful, that beautiful, sparkling piece of scenario that he needs. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is Game 5 of Day 2, Gwent Open number 1 for Season 4. I'm Matt DeMarco, joined by Shinmiri. The action is hot. The action is heavy. It is a Skellige battle to be had here. Two different strategies. Ursine Ritual, played by Piable, versus Magpie's Battle Trance. It is all systems go for both players here. Whoever wins this game will move on to the finals, Shinmiri. I don't know who's going to win this, but you mentioned that there's certain plans, certain, preparations made, and the confidence level, you say, for Piable is pretty high here.
Yeah, it is, but at the end of the day, you got to put your money where your mouth is, right? This is the final game. This is what it comes down to. Both players leading off with their self-wound receivers, one in the form of Drakkar, the other in the form of Veteran. Magpie is gonna... Yeah, Magpie, I noticed that Magpie mulliganed away the the Mahakam Ale, which is a 4-provision alchemy card that unlocks or removes a lock from his unit, even though Piable plays a Doragary lock in his deck. And I was wondering why. I was a little bit surprised by that.
I mean, there's perhaps a situation where you're not necessarily worried about what you're going to play right now that could get locked. I mean, you can't lock the Melusine. If you lock the Drakkar, like, who cares at that rate? Getting rid of it now is perhaps just trying to improve your prospects for round 1. And I don't think you're looking to really lock anything. Your opponent's not really going to look to lock anything too valuable on your side. And it's an option. And if they're going to lock something this round, I think you're okay with that.
Yeah, and I think that answers my question, because Magpie is looking to commit the defender in this round, and knowing that with a defender on the board, probably nothing is going to get locked through it, because there's not like an offensive Purify that Piable can use to deal with a defender, and so he's just not scared of the lock for this round.
So that defender did soak a damage off the rain. It's going to take some off of the Melusine. So now it's going to be starting to generate its own armor, which is going to be very helpful here. So the rain speeding up the process a little bit. Important fact here, also, Magpie has that squirrel. So if Magpie wins this round, then he could just open round 2 with a squirrel and catch that Melusine if necessary. I know that you and I, when we were practicing some of these matches, I would hold a squirrel and you would win round 1, and immediately resurrect the Melusine, not even giving me a sniff at some squirrel to get that tasty nut. Not happening. So the question here is if Magpie can leverage this round and win it to open with a squirrel and catch one of those big pieces that Piable might resurrect later.
It's true for both players here. Both players have Melusine on the board in round 1, and both players are holding that squirrel in their hand, prepared for round 2. So, I mean, how would this work? If whoever wins round 1 decides to squirrel first in round 2, then the other player can respond with a squirrel.
Squirrel meta! Squirrel meta!
Squirrel meta!
We've got here.
If the first player resurrects their Melusine first, then the second player can resurrect their Melusine as well, and then the squirrels are just both useless. They're either both amazing or maybe both useless.
Or both useless.
I mean, not completely useless, right? Like you could still banish, like say, a champion of Svalbard, so you can't resurrect it with Bride of the Sea into Sigdriva or Fukusha later.
Yeah, so we're just looking at these squirrels and saying, are you Justin Timberlake or are you Joey Fatone? You could be one of the two. Superstar or completely useless. Ultimately, it might come down to that. I mean, it's going to come down to whichever player has the first say and what they decide to do. But one will be met by the other, and that is hilariously awesome. Not going to lie.
All right, Magpie committing the Canute now. This round is looking a little bit iffy for Magpie because he's on blue. He's at risk of losing on even. Piable has this restore that's sitting in his hand that's just waiting and seeing how many times perhaps maybe he can click the Melusine. He can combine it with like a Canute or a Hermit to get Melusine very damaged and then finish off the long round 1 with a restore to win on even.
All right, calculated. Let's see if the rain helps out over here. 2
Fearless
out of 5
comes
chance. Yeah, Fearless also coming out as well, but you're mentioning that Magpie now on blue, we might feel a little bit threatened, especially since that you're running out of good cards that you could possibly play. I mean, you're not committing the Getty Neth. There's nothing you're rezzing. I guess you can go ahead, drop the mushy truffle if you want to, but where's that spores hidden? Or sorry, the Mardrome. The Mardrome is also an option as well, I suppose. You could Mardrome the Drakkar. It should. When is it getting it?
Look at that play. Piable taking his time, deciding what to do with the Ceres Fearless. What does he heal? What does he hit? Decides to heal the Melusine, hit the Champion of Svalbard, and then use Champion of Svalbard's ability to fully heal himself 11 points and just consume that Best Boy. So Piable really putting on the pressure in round 1, successfully wins round 1 on even, and that is a great place to be for Piable.
But look at the cards Magpie's drawing here. Look at those. Sigvald, Bride of the Sea, Fukusha. Back to back to back. Massive. Those are huge helps to him here. And if Piable does want to push the tempo here, you could probably see him drop the squirrel right away, which will be met by another squirrel. But then it gets dangerous because you might fall behind. So we'll see how this reacts as both players are holding on to 8 cards. And if Magpie just plays to match Piable's score, then he's going to go down cards in the next round.
Oh, if Magpie resurrects first, Piable doesn't have his own Oh, wait, no, sorry. Piable goes first. My bad. Piable goes first, just deletes that Melusine from the graveyard, and yeah, this is it. This is the squirrel meta.
All right, Justin Timbernuts. That's his name now. He's no longer a Joey Fatone. He has made it all the way to Timberlake-esque status of utility. Good for you, Squirrel. You did it. But Piable's not done here. He still wants to go. And Magpie now has a laundry list of great cards that he could play. The question is when do you commit that Getty? And because a Getty right now is not good enough. A Getty right now still falls behind and allows Piable to take a pass and go up a card into the next round.
Yeah, and this is just a tough place to be for Magpie. After losing on even and having such a combo-based deck, you don't want to get any of your pieces bled out like this. And his hand is almost too good in this situation where he's lost on even. Piable potentially could trade 4 bad cards for 4 pretty good cards here.
That's definitely on the docket here. I mean, you could also drop your mushy truffle if possible. But if you're suspecting that you're going to go in, yeah, exactly, with leader on top. Oh, no leader. Okay, so in this case, Piable could just have dodged a bullet here. Say, all right, give me your Getty. I'm going to go up to 9 points, and you're going to have to commit another card, go down, and I'll have double last say. And I don't know if that's good enough in this case, but Magpie here made a commitment and held on to the leader ability, which would have basically rescued him to stay ahead. But is that good enough?
Yeah, leader ability is worth a lot, though. It's worth, extra points on all the preachers later, and also it's worth like 12 points on something like Sigvald, right? Because Mardrum boosts Sigvald by 9 and gives 3 bleeding, which then translates into positive points as well. So I think Magpie is going to play the Gettynith here because he doesn't want to get into a situation where he tries to save the Gettynith, and then late in round 2, Piable goes all in, and then the Gettynith is useless because there's no druids to activate it anymore.
There's the pass. So exactly what I was suspecting he would do here is that he just takes the extra card and walks away. I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that.
I think Magpie is okay with that too. It's not a great position for him to be in, but it's better than getting 2-0'd. So he's gonna live to fight in round 3, down a card, Piable with double last say. Let's see how this plays out. Piable definitely with the advantage here, but his card draws aren't as good as Magpie's at the moment.
Now, we're talking about the fact that, there are locks in certain lists and there's the second wheel of that Mahakamail to do the unlocking. So that card that you were curious about being wheeled earlier on has made a reappearance to say, hey, don't forget about me, because this could be a big deal. And I think he's just going to opt to just hold on to it, which is going to be a prudent choice. I think that's the right way. The issue here is that Swallow Potion could have been something way better.
Yeah, like a Heat Wave. Magpie, the only player here playing Heat Wave, but does not draw it, does not have access to that. Isn't going to be able to really get through the defender anyways, so maybe not a huge deal. Piable with the last card top deck onto the Oneromancy, giving him some flexibility here, potentially able to get a Sigdrifa's Right or a Bride of the Sea or a Restore, but I think he mulliganed away the Restore, so I don't think he has plans on playing it now that Melusine is banished. But Bride of the Sea may be the #1 choice here for that Oneromancy.
This is certainly not clear-cut for Magpie. His hand is very strong, but being down a couple cards is going to be problematic. Piable's hand does have a lot of bronzes in it, but that Oneromancy can rescue you where needed, and basically a lot of those bronzes are very helpful to plan at hand here. The question is, how much work can these Sigvalds do? And we shall see. I mean, I don't like to make these predictions early. We've seen surprises in the past. I know Twitch chat probably was like 2-0 or 0-3 or 1-4, spewing out nonsense and numbers by the time the first card has come out. And then there sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right. Obviously, the situation as it stands right now is the fact that Piable has a significant advantage purely from cards, but the cards in Magpie's hand are stellar. They're all home runs, minus perhaps that Swallow Potion. Even that Mahakamail is really good right now.
Yeah, and Piable's going to play Fukusha. I imagine he's going to get the Canute. Canute is going to be super powerful here because Piable still has those 2 leader charges to set it down to the Berserk 5, and now we're going to see the difference. Like I mentioned at the beginning of this match, or beginning of this game, the difference between Piable's Canute and Magpie's Canute. Magpie doesn't have a Canute right now. He could get it back with like the Sigdrifa's Right. I think that is what he's going to go for here, but he's only going to be able to use it once, right?
It's going to die. Otherwise, it's going to be problematic. I don't think there's any other way that you can really deal damage to it, I guess.
Oh, look at that.
All right.
This is a big brain play. I was not expecting this, but this makes a lot of sense. Piable's Canute is such a huge threat. It allows Piable to remove Magpie's units. It allows him to build up a lot of bleed and a lot of value on the Sigvald, especially when accompanied with those Mardrums that we see in Piable's hand. So instead of using the typical play of Sigvald's order ability to hit your own small unit for a big boost, Magpie elects to use the Sigvald order ability for removal to get rid of the Canute, half of the combo, and Canute was already rezzed by the Fukusha, so it got doomed, and now it's not in the graveyard anymore. The Sigdrifa is not going to be able to get the Canute again.
And another wheel of that defender is an ugly thing to stare down, I will say that. But Fukusha, another Crow Clan Preacher. So triple bonded abilities here feel good, especially since you're holding on to 2 alchemy cards in hand, and you're going to res another. So the ceiling is pretty high here at Magpie, even though he's down a couple cards. Is holding on to a pretty significant lead with a lot of rain on the opponent's side. So let's see how this one shakes out, and we're going to get that Bride of the Sea right now.
Yeah, with all that rain, you can play another Sigdrifa with the Bride of the Sea for his own defender. I want to note, Piable went for the res on defender when he could have res something like maybe Champion of Svalbard for extra points, but Piable doesn't know Magpie hasn't drawn his Heat Wave, so he needs that protection to make sure that his priests, as well as his Sigvald especially, don't get Heat Wave, because he's going to go really, really tall with his Sigvald.
Look how high he went here. Magpie doing his absolute best. Look at this. This is incredible. Down cards. Magpie has a huge lead, and can he nurture it? I don't think he's got enough here, unfortunately. He's just a day late and a buck short. A 6-point Duragaria Vol is going to lock nothing but Magpie's ticket to the finals. Brilliantly played. Eat your heart out, everyone who thought he wasn't going to win this round. Well played, Magpie. Moving on to the Gwent Open #1 Season 4 Finals. Congratulations, Magpie.
That was masterful. I think Magpie just demonstrated that he has an excellent understanding of what is the difference between the two decks in this matchup, knowing that the Canute was the biggest difference, and that ingenious line of using Sigvald for damage rather than boost. Sigvald is just such a complex card with so many synergies and so many different ways that you can utilize him. Magpie really taking advantage of that, answering the Canute for the second time after the resurrection, and won that long round 3 down a card with his opponent having last say. Just brilliantly executed.
Yeah, so all of you out there who were saying that Piable was going to win that one before a card was even played in round 3, own up to it. Just say it. I was wrong. It's okay. People can be wrong. It happens. I didn't think Piable could lose that scenario, but masterfully played by Magpie gets him through to the finals there. Again, just incredible knowledge of not only your list, but your opponent's list as well. And not just beyond the card list, but the strategies involved and the synergies that you need to be basically nurturing. Pavel Berja is going to be standing by, or he is standing by, because he's got Magpie ready to go, and maybe Magpie will bless us with another pre-finals dance. Who knows? Let's find out.
Hello, Magpie. Welcome back to the finals. Welcome back. Last time I saw you in the finals was Challenger #5, where you won everything. Is that the plan for today? Are you coming in hot to destroy everybody? I think Piable was the most formidable opponent here. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, after Fireball, after that 3 games on SK, I'm ready to win like every single matchup.
Nice. I like the enthusiasm. Tell me, there was this one play by Piable where there were so many mushy truffles. How do you feel about that? Like having almost 7 copies at least of mushy truffles.
Yeah, like it feels very uncomfortable to play against this deck because he's just it's very easy to pilot. You just play mushy truffle, you play mushy truffle again, and then you do it like 6-7 times. Yeah, most people think it's a meme deck, but it has a lot of points.
Yeah, people in chat were saying that first it was considered a meme deck, and now it's made it to an official tournament, and people were like, oh my god. And also he went 3 cards down, which was crazy. But yeah, but it all came down to the Skellige matchup at the end, where you played it super, super well. It looks like you knew his deck inside and out, and it was awesome. So, Poisound or Kerpetten, any preferences when it comes to the final match for today?
I feel comfortable to play against any of these two, so yeah, it doesn't really matter for me.
I like that. I like that confidence and the dominance. Awesome stuff, Magpie. Get some rest. You'll have more than enough time because we have the next pair coming up after this. And then after that, we still have the pre-final segment, which will take a lot of time. So yeah, get some rest. Stay hydrated. I saw you're drinking water. Good stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah.
No water.
See you soon, man. Take care.
Yeah. Thanks. See you.
And before we go, 2 more leaks. One by Crozer. You know Crozer from the Potato Warriors. Potatoes, one of the best veggies that you can get. Carbs, always very important. If you're running, if you're cycling, keep that in mind. Flake is a big fan also, like some fried kartofelki smażone. If you know Flurza podcast, yeah, by the way, check out Flurza podcast, but we'll get to that. We'll slide that in. We'll slide that in later. And the second reveal by Emily, these are both for NR, if I remember correctly. So yeah, let's watch them because they're amazing. Catch you later.
In a world filled with traveling witches, merchants, and mages, this April, get ready for Traveling Priestess, the one type of traveling person that was still missing from Gwent. Traveling Priestess is a veiled Northern Realms 3-power 4-provision bronze unit, whose Zeal order allows it to boost an allied unit by 1. Starting at 0 charges, Traveling Priestess gathers 3 charges whenever she's put back into the deck, and gains the total amount on deploy. In other words, Traveling Priestess wants to be put back into the deck as many times as possible so that you can ideally play her as a devastating finisher from Amphibious Assault in round 3. But how many charges can you get, you ask? The answer is all of them. On top of your natural mulligans, Northern Realms offers plenty of cards with card draw and mulligan effects, whether it is Istrid, Griffin Witcher Mentors, Chaos Seren, or the neutral Curse Scroll or Snowdrop, and many more. Not to mention Pincer Maneuver, which, together with Radovid, essentially guarantees a minimum of 9 to 12 charges on the Priestess. Let's see what this looks like on the battlefield, together with Tridum and Trollolo, using Visigoda as a stand-in to simulate the Priestess. Also, because the card remembers how many charges it was supposed to get on deploy. When you cast Teleportation or Necromancy, get hype for Traveling Priestess, coming to Gwent this April in order to show you 21 plus reasons how work and travel can change your life.
Hi, my name is Emil. AK. What? No. Oh, no. Hey girl, I can't talk right now. I'm just about to do a Gwent card reveal. Talk to you later. Hi, my name is Emil. I'm an Australian Twitch streamer who streams Gwent. I discovered Gwent, like a lot of you, within the Witcher 3 game, and instantly fell in love with it. So I am so thrilled and honored to be revealing one of the new cards for Northern Realms. Without further ado, let's get straight into it. This card is an alchemy device capable of storing the essence of slain creatures, transmutes the energy into mutagens. Primitive in its current form, the apparatus usually produces haphazard results, making experimentation exceedingly difficult to replicate. I present to you the Mutagenerator. This is a gold artifact card with 6 provisions. Whenever you play a unit on your melee row, boost 5 random units on your side of the battlefield with the same provision cost by 1. Whenever you play a unit on your range row, boost 5 random units in your deck with the same provision cost by 1. This card will synergize well with the Northern Realms Swarm, but also will provide you with insane carryover. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to reveal a new card for you, and I can't wait to see it in action in the new patch.
Blake? What the hell was that? Okay, rewind. First of all, let's do this in order. Number 1, Crozer. Major things that I've got to say about this. My biggest concern, frankly, is that I wasn't invited to his wedding. Like, what the hell is that about? Second concern.
Yeah, what is this? I had a +1. You're my +1. The Flake Miri is 1 invite. That's what it is. The second thing is Traveling Priestess. I love it when new cards come in and they come in pre-busted by the person who is revealing it, as he just showed you how obscene this card could potentially be. Shinmiri, Traveling Priestess, your thoughts?
Yeah, very interesting card. I mean, it screams meme to me, but who knows? It might end up being very competitive. It has a massive ceiling, but a very low floor. Sometimes playing for 3, sometimes playing for 23. And yeah, Crozier did an awesome job with that video explaining the ins and outs and the different synergies that this card can get and what kind of conditions you need to satisfy in order to get your best bang for your buck with Traveling Priestess.
Yeah, definitely shades of meditating memeness, if I could ever say so. We've seen what those quote-unquote casual meme type cards can potentially do to a meta. This card also, it's going to take work. This is definitely one of those cards that people are going to want to address. But if it gets the bonus, the first question I had, Shinmiri, was, does it get a bonus off of a mulligan? And it does. So yeah, you don't even, this could be huge before you even have a chance to even look at it. So that's pretty sweet. That's what she said. Ultimately, we got the muted generator as well. Shinmiri, another excellent video. Well done there. This card to me is so weird and bonkers. Like, every time you play a unit, it'll do that effect, and you can't. It's an artifact. Like, what? Like,
yeah, it is a 6 provision artifact. It plays for 0 tempo, so it's similar to what we saw with Necromancer's Tome and Prism Pendant from the other factions. These artifacts that play for 0 tempo, but that have a pretty threatening onboard effect in a long round if you can get there. And Muted Generator, that's a mouthful, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but this card, it has the option to boost units on your board or units in your deck, depending on which row you play the unit in. And an additional condition that those units need to be the same provision cost as the unit that you're playing. It can be used many different ways. You can use it for points with like a swarm type of archetype, maybe like Dun Banners with Blue Stripe Scout. They're both 4 provision cards. So if you have a row with a lot of Dun Banners, right, with full test going, pulling them out of the deck, and then you play Blue Stripe Scout, you boost all of, or 5 of your Dun Banners or other 4 provision units. On the other hand, you could play something like Erland and play range row units after the mutant generator to boost 4 provision units in your deck by 1 each 5 times. And then keep doing that in round 2, build up a ton of carryover, and then play an immune Erland in round 3 to absorb all of those boosts that the Muta Generator generated.
Well, there you have it. 2 brand new cards from Northern Realms doing the boosty things that it likes to do all the time. The games here are, the first semifinal match was quite the nail biter at the end there, Shinmiri. Excellent, excellent matches. You see that Magpie just wants to win, and he did. Again, poise, calmness, and having a plan is imperative in terms of how to win these matchups, because Piebol is no easy out, as it were. And like you mentioned, he identified where the win condition was located for Piebol and immediately addressed it, and ultimately came out the winner. What a match. What a match to start the day.
That was a great match indeed. I'm still kind of riding that high from that last game. The Skellige Mirror, just chef's kiss, masterfully played by Magpie, who will be moving on to the finals, as we see here, 3-2 over Piebol. We still have the second semifinal coming up very shortly between Poisound and Kerpiton, and with a winner of that will meet Magpie to duke it out for the title of champion of Gwent Open #1 Season 4.
Yeah, Poisound from Colombia, Kerpiton of Turkey are going to be facing off right after we, I guess, take a look quickly here at the cash. Let's see what Magpie's walking away with, as, again, another 5-game series means that there's not quite an equal share of the $1,700 match stake. But you can see right there, Magpie at $2,450 is just halfway through. Still got another match to go, more or less, for the day. And he's going to figure out who he's playing based on this next matchup, which is Kerpiton of Turkey versus Poisound of Colombia. They are going to be facing off right next to these videos of these two. Let's meet the players, and then we'll get back to Sealy and Spessy. We're going to bring you all the action right after this. Don't go anywhere, friends. This is the semifinals of Gwent Open #1, the first tournament of the season. It has been absolute fire, and it's going to continue that way. Let's meet Kerpeten and Poisound.
I'm not planning to reach really high this season. I'm only planning to win the GWENT Masters. My favorite GWENT moment was probably when I was playing as Fireball in the top 16 qualifier, and I accused him of cheating because he played 2 Grace Awards, and I realized I was actually playing a ladder game.
For this year, I have decided to qualify for as many Opens as possible and try to get into World Masters, which is a goal I haven't set up for myself before, but now I'm going to try. In the beta, when you played the Blood Moon archetype, then you used Miruna. I remember I used to steal neckers of 20 points or more. I really like the ethereal meta as well, and my other best Gwent moments are also when I play with my friends.
Hello everyone, welcome to the second semi-final of Gwent Open #1. I am Specimen, and I'm joined here by Sealy. How's it going, Sealy?
It's going great. Thank you, Spessy. It's so great to be back again today, and I can't wait for the next series of these semifinals that we are about to witness. Now, the stakes are high because the winner of this series has a shot at taking the whole cake and winning Open #1, going against Magpie. And not only is there a sweet, sweet prize of cash, but also a guaranteed spot at Gwent Masters #4 for whoever wins in this weekend. So very exciting that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all to play for. Not only have we got all that Gwent action to look forward to, but we've also, after this series, we're going to have a developer video talking about the new patch that's coming out on Tuesday with a bunch of new cards. So all sorts to still look forward to today. And yeah, next up is going to be the semi-final, Poisound versus Kerpeten. And we can probably take a quick look to see who is the favourite for this one by taking a look at the Twitter poll. Kerpeten hasn't been around too much. Poisound been around a little bit more, and Poisound therefore is the favourite. I think Kerpeten's done pretty well to get 46% there, considering this is his first Open, Sealy.
Absolutely, had a very impressive showing yesterday, going against veteran cams and taking it very, very smoothly. So this newcomer has proven himself, and the people out there believe in that too. So let's see who will be taking this. Now, what are our opponents bringing to the party? Well, we know, we've seen it, but let's go through it as we jump to the decks.
Yeah, we can have a little reminder. Also, Sealy, I don't know if it's caught on, but I've tried to dub Kerpeten the Turkish tailbot after his stone cold interview yesterday. So let's see if you can keep that cool, calm, collected nature going. Obviously, high Gwent gameplay is going to be necessary as well to keep that title. His decks are Ursine Ritual, Stockpile, Imposter, and Deadeye Ambush, Sealy. We can start off with this Ursine Ritual deck.
Let's go for it. Yes, we've seen similar list by Piebol, of course, and here we're going for the Ceres Fearless combo, very powerful engine that can synergize very well with your self damage, which is very lovely. Powerful combos there, Sigvold and Knut. We've seen it multiple times, very threatening cards that Kerpeten has included in this list. So let's see if he will be taking this list to victory today, or will his opponent be very scared of it?
Yeah, and up next we've got Stockpile. More of a standard looking list. Not too much variation in the Stockpile decks. Hubert Wreck being the card of choice for Kerpeten over a War Chariot. Does also have that Megascope in there as well, just in case he comes up against any Anglems, which of course, there haven't been any Anglems, and maybe that could be to the detriment of Kerpeten's lineup here with this Megascope just being wasted, really. Imposter's also got a Megascope, but it's got a lot more use in that one. I guess we should also just quickly point out the card King Radovid from Kerpeten, Sealy. What is Radovid doing in this Stockpile deck? Why is it such a big card?
All right, so the stockpile leader ability, of course, is really huge for all of the siege engines as they benefit from the cooldown reduction as well as the crew pockets from the soldiers that you spawn. So it's really amazing if you can draw Radovid in round 1, because going up to 5 from 3 leader charges as soon as possible will give you so much flexibility and, of course, carry over. And if all of the Northern Realms kings work together that are included in Kirpitan's list, it makes up for one of the biggest point swings available in the game right now, and that is, of course, when Henselt pulls out Foltest Pride and uses all 5 leader charges on it. So, yeah. Another thing worth noting here is that Kirpitan has included a siege support, and that one can be tutored from something like Amphibious Assault to help give Radovid his order ability. Now, Specie, you did touch a little bit on that imposter list, very spicy, of course, and we will be seeing it again. Are you excited for this list?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I don't think I'm ever going to get bored of seeing 7 Mushy Truffles get played in the same round. It is just... There's just something about this deck that just... I'm really, really a big fan of it. Seeing it just go from meme to Il Bestio, the member of the Italian community playing it in top 64, to now suddenly one of the top decks in the meta, seemingly. We heard at Magpie's interview, he really respected it as well. Looking forward to seeing how Kirpitan maneuvers his way through this one, because Magpie said it's easy to play, but what I'm really interested in seeing, Sealy, is how do the pro players handle this deck if you don't draw the cards? Is it just a whiff? Are you just going to lose, or do they have some secret lines where they can still manage to pull a win out of the jaws of a loss?
You could definitely freestyle a little bit with something like Lydia, and now the key card, of course, in this matchup we have highlighted before, but it is just such a vital piece that it doesn't hurt talking about it a little bit more. This is the guy who sets up everything. He makes it happen. It's Vilgefortz Renegade, of course. And together with the practitioners, this Vilgefortz Renegade does enable the whole strategy to be executed. And then you can ideally copy the truffles, which we've seen many times. You could also freestyle Specie if you do miss that target. So you can go for Brothans, maybe even Invocation, which Kirpitan has included here, or Lydia in these very niche situations. Lydia is also a very flexible card, can give you a coup, can tutor out a removal for a threat on her own. So very interesting inclusions for this imposter list, and I'm excited to see this one in action today. And then, of course, Specie, the last but definitely not least, I think this list has proven very important in this tournament. It's a Deadeye Ambush list, and Specie, why is it so good?
Yeah, I mean, it's just proven to be one of the top decks in the meta recently, getting a whole bunch of buffs to lots of the elves, such as Venosio, she got a buff, Isengrim, Teruvial, and the main one really is the buff to the Waylays, of course. The Waylays now no longer needing a death blow. You can combo those with Vanadane and then put some Waylays back from your graveyard into your deck with Alyssa, and then suddenly you've got that extra big finisher with your Simless. Vanadane just working as a really nice carryover play, but also you have to respect the Vanadane. If you don't answer it, each Waylay is going to play for 3 points more by spawning an Elven Deader, and of course that could turn into even more points when you factor in things like Venosio, which can of course synergize really well with the Elven Deadeyes by making them all do 2 damage. Isengrim as well, which is going to be buffing them, Yaven, all sorts of Elven synergies in this deck, and it's just particularly good from Redcoin. Very safe deck from Redcoin. You can use a leader charge, thin your Ayla in to just stay ahead by a couple of points here and there, and try and make some really efficient trades in round 1.
That's right. Now we can move on to Poison's list. What is Poison bringing? Refresh our memory a little bit. Here we go. It's the Earth Sign, Ritual, Stockpile, Jackpot, and Deadeye Ambush. We can start with the Ursine list. And there's an important card that I would like to highlight here, which is the Ihuara Quox. Now, this Ihuara Quox can, of course, be used in this list to pull out not only yours, but also your opponent's highest provision cards. So you can potentially mill a significant card from your opponent, like Fukusia in a mirror can be huge, Simlas, Vernosil, Henselt, really big provision targets that you can also benefit from if you draw this card. Of course, in round 1, it is much more likely that you will squeeze something good out of your opponent, but it of course helps yourself. And when you're looking for cards like Melusine or Covenant of Steel, for example, the Ihuara Quox can help you out there and pull that on your side of the board. And Specie, in combination with your favorite card, the Fisher King, you can enable this list a little bit better, because there is a Fukusia, and you don't really want to mill out your own Fukusia when you play this Ihuara Quox. But if you play this list from Blue Coin, you could potentially use Fisher King to put that Fukusia on top of your deck, then draw it with with the Mask of Ouroboros. Really lovely combo that this deck utilizes very well. And of course, there is the Sigvald and Knut threat, of course, especially really good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fisher King in a couple of Poison's decks, so we can talk a little bit more about that later. But the stockpile deck, a little bit more standard, what you'd expect. The War Chariot in there instead of the Hubert. And then there's no Megascope in Poison's list. He's not worried about Angoulême. And instead, with that spare provision, gets to run a second Boiling, or all those Warfare cards, of course, really valuable. These stockpile lists, very refined. There's not really many differences between these decks. Really, that Hubert and War Chariot slot being the key one. Jackpot as well, Sealy. Haven't seen as much Syndicate this month, and a lot of people have been playing off the books, but Poison's sticking with Jackpot.
That's right. The nice thing about Jackpot here is the coin generation, of course, and being able to include this Siggy here as well. So overall, this list has really decent control options, which is important to note here. Horson Jr., Professor, Philippa, and Muriel's, of course, Freak Show is included here in this Jackpot list. So to me, this seems like Poison is pretty ready to beat any kind of engine-heavy decks, for example, in the NR Siege. And we did see yesterday both Poison and Xever, who had prepped together, they both played against each other, and Jackpot Syndicate was able to take the win in that. So strong mid-range list with good control options and a lot of points to put on your own side. Pretty solid stuff for Poison.
Yeah, and finally the Deadeye Amber. It does look a little bit different. Again, these decks are quite refined. The key cards here are going to be Knickers in at 7 provisions and the Fisher King. Lots of players opting for Maxi. We also saw Cams go for the Fisher King in this deck. The big advantage that the Fisher King is going to give you in this particular one is, let's say you miss your Aneromancy or your a key card like Feign Death, Simulus, but particularly Aneromancy. You can put that Aneromancy on top of your deck for round 2, and then you're going to obviously have access to the Echo from your Aneromancy, being able to play any card you want in round 2 and any card you want in round 3. The downside is, though, Maxi can be really useful to maybe put a Waylay at the bottom of your deck. But if you imagine you've used Vanadane in round 1, you've put 2 Waylays or 2 of your worst cards right to the bottom of your deck with Vanadane, then you draw Maxi, you look at your deck and you're like, oh goodness, I need to shuffle this. Suddenly those Waylays that were at the bottom of your deck are going to get shuffled back into the middle. So that's an upside that the Fisher King has here as well, is if you Vanadane first and then Fisher King, you can just put a card on top. You're not shuffling your whole deck like you would with Maxi. So 1 provision extra, but there's quite a lot of upsides over Maxi in this one.
Small inclusion here I would like to point out as well, which tells us a pretty strong message here, is that Poison does include a Dragoon there in the 4 provision slot over 3-head Sappers, which would be Purify. And I think this is very telling for us, little detailed, but it tells us that Poison definitely is looking to potentially ban something like SK rather than Northern Realms, because that movement is not going to be doing a lot against something like SK, while against NR it can definitely do a lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good observation. And as soon as you've got that ban planned, Poison knows that he's going to be banning SK before the tournament. He can rebuild his lineup to bear that in mind. And as you mentioned, this Dragoon being an option, maybe doesn't have to play Purifiers in all of his decks, doesn't have to worry about as many tool punishes. We've seen lots of people with Invos and Heat Waves and Spores. So very, very interesting to see the different deck building decisions that come out from deciding your ban before the tournament, really. And some players might have a flexible ban as well, but I think this tournament in particular, you've usually got something in mind before you start.
Absolutely. And speaking of bans, I think we can take a peek at, if we got that right, what are the bans going to be? What do the players what do they not want to see today? Well, we potentially have guessed there that there is the Skellige ban indeed from Poison, and then Northern Realms is something that Kerpeton is banning today. Not going for a ban on the Elves, which he did yesterday for Cams.
Yeah, Cam's had the only Inspired Zeal alumni deck of the tournament. Kerpeton therefore mixing up his ban and decided to ban Scoia'tael instead, but this time sticks with his original plan, which is to ban Stockpile. And yeah, it's something that's very important and we don't touch on as much. Having that ban in mind before the tournament allows you to build your lineup differently. We've seen people with Lamberts in the deck, many Heat Waves, and all that just depends on what do you think is the best deck, what do you not want to play against. So a really, really interesting start already, and we're not too far away from getting on into the first game. Kerpeton versus Poison. We've got quite a lot of different factions represented in this semi-final. No monsters, unfortunately, but many, many factions, and I'm particularly looking forward to seeing this Nilfgaard deck again in action. Sealy.
No, you're absolutely right. And of course, a reminder here that the coin flips have happened and Kerpeats, and of course, will be going on blue coin while Poison will be responding from red coin. So let's see how this affects their queue order, because a lot of the time it can indeed factor in how you want to queue your decks. There are the obvious blue coin decks. There are the decks that you might have to take on a coin that you didn't really want to. And that makes up for some really interesting games for us to watch.
Celia, I just wanted to, while we've got a moment, talk about the Traveling Priestess, which was revealed just shortly before by Crozier. I'm really excited to try that card. Obviously, big fan of Northern Realms. I'm just imagining a Cohen deck. We've got the Traveling Priestess from Amphibious Assault. You've maybe mulliganed it a couple times. So you've got 6 charges, boost everything by 1. Cohen's going to pop off, mate. I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, let's see if Cohen potentially makes a comeback there with the Traveling Priestess. I feel like players are going to be really excited trying to set up the maximum combo. And just like Crozier demonstrated, of course, there was many ways to do it. You can get it up to quite an impressive amount of charges, maybe a little bit unexpected. Like Shinri said, maybe it screams a little bit of a meme card, but I think it's going to be seen a lot, especially early in the season, early in the patch.
Yeah, you can definitely build a whole deck around it, which is something I love in a card. But also, you could make a case for it as just being a value card, as a one-off. If you do find it in your opening hand and you mulligan it, suddenly it's going to be a 6 for 4. So you're going to need to mulligan it a couple of times for it really to be worth it at a competitive level. But if you've including cards like Envoy in your deck, you could put it on top and then mulligan it away. And the fact that you want to probably assault into this card as its 4 provisions is also going to help it out quite a bit as well. So definitely excited for that one. The other one we saw revealed was the Muta Generator, which, to be honest, that card confuses me, Celia. I think Twitch chat's going to need to help me out with that one. I've got no idea what's going on with the Muta Generator, but I'm hoping we can do some really cool things with it. But that one's it's a little bit more confusing than the Traveling Priestess, I think, at first glance.
It might be a little bit complicated, but once we get the grasp of it and we can see how it can be used beautifully, I'm sure people are going to be very excited about it. Of course, fitting that in our kind of boost archetype as well, which is kind of fun to see both the Priestess and the Muta Generator fitting the theme. Now, back to the series at hand. Do you have any predictions of what decks we might be seeing from our players?
Do you know, Celia, that is my worst nightmare question, because I always get the queue orders wrong. I think I actually got it right one time yesterday. Honestly, I'm not even going to guess because I'm going to get it wrong. It's the queue order, I think, is something, having played in a couple of tournaments myself, like, you just kind of take it for granted as a caster, but there's so many like mind games and like, oh, if I do this, what do they do? Like, in theory, you could even plan out exactly what you're going to do. So if I bring this deck, they'll bring that, and you can see, is this going to work? You might just want to have like a certain matchup on the right coin or something like that. So it can be pretty complicated.
It can absolutely be, but we'll see how it ends up going. Of course, blue coin list, we talked about the NR list a little bit. So the SK list likes going on blue coin as well with the stratagem combo. So yeah, anything the players can go for. You can try to throw them off, just like Speci said as well. Throw your opponent off and use something that they might not expect. It is a lot of mind games indeed going on, and I'm really excited to see what the players do end up going for it.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, also after this series as well, because we are not too far away from getting started here, City, let's not forget there's more leaks coming. We're going to have another couple of faction cards, I do believe, from some creators. And then we've also got that big, I think it's 70 minutes, is it supposed to be, from the next card drop on Tuesday. So maybe some balance changes in there as well from the developers. I always enjoy those, Celia. And of course, we're going to be done for the day. So I'm going to put my feet up, maybe get myself like a little roast dinner or something and watch the balance change. So I'm looking forward to it.
That
It's going to
sounds
be
good. Yes, Busha did tease it a little bit today that we do have a lot to look forward to. And Busha and his leaks, they don't disappoint. I don't think I've ever been disappointed. So, you know, I definitely think we can trust him and expect to see something amazing. Yeah. Are you hoping for what kind of faction reveals would you like to see, Speci?
I'm looking forward to the 7th faction. I think there's 6 factions, right? The 7th faction. I don't know what's maybe like something to do with Kavir. Maybe obviously there was some. Yeah, there were some announcements about a new Witcher game as well. Maybe, you know, we might see some leaks from that. I think that's a little bit ambitious, isn't it? I think that's still quite a while off, though.
It is quite a while off, but maybe sometime in the future, if we have patience. Patience, of course, a nice keyword, and Gwent, something you have to have in real life as well. But good things come to those who wait, and that is what we all are doing during this weekend. We are waiting for the leaks, and man, have they been good. I'm already thirsty for another juicy leak. Some piping hot tea. I enjoy sipping a bit of tea every now and then, and these leagues have filled my tea requirements lately.
No, I hear that for sure. We were talking yesterday as well, Celia, about our highlights of day one. So there was a couple of key moments. Maybe we could just refresh everyone's memory. If you did not see Kerpetin's interview yesterday, it stole the show for me right at the end. The Turkish tailbot, I want it to catch on. I'm trying to force this so hard, Celia. I'm not sure if it will catch on.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. I got the vibes again. Like I said, there were 4 C's. Calm, cool, collected, confident. That was Kerpeten. Let's see how he's going to handle it today, because Poison, of course, is a tough opponent. Incredible player who we've seen many times before in these high-stakes tournaments. And Kerpeten being the newcomer, and he's very confident. But I think he will win the hearts of many Gwent fans with that attitude. It was very successful for Tailbot as well. Kerpeten kind of has maybe big shoes to fill if he wants to do that, but he has all the tools he needs in order to do so. But let's see if Kerpeten can, there's big talk, but will the actions and the Gwent games also fit that, I wonder?
No, absolutely. And I think we're just waiting for a couple of players, one of the players also just to accept the invite for the game. So it's very, very close. Perhaps just while we're waiting, we could take another quick look at the deck list, because I could talk about decks all day, Celie, to be honest. If there's a Gwent deck, I could just talk for hours and hours and hours. So we can maybe take another quick look at the deck list for the players, just to have maybe some further discussions about some of the niche situations and cards that they've included in the deck, like that Dragoon as well that we saw from Poison, Celie. I just love that fact. I don't need this the sappers. I'm just going to include a Dragoon instead. But here we go. Game's getting underway.
We have something better than necklace for you. It's the game. And of course, Kerpeten blue coin list, the ultimate blue coin list that we've seen this weekend. Of course, the Vilge Forts Renegade. What Kerpeten's doing here is looking for all the combo pieces. Poison playing Syndicate on red coin. It is a pretty efficient red coin deck indeed, and Poison has a lot of tools here, just like we mentioned, to potentially deal with these practitioners. So far, Kerpeten is seeing no practitioners in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. That is definitely something he's going to want to find. He does have, though, the Mushy Truffle access. So the 2 things that you really need to get in hand are Mushy Truffle as one, because that's going to be your best target for Vilge Forts most of the time, significantly better than the Brathans. And you also need an Illusionist in hand as well. You can often find these other cards like Operator, maybe through Roderick, maybe through the ADC as well. Is going to be hitting a Darren at the moment, I do believe. So we do see the ADC. Curse Scroll is going to have to be really putting in an Imperial Practitioner in hand, I do believe, for Kerpeten. And they might just have to go for the Roderick and just pray that he finds that Operator at the first time of asking. Of course, does have the option to coup it as well later down the line.
And Poison here, staying true to his name. The first Fistic is on the board. Of course, 4 poisons have been included in Poison list, so he has ways to deal with certain threats. Maybe it's a tall threat, something else, just like this Idaran is getting poisoned by Poison. My goodness, that's a tongue twister. But that is what Poison, of course, is going for here. And Idaran might not stick on the board for too long because of this play.
Yeah, and it's a pretty big moment for Kerpeten. He has the Idaran down. He's going to want to make sure he gets some value from it. However, I do believe that he's going to have to put this Practitioner in hand, does do so with the Curse Scroll. He's then just going to have to go for the Roderick and try and find the Operator, I do believe. That's exactly what he goes for. Can he find it? Look at that with the Menno, the Raw Decree, the Operator also being in there. All 3 options as a way of getting the Operator out. So it might have even been guaranteed there, Celia. I think it was only Lydia as an option that would not have been found. And Roderick, you can see why it's in the deck. It is a cheap consistency tool for Nilfgaard, and this deck is all about consistency in round 1. And look at that. The Idaran spawns a 1-strength Imperial Practitioner. The leader comes through from Poison as well, from Kerpeten. Reason he times it at this moment is because otherwise Poison would actually be able to click the Imperial Practitioner, and there was a Royal Decree that went into the graveyard from Kerpeten. So Poison would have had a Royal Decree on top of his deck if this Practitioner was clicked on his side of the board.
And just like you said, Kerpeten nicely capitalizing off of the Idaran before it was about to go. Poison finishing the deed and taking away the Idaran with the Fistic Trafficker. Of course, second Poison coming there. Now, Syndicate on red coin is quite a nice deck to be playing here for Poison. It is, he does have the Flying Redanian, which essentially is going to be a lot of carryover for Poison if he can get it out. And on red coin, you don't really have too much pressure to win the round, so you can set up your coins potentially and then move on to the next round. But of course, when Poison is playing against this particular deck, which is Kerpeten's, and we've seen it many times this weekend, setting up a lot of truffles. Kerpeten has found the target there in his hand. Poison kind of wants to deal with these engines. And so pinging down this Imperial Practitioner and then looking quite nice for the Salamander Mages to potentially start coming down on Kerpeten's range throws. So Poison setting up coins, setting up the tribute there, as well as damaging as many of these Imperial Practitioners, hoping to remove them as well in round 1.
Yeah, Kerpeten being on blue coin with Nilfgaard is on against a clock, if you like. He's going to be happy to play down to 4 cards because then he can just drive past round 2 and he's going to have a handful of mushy truffles in round 3. However, does just get a little bit sticky if Poison continues to push, and this decision to commit the Brathens from Kerpeten is exactly because he's against the clock. He wants to protect as many practitioners as possible. This is putting the practitioner in the range row with the bounty outside of the Salamander Mage, but it's also developing more Imperial Practitioners for him. He wants to get as many of these as he can before he hits that 4-card mark when Poison could pass and get card advantage before Kerpeten can play the Vilgefortz.
And we do see Poison looking at a bank and the options bank coming around, coming up in round 1, of course, and after this it will be shuffling the deck. So let's see which card Poison does end up going with here. There are a couple of options. Siggy is a lot, but of course if you would want to go for that, because of the jackpot leader, you don't really over profit. You'd rather get those coins converted to boost, which can be very useful. So Poison does have a couple of options. Let's see what he opts to choose here from his deck right now. Taking a long look at it, make sure he gets the best possible option, and it will be an eavesdrop, and that of course will draw a card for Poison here.
Yeah, Siggy of course was the top card there, but Bank does shuffle afterwards, so Morelsi finds its way to the top of the deck. The eavesdrop was taken from Poison, and I suppose this Siggy was just going to go far too tall for his liking, play straight into the Invo. Maybe was looking for Horson Jr. We did see some players use Horson Jr. against this Nilfgaard deck round 1. Would have been able to clean up an Illusionist in the front row and then use its Insanity and Order of Fee ability to clean up the other 2 3-strength Illusionists. And of course, that bounty would have been available as well. And I think Poison, when he went for that bank, he did not look like a happy bunny when he saw the options. So I think Horson Jr. was what he was hoping for, but it didn't quite happen for him here.
No, that's right. He was hiding at the very bottom of the deck. But just like we saw yesterday from Cam's playing a kind of similar list to Poison's, just with another leader, the Horson is a real threat, and it can do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, though, it was not found. And look at Kerpeten. He keeps going. That is a lot of practitioners right now, looking pretty scary for Poison to deal with. Right now, there are 6 practitioners on the board, and that, of course, translates to 6 mushy truffles.
Yeah, and really importantly for Kerpeten, he's at that 5-card mark. There's cards in Poison's graveyard, so he is able now to play the Vilgefortz. While only going down to 4 cards, he can dry pass in round 2. He's going to draw 3 cards and then 3 more cards in round 3. So he's going to be going in on even cards in round 3, not losing card advantage. And that's really important because sometimes it can go very wrong indeed.
What we have seen though with this list is that it can nicely bleed as well and set up that truffle carryover for later, even being 2 cards down, which is something that Kerpeten is. We even saw Piebald today bleed with 3 cards down, so anything is possible here. Kerpeten might be wanting to establish a little bit of carryover and threaten a potential 2-0 situation if he does decide to choose and boost, use all of those order abilities if Poison is looking like he's in a sticky position with this potential lead that Kerpeten might be going for. But let's see what he ends up. What is the call? How many truffles will we see? And will we see them round 2 or round 3?
Yeah, the Horson Jr. finally in the hand for Poison. Would have liked that a little bit sooner. Kerpeten also, because Poison was looking for the Horson off bank, did get the option of taking the bank for himself. Of course, that's also going to trigger all the Assimilate cards for Kerpeten if he's got any stuck on the board, which of course from the Mushy Truffle you can play a Practitioner. There is an Illusionist in Poison's graveyard from the Operator, which is then going to trigger Assimilate a couple of times, and you just get a whole bunch of points for these Truffles. And as you mentioned, usually you're down 2 cards, you don't even consider pushing. But with Mushy Truffle carryover, there is certainly another element. I would be surprised if Kerpeten pushed. However, he knows the matchup significantly better than I do.
Let's see, he is definitely thinking about it, taking a good time. I mean, Bleeding Syndicate can a lot of time be quite nice. You can get out a lot of important stuff. And one threat that Poison does have with this Horse and Junior, and a lot of this targeted damage with the Salamander Mage, is Poison is potentially able to take care of a lot of these practitioner engines later on. And let's not forget about Horsen's Freak Show, which is hiding in Poison's deck. Really, really efficient tools of doing a lot of damage. And what is Kerpitan going to do if all of his Assimilate engines are dead? So that is definitely a consideration. And Kerpitan, of course, dropping the Imperial Practitioner first and is going in for the bleed with the Truffle. The bleed is happening 2 cards down, making sure he gets the most out of this Assimilate value possible.
See, it's like the rules of Gwent have been thrown out the window with this Mushy Truffle deck. Kerpitan down 2 cards but deciding to bleed. Not something you see very often. But of course, you've got the potential of clicking all these truffles for a big point slam in round 2, or all that carryover. Of course, you just don't have to click any of these truffles. Added to that, if you can get a nice card into Poison's graveyard by maybe killing this Horse and Junior, for example, which his hand doesn't look like it can do, then he will also be able to click that Illusionist and get a Horsen on top of his deck for the next round. Important as well, the bank is going to shuffle the deck for Kerpitan, and he's still got a bunch of Mushy Truffles on top of his deck, I do believe. So that's a card he's going to want to avoid playing.
That's a really good observation, and I really like this Horse and Junior coming down from Poison, really nicely taking away the Illusionist for any future bonded value for Kerpitan, and as well another Imperial Practitioner, leaving the tall one to be dealt with, like something like Fistek or Muriel's later on. And Kerpitan here is happy that he saw Horse, and just like Spissy said, there was no Joust, no Leah that could roll damage either. So this Horse and Junior is a huge card from Poison, and Kerpitan is saying, that's fine, you get the card, I stole Horse and Junior, I'm fine with that, and now it's time to go into a long round. I think a key card here that Poison has found is the Freak Show here. Really efficient removal engine.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kerpitan did seem like a weird bleed. However, while he lost card advantage from this bleed, 2 cards, so a big deal. He did get 6 carryover, but also the Horse and Junior was played by Poison. And Kerpitan's deck just doesn't have much in the way of removal. Of course, with Jackpot as well, you can't buff the Horse and Junior, but the Freak Show is something you're going to want to maybe have to deal with Invo. He had no guarantee of having Attorney Joust as well, and I think he was just way too scared of having the Horse and Junior being left on the board. Of course, just being able to use its fee to answer all of these Illusionists and things like that. So, looks like a bit of a weird bleed on paper, but I think just that Horse and Junior is worth so much in this matchup, Kerpitan decided it was worth losing 2 cards to get rid of it.
All right, and let's look at the tools that Poison has here in round 1 as well. There's a lot that we can deal with, and Freak Show, of course, coming down rather than in Salamander Mage, anything like that. Just making sure that as much is removed as possible, that bonded value from the Illusionist is quite nice. And Poison using Jackpot ability for the Redanian to come out again, knowing that the Invocation potentially might have come down on this Freak Show, not going ahead and boosting that with Leader or anything like that, just to make sure the Invo gets as little value as possible. And now we still have the Philippa left, able to steal one of these Assimilate engines. Muriel's can deal with a tall unit, and the Poison, I think, is going to come clutch as well for Poison here. And the Salamander Mages, of course, being able to deal now with a practitioner that comes out of this Illusionist, kind of clutch.
Yeah, Invo onto the Horse and Freak Show is certainly not ideal for Kerpitan, but it is a nice option he had. I was wondering still if he might just roll the dice and go for the Imperial Diplomacy into a Payday. That would have also cleaned it up and been able to save his info for a rainy day. Decided not to go for that. Of course, not very good odds at all. Imperial Diplomacy going to create a 3 cards from the Syndicate Bronze faction, from the Bronze pool of Syndicate cards, which there's a whole bunch of. I think Payday is the only one that would have done the job there.
That's right, Spessy. Playing it safe might be important because the stakes are so high, and so that is what Kerpitan is doing. Now, of course, the remaining Illusionist there is surviving, meaning that Kerpitan will get this nice bonded value and get a full strength 6 power Imperial Practitioner. Very nice.
Yeah, and here's where the Mushy Truffles can really start to take over in a long round, which is why there's definitely an argument that no bleed is necessary with this deck. You think all that truffle carry if you want to maximize it, but the Truffle's really just to play for a lot of points on their own without the carryover aspect, particularly when you get these bonded illusionists. The Practitioner's going to come in at 6 points with that Assimilate engine, of course. Every Mushy Truffle you play as well. This Mushy Truffle was not in your starting deck, so it's going to trigger even more Assimilate. But here comes Philippa to answer that illusionist and put it on Poison's side of the board.
There are so many answers in Poison's list and so many points to put on his own side of the board as well. So this is looking quite nice, I believe, for Poison right now. But of course, do not discount the power of the Truffle. Once Kerpeton starts pressing those bad boys, it is going to be a lot of froth on his side of the board and potentially a happy Kerpeton. But will Poison's removal be enough? Able to have this last say Mariel's could be quite big.
Yeah, absolutely. Having that last say can often be a positive if you've got a tool punish in particular. No Gord or anything like that, but as you mentioned, with a limited amount of bodies, these cards are going to get tool sealy. There's no real way around that unless you can get a whole bunch of bodies and distribute all of your froths from the Truffle very evenly, then you're going to minimize that value. But with so few units, it looks like these Kerpetons have no choice but to go very tall on some of these cards.
That's right. Ending up boosting the Imperial Practitioner would be a little bit unfortunate. Poison here is going for the Poison again. Taking care of this Imperial Practitioner later with that Bistic Trafficker. And can afford to do that. There is a lot of reactive cards in his hand still. And waiting for that point slam as well with Savala.
Yeah, it's a 15-point game as it stands in favor of Poison. Poison also has a card extra in hand as well as 5 coins in the bank. However, Kerpeton just has a small matter of 5 Truffles on the board ready to be clicked. So, not probably the best idea to look at the point gap just yet and just try and wait and see what happens for a little bit longer. The card quality for both players isn't perfect. I think Poison's going to be a little bit more happy. This Imperial Diplomacy is certainly not a Brathan's. Bank also, we know the top card is going to be Horson's Freak Show. You'd be able to spend a couple of points there, a couple of coins. Maybe there's some other big golds. Has Kerpeton got much left in the deck? Is there a Lydia still?
There is a Lydia. There is a Menno into a coup, for example, to trigger Assimilate. Lydia, of course, does the same job, so we'll see what ends up happening here with the bank. But something good should be found there. It depends a little bit on Kerpeton's luck, of course. And just like you said, Spizzy, look at all of those Truffles that still haven't been pressed. That is a lot of points.
Yeah, and this looks like the Diplomacy. You've got the Savvy Huckster. I'll have you know, I'm an entrepreneur, is one of my favourite voice signs recently. So I'm hoping he goes for the Savvy Huckster. He does. I'm not going to hear the game sound, so you have to let me know. Big moment.
Waiting.
Will he say the thing? Say the thing, man, please.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
it was another one. It wasn't that one. But we heard it from you, Spessy, so I think we're happy. All right, and there are a couple of Truffle presses now, as Kerpeton has managed to save enough units on the board that he doesn't have to go ahead and boost those Imperial Practitioners more than what they will get boosted by as well, which can be really nice. Poison here sitting on 9 coins. Very nice there for Mariel's. There is Zavala as well. Let's see how these coins will hold up for Poison and how he will use them.
Poison's hand and deck management has been fantastic this game. He's got 1 poison left to answer this Practitioner. It's at 11. He's then going to have the Rouse to answer the other Practitioner, which is going to go very tall after all the Assimilate triggers. And then just has this big point slam from the Savola as well. Really utilizing his poisons fantastically. He really... Apparently his name is really meaning something more than I just thought. It really is the Poison Master in this one.
All right, and there, of course, nice coin payback as well from the Salamander Mages. Really efficient and nice for Poison to save here for round 3.
Yeah, no Menno, no Coup, no Lydia on top of the deck for Kerpeton. Has the option of a Remedy, an Informant, or also does have, of course, that Horson. Instead, decides to go for the Remedy. Now, interestingly enough, one of these Informants was played by Brathans, and I don't believe the other one was. The Informant created by Brathans will trigger Assimilate in extra time. It's actually not going to matter here because both of the Assimilate engines are going to be getting removed by Poison and Tool Punish. However, often what you might do is play a non-premium Brathans, for example, and then the token it would spawn, the Informant, would also be non-premium, and you'd know exactly which one it was.
Yeah, and the Savvy Huckster doing some work here. Really lovely to see. And the point gap is so tall, but just like you said, Spessy, there's 2 tall removals left for Poison, but will it be enough? A lot happening here, and a lot of chunkers on the melee row of Kirpitan's board right now.
Yeah, the Mushy Truffle clicks just absolutely piling on the points out of nowhere. But 2 great cards left for Poison. 2 Tool Punishes. Here comes the first one on the it actually gets on the 17-point Savvy Huckster. The Zealot is clicked in the back row, or the Disciple. And then the Poison, it's going to be enough, Sealy. It's going to be comfortably enough. Kirpitan losing 2 cards with this bleed, Sealy, and losing by about 14 points in the end. Wow, that round 2. I've got big question marks. Was it the correct play? Twitch chat, what do you think? Was it the correct play?
I mean, we've seen this a lot, but what can Kirpitan do even if he doesn't bleed? Poison does have a lot of tools there to deal with his threats in round 3, and that was nice. It looked a little bit iffy for Poison there in round 1. He was looking for that Orson Jr. It didn't really work out, but was put to good use later, and guaranteeing Poison an extra card as well. I mean, it's just gotta be tough to play the list that Kirpitan does against something that has as much removal that Poison was having access to there with the Syndicate list. So I don't know, but of course, give us your thoughts. What do you think about the bleed, chat? I'll be curious to hear your thoughts. Of course, we're in the future right now talking to you, so we'll be able to see it when you talk to us, but maybe we'll check it later. We'll take a peek at Twitch chat, perhaps.
Yeah, I think like one thing that was definitely going through Kirpitan's mind with this play was he didn't have guaranteed access to something like Attorney Joust as just a quick removal. We saw in round 1, he had the option of going Menno into Decree or just Decree. He decided to play Decree, which is 2 points less, but maybe that's just because he was wanting that Tourney Joust in hand for later on, Menno into Tourney Joust being an option. Ended up actually drawing the Tourney Joust in round 3. I think he had a handful of Truffles, the Bank, and then the next card he saw was the Tourney Joust. Maybe if he knew that Tourney Joust was going to be arriving, he might have made a different decision, but was just really worried about leaving that Horson down on the board for the whole of the round 3, which is really understandable because you can remove so many units in one quick go. But anyway, Poison 1-0 up in the series. He's going to be on blue coin with his Ursine Ritual. Kirpitan, of course, the elves on the red coin where they like to be, Sealy.
Yeah, that's right. Very classic cues here. No messing around, no mind games to throw the players off. They're not trying to throw each other off, but rather we talked a little bit about the Huaraquax combo that Poison could potentially use in round 1. And look at Kirpitan's hand. There is no Simlas. Right now, Simlas would be mulliganed with that Huaraquax, and that can be huge in this matchup. And Covenant of Steel, I believe right now, is the card that would be popping out, not popping off, but popping out from Poison's side of the board there. Covenant of Steel being at 9 provisions, and there it is!
My goodness.
Wow.
We highlighted this as a key card, Celia, and look at this play from the Unicorn. This is just like a roll decree with 4 extra points. Kind of, I guess it's more like 2 extra points. But okay, it's risky because you could hit your Fukusha, but if it works like this in round 1, you thin your defender, which you want to play anyway. You'd be raw decreeing for this, get your Melusine nice and safe behind it, and you mill your opponent's highest provision card. And Simless, of course, an absolutely key card. Suddenly, that big Waylay catch-up play that they've got is just not going to be an option for Kirpitan anymore. And this game has started off incredibly poorly for Kirpitan. Poison going to be feeling very, very confident indeed.
Let's see. Kirpitan, of course, is at a bit of a disadvantage having the Simlas tutor out, but there is that play that we've seen before as well when it comes to very tall units. Alyssa can be used to put something like Heatwave, for example, back into the deck, and then you could Neuromancy a second Heatwave as well. And Poison does play a list with a lot of threats like the Melusine that could now potentially get a lot of carryover, of course, and then you have the Sigvold, which is a sweet Heatwave target as well. So perhaps Kirpitan could instead use the tar removals and the Alyssa on that, and of course the Simlas Waylay loss there, of course, might be quite big. But what if the Waylays wouldn't be Kirpitan's choice of cards to even go for there? Of course, we will see that later in this round. Tight position for Kirpitan. Can he pull it off? We've seen stranger things in Gwent, of course. A lot of things can happen, so it's gonna be a tight series anyway, or tight game.
Yeah, Poison's deck, it is a Ursan Ritual deck, of course. We've seen a few different versions. No Gedineth or anything like that in Poison's deck. Also, no Ceres Fearless, interestingly. Often you do see that being an auto-include with these Ursan lists. But deciding that this lead is worth it, mainly, I think, for the Canute combo that you can use with Sigfold in particular. And obviously, like, the Defender can be Resurrect later on with Sigdriffer. Poison just got so many big threats in this deck, and Kerperton does have some options to deal with them. As you mentioned, Heatwave is an option. Alyssa to put that Heatwave back is probably going to be his priority. Here comes the Fisher King, the power of the Fisher King.
There it is. There it is. You're right, Spessy. I think Poison, though, in this game in particular, is happy to have that Ihwaro box potentially instead of the Ceres Fearless, because that's where the provisions kind of switch. And another thing worth noting, with these Skellige lists, sometimes they can be a little bit inconsistent, like we saw with Magpie having trouble finding that Gedineth earlier today. Poison is not going to have that problem, because this is as consistent it gets. And let me tell you why. It's because of this Ihwaro box. It's because of the Decree, the Ermion, the Fisher King. You can tutor your necessary combos. I don't think Poison's going to have a lot of issues trying to locate those cards. So that is a bit of a difference here, and maybe why things are going quite smooth for Poison right now here on Bluecoin.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got so much consistency, but it must be said, he also did draw the Dream hand in round 1, Sealy, with the Fukusha already in hand. He didn't need to play the Fisher King first and then use Leader, then use his stratagem, I beg your pardon. He had that option, but he already had the cards in hand. He had the Fukusha in hand, which meant that his Unicorn was not going to mill a card that he didn't want to mill. So great stuff for Poison. He's starting round 2 off, threatening a bleed. Whether he commits to this bleed remains to be seen. Usually that 7 card mark is that key moment. If he plays beyond 7 cards down to 6, the bleed is in full force. However, here he might just be baiting Kerperton, just trying to make some efficient trades, and then might decide that he wants to dip anyway and take the long round. But a couple of engines down with the Priest next to the ship.
Yeah, and there are removal options as well for Kerpeton to be used here. There's Heatwave, there's Rebuke, there's a lot of things. Spores potentially does have a target here, with the Priest potentially going quite tall. There was a Restore as well that could pump something up. So we will have to see how that is going to work out. But you're absolutely right. We'll be able to see whether Poison is going in for the bleed or not. Kerpeton has a lot of strong cards. Of course, the Stimless got milled, but other than that, Kerpeton has not played committally. And we do know that Elves have a lot of points and Elf synergies that we can still see. So Kerpeton is going to be wanting to play that Vanadane now and set those waylays up in the hand there.
Yes, Spores going to the bottom, as well as I do believe it was a Double Thunder Archer, one of the newly buffed 5 provision Scoia'tael units, has the Heatwave in hand as well. This is the magic moment now for Poison. He's at that 7 card mark. As soon as he goes beyond 6 cards, Kerperton could get ahead and gain card advantage. So big decision, big moment in this game. Really going to set out how the rest of the game plays out, depending on Poison's next decision here. Does he play? Does he pass? With these 2 engines down on the board, I would imagine he's going to be tempted to continue. Kerperton, though, also has an engine of his own with the Swordmaster, and Vanadane can, of course, start just getting a lot of points off these waylays. There's no real reason for Kerperton to hold on to them anymore, with the fact that Simless has been milled in his graveyard. Here comes the bleed from Poison. He has activated bleed mode. He's at that 6 card mark, and it's a big tempo play with the Melusine entering the board and damaging the armor down on the ship.
And this Heatwave is looking juicy for Kerpeton, decides to take it there. Poison now nicely has the option of still passing, saying that, okay, you had the Heatwave, I will go to round 3, because now that the Heatwave has been used, the Sigvold and the Knut combo is looking quite terrifying for Kerpeton to have to deal with later. And that's the kind of nice thing with having so many threats in these Skellige lists overall. The Melusine, all right, it's gone. Poison didn't lose his card, so has still the option to pass if he wants to go and take that round 3 and hope that perhaps the Knut and the Sigvold combo can win the game. But Poison is still going to go ahead for the bleed. And we talked about Kerpeton also having the option of going double Heatwave with the Alyssa, for example. So Heatwave could still be played on something like the Sigvold later in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the bleed continues. Kerperton now able to throw these waylays away. Playing for 9 points with Vanadane on the board, of course. Vanadane, if he is on the board, is going to spawn an extra Elven Deadeye. And you no longer need a Death Blow to spawn an Elven Deadeye, so just 9 points on these. But also, Elf Synergy, if they keep landing in the same row, that Gaven's just going to continue to get better. Canute comes down for Poison. 2 leader charges left exactly. Comboing it to kill the Vanadane. And then deleting the Ermion to heal itself back to full health. No leader charges though from Poison because it would just put the Canute in range of a rebuke.
That's right, bit of an extra boon. Playing that Ermion and playing Herald Houndsnout as well in this list, spawning those little skulls. You have a lot of targets to, for example, use Sigvald's Order ability on, or just like we saw, the champion of Svalbard nomming away on that Ermion. Really great snack. Thank you, Skellige Isles. And the champion is back at his full strength.
Yeah, and I just want to draw attention again to the way Poison opened this bleed. While he was still at 7 cards, he wasn't particularly committal. He was just asking the question of Kerperton. Kerperton, therefore, is in an awkward spot where he needs to commit, but he doesn't want to overcommit. And now that Poison's been able to just amass this quick set of tempo plays, now Kerperton is forced to commit, and suddenly Poison might just decide he's had enough. He is in control of when this bleed ends. The Feign Death now down on the board for Kerperton. Of course, it's going to take him a couple of turns before he can completely cycle this scenario and maximize his points. And that's it from Poison.
Wow,
I absolutely love it. I love it.
Just like you said, Spessy, this is beautiful demonstration of how much elves value round control. Those round 2 bleeds can get awkward if you don't have all the combo pieces, and Poison already knows there's no Simlas. There's no Simlas at least, so that bleed might feel a little bit more comfortable than it would otherwise as well, which is just really a beautiful spot to be on. And Kerperton here defending the bleed as good as he possibly can. There have been no bad plays from Kerperton. He is doing what he can with a pretty sticky situation. Very unfortunate there as well, having the Simlas left in the deck in round 1.
Absolutely. Here comes a Neuromancy into a Bowman, trying to hold on to maybe some of those golds instead. Does also have leader charges available if that is going to be enough to help him catch up here, and doesn't want to lose card advantage. Of course, could also just play one of the elves here, but they are pretty valuable elves, and it is going to lose him card advantage. Does take a leader charge. The Ailerin as well coming out is going to be just about enough for Kerperton to take it, while maintaining card advantage and also 2 leader charges. And that's just another example of what elves can do. It can catch up very, very quickly with less commitment than you might think.
And now we'll see what is happening. I believe Poison is looking for that Sigvald. He has found 2 Mardrums and an ale. It would be really nice to boost this list. We talked about how consistent this list is. Just a few cards remaining in the deck, and Sigvald is in the bottom 2, along with Herald Houndsnout. Poison thinks so much, and I don't think he found the card that he was looking for here, because you could resurrect the Fucusia. Use the Fucusia to resurrect the Canute, for example, as the Melusine, of course, was deleted. It was heat waved. This, I believe, is quite huge. Kerperton might just have enough points. He doesn't have to deal with that Sigvald, because Poison does not have it.
Yeah, what a twist in the tale here. We talked about Poison having so much consistency in his deck, but does have Raw Decree instead of a Neuromancy, of course. So if he'd spend those 4 extra provisions, he would have had to have lost them from somewhere else, admittedly. But that is the difference that a Neuromancy can offer you. Of course, being able to put it on top of the deck with Fisher King. So what Poison did with his Raw Decree, but it's just not quite enough. He's got very unlucky that the 2 cards right at the bottom are cards he would have loved, particularly that Sigvald with the Heatwave being gone. The other thing as well for Kerperton is the Alyssa is not available for him in hand, so he wouldn't be able to Alyssa back the Heatwave because he has so Neuromancy the Heatwave. So he could Alyssa back the Heatwave, but he would have no way of replaying it.
That's right. We'll have to see what these boosts in Poison's hand end up going on, because if all of them are going to bank on that Drakkar, then that Spores from an Aeromancy is starting to look really, really juicy for Kerperton. Yeah. So yeah, things have not gone according to plan for both of these players in this game. Not for Kerperton in round 1, not for Poison in round 3. A little bit of a hard break for both of them, but perhaps this makes it kind of even. So this might be a very tight round. Of course, Poison has a lot of engine value still at his disposal.
Yeah, Poison with a couple of engines down. This rain is ticking along very, very nicely as well. The Neophyte getting damaged a little bit. The Rebuke does come through from Kerperton though. That does also would mean if Nut was still available for Poison, he could then damage it down to 5. And I guess the Yaven would also be a clean answer, but that Rebuke in particular, something that you do see in these tournament decks quite often is just including a removal card like a Rebuke, just so your opponent has to respect it, even if you don't have access to it. Otherwise, in a lot of situations, you go, okay, well, I'll put my down to 5 points and there's no answer. But it's really nice to see these just like one-off removal cards as just a threat in an open deck list situation is something I really like to see.
That's right, and beautiful Bride of the Sea timed here with the rain applied by Fukusia. This way, Bride of the Sea enables Poison to play this Sigdrifas right again, going for this Defender. And the Defender is a good one because there are some reactive cards that we haven't seen from Kirpitan just yet, being the Doblathana Archer, the Yaven as well. So adding a little bit of armor and protecting your row here can be very nice, especially if you want to bank on these Mardrums and put them on that Drakkar. Then you really value this Defender. So nice resurrection there from Poison. Let's see if that plan works out for him. Or can Kirpitan get through this Defender and then perhaps deal with a really tall Drakkar with the spores from an Airmancy?
Yeah, and with that Defender in the back row, this is just another thing that's so good about Skellige, being able to replay so many of your threats. Not only can you play your Melusine a couple of times, your Sigfold, also your Defender, and as soon as you're playing a Defender twice, it can get really dangerous because one Purify, you can Purify in round 1, but then it's going to come back later. And how many people play 2 Pellas? Not many. And Poison's put his hat on. What an absolute baller, mate. He's just giving the camera a little smirk. He absolutely loves it. He's feeling confident. He's loving life.
We love it too. We love it too. Right, Chad. These players have been putting on really nice performances. Kirpitan, of course, stone cold, feeling calm and collected. Poison is bringing the energy up here. Really great performances from these players as well. It's lovely that we get to see their cameras here on the side.
I might have to get a hat like that myself. Fingerless gloves and a hat. That's like on my new wish list after this game of Gwent.
That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful.
It's a 6-point game as it stands. Kirpitan with this Yaven is going to try and remove the defend and does. Now this is a bit... Alarm bells could be ringing slightly for Poison because he does have to be very wary of spores. Of course, when you can see the hand of Kirpitan, there's no spores available. Poison, however, does not know that, so is just going to have to be very careful and methodical with his decision making. Decides to play the veteran down, is also going to take a leader charge on the veteran, spawning this abomination and then also setting his veteran straight back up to 8 strength.
And look at that beautiful use of the leader charge to enable the veteran hermit there being able to pull the last ping, just making the most out of these leader charges here with the Ursine Ritual Leader. Here is Kirpitan playing the last play, maximizing the value on the Elf Synergy. The Isengrim is left, and there are a lot of boosts that will come down here. This Isengrim is definitely doing work, but will Poison's Mardrums be enough? That is the question.
Yep, and of course in an open deck list, Poison here just taking his time looking at all the possible cards that could be in Kirpitan's hand, seeing, is there anything I lose to? If I boost my boat twice with Mardrum, will I lose to spores? The answer is no. So then he's going to start doing some maths on Isengrim probably and just maximize the amount of points. So I think he's feeling pretty confident here, but just absolutely taking his time because this would be the worst moment to make a mistake and forget about a certain card that your opponent's got.
All right. Not fully maximizing on the Mardrum value, being a little bit scared of that spores, but just like you said, did the calculations, and will the calculations prove to be right? That is point, and you still have the Mardrum, and it is barely enough as Poison does take it here. 2 wins up against Kirpitan. Kirpitan doing really well considering the circumstances. Just beautiful series, I think, very well played from both of our players. What a joy to watch.
Yeah, it's really impressive. It was so close for Kirpitan with his Simless getting milled and the Unicorn, just the absolute star of the show in that one. A tutor while milling your opponent's best card is quite an impressive way to start round 1, Sealy.
It sure is, and as you can see, elves have to go through from Poison while Kirpitan still has all 3 decks remaining, can really think about what do I want to play here. There is Stockpile, very strong list. There is elves. Of course, the coins will be flipped, so now Kirpitan does indeed have another blue coin. We've seen the Imposter a lot of the time being reserved for blue coin, so I wonder if we would be seeing something like that again, or does Kirpitan need to make sure that some other deck takes it here against elves from Poison, who gets to play it on red, which is where elves like to be. So I'm pretty sure that Poison must be feeling quite happy about that.
Yeah, and while Kerperton is 2-0 down in the series, it's something I always like to highlight in these situations. He does have a slight advantage, which is he has 3 decks. Poisson just has 1 left. So Poisson, he has no decisions to make, he just plays elves. So Kerperton then has got 3 games. He's going to know exactly what coin each matchup he'd prefer to play on, so he can actually choose which matchups he plays the coin on. For example, there's going to be an elf mirror. If Kerperton's going to bring it back, he's going to need to win with his elves deck. Would he rather have the mirror on blue coin or red coin? He can make that decision, and therefore he does have a slight advantage in this position. But I'm not going to lie to you, I'd much prefer to be Poisson right now 2-up. There's a significant advantage to that, of course, but there is that little edge that Kerperton maybe can use in his favour from this point.
That's right, elves have been impressive this weekend, but can Kerperton beat the monster that is elves? Actually, yesterday he even banned it, so he didn't have to go against it, which was very interesting to see. Definitely a deck that people do respect, but elves do have to draw their pieces. They do want round control, so if Kerperton is able to use these situations to his advantage, perhaps he knows the weaknesses of the deck. Kerperton, of course, bringing elves himself, has played a lot of these matchups, knows exactly what to go for, and reverse sweeps, especially, have happened many a time before in Gwent. So Poisson shouldn't be too confident just yet. Kerperton could surprise us.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Nilfgaard deck, Sealy, we actually practiced a couple times ourselves before the weekend with Imposter versus Elves, and it didn't look too great for Elves, did it? We kind of came to the conclusion. So that's one matchup that Kerperton's going to be feeling confident on. And then, of course, 2 other decks, one being the Elven Mirror as well. So, yeah, really excited to see how this one pans out from here. Obviously, the problem with the Nilfgaard deck as well is if you miss cards, things can go very wrong very quickly. So Kerperton's going to be really hoping when he does cue that Nilfgaard deck, he does have a nice functional starting hand.
That's right, and the blue coin, of course, would help with that if that is something that Kerperton does choose to go for. But he has to be thinking about this decision because it could be make it or break it for Kerperton. So let's see, what does he decide to go for? And ladies and gentlemen, it is Imposter on blue coin. We're no stranger to this. Just like you said, Spessy, we've seen this matchup, you and I, and we know that Kerperton definitely has a really good chance of taking this series and catching up to Poisson's wins. Let's see how it all plays down.
Yeah, and that was when we were practicing Sealy, which, let's be honest, we're not quite Kerperton and Poisson. We'd like to think so, but I think Poisson's going to have practiced this matchup himself as well. He's going to know his lines to victory, so really excited to see how he tries to play against this mushy truffle deck. For Kerperton, I think a lot of the time it's just going to be always plan A if you can do it, if you've got the right cards. And he's got a practitioner in hand, he's got the curse scroll, which is going to put the mushy truffle in hand, and then as long as he finds the Vilgefortz from this Roderick, he is going to be good to go, I do believe. Although not the best of hands, mate, to be honest. There's not many Megascopes, there's not that many Informants, there's no Darren.
What we won't be seeing here is potentially the classic truffle shenanigans that we've been seeing. We might be looking at a Brothans perhaps being the copy target because Kerperton does have to use that curse scroll to find the Vilgefortz to pull off the main strategy of this deck indeed. And that means the Brothans is kind of the only target that you might want to put in Poisson's graveyard as well. Another important thing to note, Spessy, is in order for Vilgefortz to work, there has to be a card in Poisson's graveyard. I don't see a coup here. Perhaps the Imperial Diplomacy could roll some damage, but if Poisson doesn't put any cards in his graveyard, Kerperton might be in a little bit of trouble with setting up that Vilgefortz and might have to wait to be able to do so. We'll see.
Yeah, that is a really great observation, Sealy. So Poisson, of course, if he plays any special cards of his own, that is going to put cards in his graveyard. We did see Magpie yesterday utilize that strategy to make sure he put no units in his own graveyard or no cards at all. For Kerperton, there's a couple of lines. As you mentioned, he could just go for the Brothans copies. He could, though, however, also try and put Truffle in hand and then go Roderick, find Coup, Sealy, onto Roderick, which would put a Roderick in the graveyard into Vilgefortz. So that is a line, but it would be a bit of a high roll because there's so many gold still in Kerperton's deck.
You're right, but what if Kerperton is forced to go for it? Would be very interesting to see. Also, another thing to note here is the respect that Kerperton has for the Elven Swordmaster. He invokes it right away because this Elven Swordmaster can help a lot. We see 2 Doblathon Archers in Poisson's hand here. We see the Doblathon Bowman as well, and with the help of the melee row elf that was just invocated, those damage points could be set up and Kerpitan's practitioners might be in danger if he lets that go through. So the info coming down there on the bronze engine, this is definitely worth noting.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is something that I was a little bit surprised about when I saw this deck list from Kerpitan, and Fireball played the same one. Just one Tourney Joust in the deck, a couple of Diplomacies. Personally, when I've played the deck myself, I was using a couple of D-Bombs and a couple of Tourney Jousts just to try and set up the graveyard. However, they've obviously spent a lot more time thinking about the deck than I have on ladder. I'm sure they have their reasons, but if they were to go back, I would love to ask them if they would maybe have included another Tourney Joust. And there's the pass from Poison Sealy. This is a big moment for Kerpitan because there's no cards in the graveyard and there's not an obvious way to put any in, just as you predicted.
Let's see how Kerpitan can get out of this pickle. This is definitely a tight one. 3 practitioners created. Going for the truffle target here, not even thinking about Belgaforts just yet.
Roderick into Ku is needed, Sealy. Roderick into Ku, onto Roderick, into Vilgefortz. The other approach for Kerpitan, as you mentioned, he could go for the Diplomacy and try and find a damage card. Any kind of damage card will do it with that
Lydia
1 point
could find
informant.
damage as well. That is something worth noting. But yeah, there is. Never mind. Yeah, you need the Vilgefortz exactly.
Yeah.
You do have to do the line. You do have to high roll a lot here. Will Kerpitan do it? Would be amazing to see it. All right, copying this. Another practitioner here.
He's really going for the high roll line, so no cards in the graveyard. He has to find Roderick into Ku, and then has to find, of course, the Vilgefortz. Now, he can go Royal Decree into Menno, into Ku. So it's still on Sealy, but there's a Lydia, an Idaran, and a Vilgefortz in there still. So I believe it's a 1 in 3. Takes the Ku.
That's right.
Now, will Kerpitan find the Vilgefortz with this wombo combo? Yeah, the ADC does it!
ADC!
Okay.
There we go! Wow!
Was it guaranteed all along?
Pulling it off. Yes, I believe the ADC was always going to be on that Vilgefortz. If you don't find it, that is absolutely correct. No unit as tall as Vilgefortz there. And there it is! Kerpitan pulling it off! He's down so, 3 cards. So, you know what? In the long run, perhaps it doesn't matter. Now, it would be very curious to see a bleed down 3 cards. But hey, Fireball did it. They know what they're doing. Just like you said, Spessy, these players have been practicing these decks. They've been practicing matchups. And look at Kerpitan doing all of this with a just stone cold face. He knows what he's doing. He knows how he's piloting it and knows this deck in and out and saw the line of how to pull the Vilgefortz out of the deck. Very exciting stuff here, Spessy. Now, what do you think about this round 2 situation? Would we see a bleed? 3 cards down. It's not unheard of.
It's not unheard of, you're right, but Poison's passed so early. I think Kerpitan has got to go for this long round. The other problem for Poison with elves is you can really struggle in a long round with board space. Particularly, Kerpitan does play Nilfgaard, so there's always the possibility of some spies. He also got this Roderick back into his hand. That's going to be another spy. Does just decide to snap that pass. And Sealy, in the first round, I talked about the lack of Tourney Jousts and maybe criticized the deck slightly in that sense. But can we just take a moment to appreciate the deck building genius? The Roderick, the ADC hitting the Idaran, just really cheap, efficient tools. Instead of going for something like an Aneromancy, the Menno as well, all these cards were crucial in finding the combo piece in round 1, because that is when it is most important. It's all about round 1. The echo value of Aneromancy has been ditched because you don't need Aneromancy. You don't care about round 2 and 3. It's all about round 1. So the more tutors, the better.
That is absolutely right. Now, it will be interesting to see what Poison does here. Plays the Vanadane, of course, the Vanadane. Just like you said, Spacey, row space is a huge consideration here. We'll see here how Poison plays out his units a little bit to make sure the rows will be as clear as possible for as many units as possible. Just like you said, Poison does have a lot of them. So Vanadane is definitely nice to be playing here before passing and heading into the long round.
Definitely.
This is going to be a tight race. There's going to be so many points. Very straightforward gameplay coming up here from Kerpitan. We've seen this before. Play a truffle, boost a truffle. I think we should make a truffle jam for anyone who wants to.
Yeah, it could be time. It could be time. I do hope you do like truffles, chat, because there's going to be lots coming. Ku Idaran also options. The leader was also committed from Kerpitan in round 1. Idaran actually gets mulligan, finds a illusionist. Just again to talk about this round 1 play from Kerpitan, I believe it wasn't guaranteed before the Roderick was played, but because it was exactly Menno into Ku. I think that made it guaranteed because he managed to thin that extra gold. I'm not 100% sure. That's something that we could think about after the game, I suppose. Was that 100% guaranteed? I don't think it could have been, really. Like, the first option, it could have shown Vilg and Lydia, for example, as the first option, right? So finding that Ku as the first part was really, really crucial.
Absolutely. All right, let's see if this Elven Swordmaster will do a lot of work here, as it will be going through for Poison here. Kurpita not really being able to remove it. That one little Joust hiding in the deck, and let's see. Maybe this Swordmaster will be able to do some work. Rebuke, of course. Clean kill. One practitioner down. A lot more to go, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 truffles still left, and an illusionist as well. And experimental remedy.
It's another situation where if you're Kurpiton, a simple tourney joust, the D-bomb would really go an awfully long way here, because this Swordmaster, we saw how much it was respected in round 1C with that invo. You would just love to be able to remove this, because your engines are going to be significantly safer if you're able to remove this. Poison having this Swordmaster sticking on the board for the whole round is going to be really significant. Also, might look to develop the commando engine that he gets off of his Feign Death.
That's right, and of course, Simlas. 4 waylays at Poison's disposal. So whenever that Simlas comes down, it is looking to deal with a lot of engines. Poison does have some removal tools available. Let's see, the Dolplathana Archer here would nicely take care of a Practitioner, perhaps. There might be something from Aneromancy, of course, missing. Both Isengrim and Vernaciel might not be ideal for Poison here. I would suspect that after that Simlas comes down, the Vernaciel is the very likely Aneromancy target, but we'll have to see about that.
Yeah, for Kurpiton, he's deciding which of his truffles he should play. Poison's turn at the moment, but Kurpiton's not really got too much thinking to do. He has a decision between the truffle on the far left, the truffle on the far right, or one of the 2 truffles in the middle. I don't believe he's going to go for anything else just yet at this point, but maybe I'll eat my words. Here comes the Archer, killing the Illusionist, denying the bonded value. The Practitioner is still sticking on the board, and of course this Archer would not have been able to kill the Illusionist if it was not for that 1 damage ping from this Swordmaster, which Kurpiton is just having to leave on the board for the whole of the long round 3.
And we do see Poison trying to go for the same strategy that he did with the Syndicate list. Remove the bonded value units. One very important thing to look at here with Poison's hand is 3 tall removals. There is the Spores, there is the Heat Wave, and there is an Invocation as well.
And there's also a Simlas into the quadruple waylay. Simlas coming through with the quad. Oh, I've always wanted to do that on the broadcast.
Wow.
And not exactly cleaning up the whole board. Whole bunch of deadites again. Board space could be an issue though for Poison. He does need to be careful.
This is definitely a little bit scary. The Vernaciel is also getting set up for a potential board wipe here after this, but Kurpiton is going strong, playing a truffle after a truffle. Let's go.
Yeah, Kurpiton just continuing to play more truffles, trying to get some of these to stick. Eventually, I'm sure he will. But it really cannot be understated, Seeley, how important this Swordmaster is. You can certainly start to understand why he decided to invo it in round 1.
Yep, there it is, the Feign Death coming along as well, but board space will be a consideration, as we know this Feign Death will be spawning a little bit more elf tokens there on the ranged row.
Yeah, and Kurpiton also just has to be careful with his own spies. Of course, if you wait too long, in fact, Celia, I believe when I played against you, I had a Roderick that I had to throw away because you filled your board up as elves, so definitely needs to be careful of that and not hold on to the Roderick for too long. Ku as well on Simlas is something that could be considered in this matchup. Is that active at the moment, Seeley? Is there like a couple of diplomacies? We saw, I believe...
That is absolutely right. Double diplomacy is active. Another thing that is active for Kurpiton that maybe would have been a consideration to do earlier is playing this Ku on the Lydia onto the Nature's Rebuke to have removed that Elven Swordmaster a little bit earlier, because it's been doing quite a lot of work. So that would have been a consideration perhaps for Kurpiton to do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lydia removal does seem like it would have been a nice option for Kerpiton, but perhaps different plans in mind. Does decide to click a truffle. Again, you want to try and maximize the assimilate value here, but deciding it's worth it to try and protect a couple of his engines, maybe fearing that front row Verno cleaning up too many of his cards.
Let's see how that ends up working out here. It is definitely going to be a tight race. Kerpiton trying his best to stick these practitioners on the board right now. Yavin is looking a little bit threatening. Leader charges Vernossiel. Let's see. Are we going to see Vernossiel here as the leader charges come down, or will it be the Yavin just going for a clean kill here, perhaps on the melee rogue, killing that 8-point Imperial practitioner, perhaps?
Poisson, the man with the hat, has another leader charge available, could go in the back row with it. Or the front row. Goes for the Yavin before the Verno. This is going to spawn more Deadeyes in the back row. The board space is starting to look very dodgy indeed. However, he must not be fearful of, like, imagine a Roderick into Brathens here, for example. That would be 2 spies on his side of the board. Don't believe that is going to be an option, though. Roderick into either Idarin or Lydia are the choices. It is going to be Lydia. Will we finally see that rebuke come through to answer a Swordmaster? Maybe the Commando could, of course, just play a random Square Tail special. Try and find like an Orb of Insight, which you could probably trigger with all your truffles. And that's also going to double trigger your Assimilate as well. So a few different options for Kerpiton here. Of course, the decisions begin by choosing a row to place Lydia onto.
Really lovely flexible card here for Lydia indeed to go for. Here is the Waylay. And of course, this invocation that Poison now has, I believe, from pressing a practitioner, right? It is definitely coming in quite handy here, as, you know, these special cards, just like you said, especially the row space is getting quite full. Very, very full.
Yes.
You're in fact having to hold on to one of these leader charges. So being able to have all these 3 special cards for Poison is looking very threatening for Poison. Oof.
Yeah, and look, we talked about the board space issue, but Poison's like, mate, I don't have any board space issues. Okay, I lost a couple of points by 6 points by not spawning 2 Deadeyes, but I'm just going to hold my Heatwave, my Invo, my Spores, and I'm just going to Tour Punish you. However, Kerpiton does have the last say. That's very significant because he does not have to click all of these mushy truffles until the very last moment. He can hold all of these boosts until the Spores is gone, the Invo is gone, and the Heatwave is gone.
That's right, that is still massive points left. I think this is going to be a tie one. As we've seen a lot of nail biters today, I don't know, especially my heart is definitely pumping right now because this is intense to watch. Will Kerpiton's calculated strategy work out, just like you said, can hold on to 4 truffle presses. 4 of them, that is quite a bit. Of course, having to play the truffle out second to last so that all of those order abilities can be pressed. And the coup as well, just like you said, into double diplomacy. That is going to be huge. Coup into Simless, into double diplomacy to trigger all of those assimilate engines that are remaining on the board, and there are quite a few. Poison here, just like you said, Spizzy, doesn't have last say and takes the heat wave instead. The Spores maybe not being as efficient as Poison would have hoped, and Invo here surely removing an assimilate engine from Kerpiton's side of the board.
Yeah, obviously a benefit of Heatwave over Invo is being able to interact with artifacts. So one of the Mushy Truffles is removed, denying that 6 points of buff, but also all that assimilate all those assimilate triggers as well. Spores last card for Poison. For Kerpiton, did have the option perhaps of going for the coup first, but obviously not wanting to give any board space, you would be just allowing Poison to either play a unit if that's the last card, or just that leader charge. Decides not to. It's a pretty big gap. Poison, Spores is the last card, and now it's all eyes on Kerpiton because this is about to go mad.
It's all right. Hold on to your seats because here comes the assimilate double diplomacy. What can Kerpiton find here? Either way, it's going to be a really, really big point swing here, and the assimilate is about to... Please, Spizzy, can you say it?
It's going to stop popping off, mate!
Yes! Yes, it will! Wow, look at this credit trap as well. I mean, it is the last turn, but you can flip it and still do a decent amount of damage here, of course, as well as trigger the assimilate points. And there it is, full row damage, and the truffles start going down, and that's a lot of freaking points. Wow. Impressive.
Yeah, look at Kerpiton, he's not even bothered, mate. He knew he had in the bag. He loves it.
He knew this whole time. Just like we said, Spizzy, these players know these deck lists through and through. They know how to play them. And Kerpitan getting this fantastic Nilfgaard imposter list through it. What do you think? We'll be seeing something like this on the ladder. Will people perhaps feel inspired to try some of these shenanigans of their own? Maybe on ladder it's difficult because you don't get the guaranteed blue coin, which Kerpitan here perfectly utilized.
Yeah, do you know, it is a struggle on ladder. When I first started playing this deck, I was chilling like 2,300 MMR because I was just trying to build something that worked and was functional. And then, of course, on ladder when you're playing it, I'm like, this deck's, it seems like it's kind of broken, but it's also kind of bad because I keep missing all my combo pieces. But as soon as it's in a tournament setting, the deck just completely changes. That curse scroll, we've seen how useful it is. You have to have that mushy truffle in hand and you have to have a practitioner in hand. If you don't, the deck falls to pieces very, very quickly. And the curse scroll, that extra mulligan as well, can be very, very significant. So guys, I'm not gonna lie to you, I wouldn't recommend it as a ladder deck. I don't think any of the pros are playing it as like one of their 4 decks. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure that is not going to be the case. I think people would probably prefer to play like just a typical Assimilate deck for the ladder, but great to see how a tournament setting can give you some different options. And Seely, 3-1, 2-1 rather.
2-1 for Poison indeed. Kerpitan has maybe started to try what he's trying to do, of course, is the reverse sweep. And what Poison is trying to do is saying, nope, this elf list is going to win a game. And of course now the coins are flipped, so Poison will have to bring this elf list on blue, which I mean Swordmaster first say can do a lot of damage, but let's see, is it enough? Kerpitan having the choice of playing either Stockpile or his own elf list on red, so we might be looking at an elf mirror next perhaps.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about, the fact that Kerpitan's down 2-0 in the series does have that luxury of choosing exactly what matchup is played on what coin. So if he prefers the Scoia'tael mirror from red coin, obviously Scoia'tael usually is a red coin deck. Perhaps that's going to be what he decides to go for. Sometimes mirrors, though, I can't say I'm too experienced with a Scoia'tael mirror myself, CD. Sometimes mirrors, you do just prefer to go first because, as you mentioned, you get that tactical advantage or Crystal Skull, buff up a Swordmaster, apply some pressure. But Elves just so good on red coin. Going to be really interested to see whichever side of the coin Kerpitan favours in the mirror. He has got the choice of taking it. So Poison, why he's got that advantage, you can start to see exactly why it could prove to be an advantage to Kerpitan after all. We're going to have to wait and see exactly how Kerpitan cues his deck, so all eyes on him for this one.
That's right, and of course a big tool that you can use is Simlast. We know the power of the Simlast. We know the power of wiping the board that your opponent has in a mirror, potentially a lot of elf tokens. Can you wipe it with Simlast, perhaps? A lot comes down to round control as well, and the order of the Simlasts, so it's going to be really an interesting thing. We've seen that, of course, before in this tournament as well. Quite intense, these elf mirrors. They can be, Kerpitan might surprise us for some reason and bring perhaps Stockpile from red coin, but I don't know. Poison then would have some tools to play again. That first save Swordmaster has a rebuke, can potentially deal with some of those siege engines as well going first. So I suspect the elf mirror is indeed what we're going to be seeing, but hey, I could be wrong, just like you said, Spizzy. Hard to predict these cues.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mind games, anything can happen, and these players, they know what they're doing. They've been practicing, and we've also been practicing, but we're not just like, so we're not Poison, we're not Kerpitan. We just buy the fingerless gloves and a sweet hat that Poison also was rocking, and then we can pretend at least for a little bit while playing perhaps some of these lists on the ladder. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah. The other decision as well for Kerpitan, is which matchup would he prefer to play Northern Realms on? Is he worried about the elves? And maybe he decides that actually his best chance to win isn't about the elf mirror, but it's actually about beating elves with NR. And he decides that obviously elves usually being a red coin deck, he fancies his chances here with Northern Realms going second, which again, Northern Realms usually a blue coin deck itself, but very flexible. Elves usually really quite rigid in it wanting to be a red coin deck, but it's still a very powerful deck. Vanadane is available for Poison. He's going to look to develop some carryover. He has the Verno, the Alyssa, the Heat Wave for the Siege as well. All sorts of fantastic cards here. Nicker's not going to be wanted, but fortunately, still a chance to mulligan that away.
You're absolutely right. You can't ever call these coin flips. There's a lot of mind games happening. There's a lot of thought behind the choices that the players, of course, are making. And Karpitan, while just like you mentioned, blue coin heavy deck, can also go on red coin and be quite flexible. Karpitan has the option of potentially taking an early Henselt and really pushing here. Poisoned Henselt is definitely something you can spend to win round 1, and then first say Siege, usually round control, important for NR, because that bleed with the Siege can be really, really nice.
Hubert drawn in hand, that's a bit of a stinker for Karpitan, because the cooldown of that, the counter rather, is not going to decrease while it is in his hand. However, could be a blessing in disguise, of course, because that could just be some more points for round 2 or round 3. The double Siege Master is already applying a whole bunch of pressure. The reinforced Ballista coming down, of course, lining up Vanadane at 5 points. The other thing for Poison is he doesn't have access to a Crystal Skull or a Tactical Advantage, because he has decided to play the Saber in his deck. Personally, Sealy, I'm not a massive fan. I would have preferred to see, certainly in this situation, a TA on Vanadane if there's no heat wave, for example, could be really quite scary. I suppose part of the logic is you don't go very tall, though, with this elf deck, so you're going to be giving value to spores and things like that if you do play the TA. And of course, the Saber, it can also help you get your Aileron out if you just need that little bit of extra tempo.
That's right. If you're looking for a fast pass, you can definitely go for that Ain Saber, and also get the Aileron, and it's just good points. It doesn't play tall, just like you said, Spessy. I think it's a nice inclusion to have on blue coin when you're forced to take elves, because it can get intimidating pretty fast. What Karpitan's going to want to do here is get ahead as soon as possible.
Yeah, and these Siege Masters are putting in some serious work here. The cooldown order on them, giving this Reinforced Ballista even more damage. Added to that, John Natalis coming through from Karpitan into Amphibious Assault, which is a Warfare card triggering the resupply. So a whole bunch of damage. Finished off finally with a leader charge to completely clean up that Vanadane.
Looking quite smooth indeed. A nice value there on the Dolblathana Archer, as well as Aileron coming out. Now Karpitan does have the Carabalista active, and it is quite nicely protected as well. Poison can't really touch it. Nature's Rebuke would have been able to clean it down, but this Amphibious Assault boosting it up to 9 power makes the Carabalista a very threatening engine that Karpitan can save for reach. Not bad at all. But what has been enabled now is Poison has access to the Squirrel. Now the Squirrel is very slow, but if it looks like Poison is going to lose on either way, he might be wanting to take that Squirrel in round 1 and erase Karpitan's Amphibious Assault in the graveyard.
Yeah, and Karpitan, obviously the person choosing to take this matchup. Poison with only the Scoia'tael deck left. Karpitan decided this was his best chance by taking the Northern Realms on this coin and then the Mirror from blue. And you can start to see why Elves is a red coin deck and not a blue coin deck. It is really struggling here to get ahead. Karpitan applying a whole bunch of pressure. Now has this Siege support down, threatening to play Radovid and click it instantly to get 2 more leader charges. Doesn't have that available, but Poison might be a little bit scared of that. Of course, Poison can also pass before 5 cards to try and get his card advantage back in round 2 by resisting a bleed. Or not card advantage, but not going down multiple cards.
We'll see what Poison will end up doing here. There's a couple of options nicely as well. I mean, the Vanadane has been set up for later carryover on that Simlas. Also, one nice card that Poison has found here is the Heat Wave. The Heat Wave being able to deal with Siege, being a little bit slow tempo-wise, but that Siege can perhaps be very, very scary coming in from Karpitan. As a first say option. So finding that is definitely not bad for Poison. And here comes the Waylay, putting the Waylays back into the graveyard, potentially wanting to use Alyssa there to again guarantee that Simless, because Simless and Waylays can remove a lot of siege engines, and that can be very helpful for Poison.
Yeah, absolutely. For Karpitan, the objective is simple: continue to play some more engines. Did use the Zeal on the Siege support there to just give his Reinforced Ballista an extra point. Does just get cleaned up by a Rebuke though, so both players just making those last 2 plays pretty quickly. Karpitan again continuing the trend, uses an oil to clean up the Aileron. Also the cooldown on the Carrot Ballistas then reduced to 1, so he's able to get some more value from that. A lot of these siege engines being buffed recently, of course. The Warfare cards in particular looking really powerful. There is still a Winch available for Karpitan. There's the Squirrel, the Knickers. It's all popping off over here.
Poisound is like a Disney princess singing, and all the animals are coming coming to the rescue, coming to the help here with this girl and the best boy, of course. And yep, this is going to be kind of interesting. And Kerbeaton here does take the pass. I mean, that Huber, you would have loved to have seen it come out in this round for extra bit of 5 points of tempo. That can be huge for Siege. Huge reach there with 5 points, because Siege does have to put its own points on the board as well. You can't just damage your opponent's stuff if you don't have points of your own, and Hubert helps a lot with that, which is why it's included in Kerbeaton's list. Bit of a shame that he drew it round 1 in the hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only did he lose that 5 points of tempo, but also just had a card in his hand that he did not want to play. And it looked like Poisound was in a bit of a sticky situation, but just comes out of it. They started jamming the cards, and suddenly Poisound won the round. I didn't think it was going to go that way, but very well done from Poisound. For Kerbeaton, he is now in a position where his Amphibious Assault has been squirreled, and he has lost round 1. Just needs to be very, very careful here that he resists the bleed. Poisound has the option of going a Neuromancy into Feign Death, and Neuromancy as well going to be back in his hand for round 3 to tutor any card he wants from his deck.
Really nice opening here with the Feign Death. Heatwave coming down on that from Kerbeaton, but as you can see, the tempo, it's a little bit slow. And here is the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster now does enable a lot of removal, a little bit of reach, does always help out for Poison here, and can continue playing. Hoping to squeeze out either Siege or Henselt, but really huge plays that Kerbeaton is holding onto. And no Radovid just yet, so the leader charges are looking a little bit unfortunate for Kerbeaton. Only 2 leader charges left, but will it be enough? Muzzle as well, still hiding in the deck. Could be a nice card to have here, for example, on that Swordmaster.
Poisound opening this round with a Feign Death. It gets Heatwaved, it trades up. He's now got this Commando, then puts the Swordmaster down, a couple of engines. Kerbeaton staying uninteractive. The Commando has actually been switched off by Poisound as well with this Alyssa. Alyssa being a human. Kerbeaton really trying to use that value of uninteractivity. However, Siege in hand, only 2 Siege engines available in his hand as well. He does need to be very, very careful. And it is a strong looking hand from Poisound, except the Spores doesn't look too hot.
The Spores does not look iffy, especially now that Amphibious Assault was erased by that squirrel. But here is the Siege. This is what Poisound wanted to see. This is why the Verno came down on range throw as well. And quick pass, exactly what Poisound wanted to see. Had to trade the Verno for it. The Verno not being able to wipe potentially engines later is quite big.
Yeah, the Verno also switched this Commando back on. You only need humans on the board, or you only need elves on the board, but if there's any non-elves, if you've got Verno on the board, Vernocio's Commando also continues to grow. This is a really nice pass by Poisound. We've seen it a couple of times where he bleeds into round 2, and then instead of trying to Heatwave Siege, which, okay, he didn't have the option, he just passes on it. We saw that Heatwave on the Feign Death, it trades down. Poisound was just left with that Commando, then he was able to play the Swordmaster. Suddenly he's got 2 engines to Kerbeaton's 0. So Poisound really utilising round control and scenario removal to his advantage here. Kerbeaton, still 4 points down, is going to need to play this Winch, and is therefore going to be down a card going into round number 2. Round number 3, in fact. Kerbeaton needs to win this final round to stay alive and force the game 5. Poisound 1 round away from the final of Gwent Open number 1.
That's right, especially round control for NR is important. First day is very important. Poisound has been very happy to secure that round 1, and we can see that. And Hubert here, 7 cooldown left. I mean, can it pop out in the deck still? We'll have to see. There's not that many leader charges left, but Henselt can help a little with pressing those order abilities. And there goes the Foltest Pride. And the Centurion Envoy, perhaps not what you really want to see here, but having to mulligan back a target for Henselt, because otherwise Henselt wouldn't have had anything to tutor from the deck. Unfortunately, Kerbeaton's looking at a hand that I don't think is optimal in this situation.
Yeah, still no Radovid, just 2 leader charges, having committed 1 in round 1. Poisound, this Fisher King is also not looking too hot, nor is the Spores, to be completely honest. Of course, he did squirrel the Amphibious Assault in round 1. Siege Tower, though, can give him a half-decent target. He's also going to want to clean up a lot of options with the Simulus. I suppose also Henselt not too bad. Look at this, the front row Fisher King. What can't Fisher King do? Okay.
He can apparently play on front row as well. Very nice.
This time, I will admit, it is just worse than Maxi. It was a provision more for the same points, but it's style points. You have to play it in the front row. No? Okay. Okay.
Sure, we'll give him the style points. Maybe that's what Poisound is going for. Paying 1 provision for style points in this game, but other than that, Fisher King can definitely do some work. Kerpitan, on the other hand, does have 2 leader charges to utilize along with the Henselt. Henselt, of course, wants to be squeezed in between 2 siege engines, and that is something that Kerpitan is able to do, pulling out this Volta's Pride. Poisound here nicely playing around the Pride as well, as you can see. That's why the Fisher King did go melee row there.
Yeah, exactly. Really heads up from Poisound. Doesn't need the Fisher King, of course. There's no round 4 in this game of Gwent. Just a 3-round game.
There it is.
There's no need for the order.
Hubert. Better late than never. And Kerpitan managing to get that Hubert out. Really lovely. 7 order abilities still to be pressed, but that leader did help as well.
And here come the Waylays, cleaning up a whole bunch of engines, of course. Also just going to be able to damage that Hubert down. Suddenly it's just a 2-point game. Poisound still has 3 leader charges available. This Envoy is not exactly the finish you're going to be looking for if you're Kerpitan, but you can play it next to the Henselt, I suppose. The cooldown's never going to reduce, though, without him clicking the order.
And there it is. There's an Eastern Grim left that I do believe we'll be seeing now, securing the deal. Poison didn't really need that Spores, although that Siege Tower is kind of nice. And wow, there it is. Poison is going through to the grand finale of today, playing against Magpie later on today. Look at Poison. He is looking great in his hat and hopefully feeling very happy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Poisound. We're going to have 2 veterans of the game in the final, Magpie versus Poisound. There's been all sorts of new players breaking through recently, but it's going to be 2 people that have been about for a very long time, Poisound, Magpie in the final. I'm very excited to see that one again, and I hope we see a return of Poisound's hat for that final as well, Celia. I really would love to see that one again.
I would love it. Love it if he kept it on. It definitely going for the style point with Fisher King and with the hat, and beautifully played there by Kerpitan as well. I think, unfortunately, some unluck there with the draws as well in the NR game. The Hubert maybe made a difference as well in round 1. It would have been nice to have that extra tempo. But now, let's hear what Poisound has to say. I'm sure he wants to tell us all how he's feeling, so we're going to throw it over to the interview and Paul Bourgeois.
Buenos dias, señor Poisound. How are you doing, my friend? Where's the hat? Where's the hat?
¿Dónde está el sombrero? ¿Dónde está el sombrero?
Aquí. Perfect. Looking good. How do you feel winning with Scoia'tael? Isn't it the best faction?
¿Cómo te sientes con Scoia'tael? ¿No es la mejor facción?
No sé, estoy indeciso, pero me siento bien. No esperaba ese matchmaking por parte de mi rival, pero al final se dieron las cosas.
I was feeling indecisive. I wasn't waiting for that matchmaking, but the things went properly good.
Yeah, plus you played super well because you played the Vernocel and you actually bled round 2 super well. And the Simless in round 3 was just incredible. Speaking of incredible, you'll be going against the incredible Magpie. You both are veterans of the game. How do you feel going against them?
Adicionalmente, jugaste muy bien y la jugada del Vernazo en la tercera ronda fue bastante buena. Y ahora te vas a enfrentar a Magpie. Ambos son veteranos del GWENT. ¿Cómo te sientes con respecto a eso?
Bien, no sé si tengo mucha ventaja contra él. Me hubiera gustado jugar contra Pajabol, solo por pura revancha, pero nada, me tocó Magpie, así que a prepararse.
Well, I don't think that I have that much of an advantage. I would have loved to play against Pajabol, but this is good, and I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for the interview. Get some rest. We'll have a long pre-final segment, so you'll have time to relax. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias, maravilloso. Tenemos un tiempo.
Nice. Okay, before we go, we have one more thing. I think these are the last. Yeah, these are the last reveals for Nilfgaard, the Mighty Empire of Nilfgaard. So, we're gonna see 2 cards. One is by the average guy, that's the revealer. He's not very average, he's super awesome, and he's gonna make an amazing, cool reveal. And the other one is by Gwenfinity. Witcher Trivia, that's them. Gwent Trivia, that's also them. and most importantly, the Floriza podcast. Yes, the Floriza podcast. Check out Gwentfinity on YouTube. Subscribe, like, hit the bell button because yeah, me and Flake need to we need a sponsor. We only have Blue Jeans in Gdańsk. If you ever make it to Gdańsk, Blue Jeans bar and restaurant, Floriza 15, just say that Mateusz from Canada sent you, and you'll be hooked up, easy. Or they might throw you out. I don't know, because I don't think they really know that they're sponsoring us. But we kind of went with it. But yeah, check out the Floriza podcast. And yeah, enough for me. Let's move on to the casters.
Hello everyone. My name is Mo, also known as Average Guy 02, and today I'll be revealing a card coming to Gwent next expansion for our beloved faction Nilfgaard. So the card I have for you today is Obsidian Mirror. 4 provision tactic. Spawn 1 power copies of 3 bronze enemy units on their opposite row. In my opinion, this card will excel against engine decks. Copying 3 engines in 1 turn combined with Golden Froth from Mushy Truffle for some protection is a very solid play. And also this card has really great synergy with Tourney Shelmar, allowing it to be added in Assimilate decks. The card's potentially high ceiling and cheap cost allows it also to be added in any Nilfgaard deck that is in the meta, because it can just replace a Joust or a Diplo. And overall, I think it's a really cool card with a very nice art, and I can't wait to see the premium. Last but not least, I want to give a shout out to my teammates, Danarai and Tifer. You guys got this, good luck, and I want to thank CDPR for this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
All right, it's round 2 for Gwent Trivia. You know how it works, ladies and gentlemen. Visual cues for the first question. We're going to put a card up there, and it's going to be a little bit visually distorted. Let's go. What card is this?
Pavel Gale.
Yes, that would be Pavel Berja. Come on, this one's easy.
Dagon.
That is incorrect. Anyone else want to take a stab at this?
Oh.
That is Christo.
Aegon.
That is also incorrect.
Helketsa.
Oh, Zuby. If it's got to be somebody, it's going to be you. Zuby, what do you got for us?
This one is an easy one even for me, to be fair. It's the Prophet.
That is, in fact, the Prophet. Yes, it is the Gwentfinity card reveal for the upcoming set, ladies and gentlemen. The Prophet is the correct answer. 2 points to Zuby, still on top. Our card here at Gwentfinity is Prophet. It is an Nilfgaard card, a human cultist. It's coming in at 8 strength, 7 provision. The deploy effect, ladies and gentlemen, pretty nasty. Damage self by 2, then lock all units in your opponent's hand until the end of the round. The next time your opponent plays a locked unit, remove lock from all the units in your opponent's hand. Add Adrenaline 2, lock itself instead. That is the Prophet. Nilfgaard getting nasty again, friends.
The leaks, Bessie, the leaks. Look at that. Really nice stuff. Of course, shout out to Average Guy, Egyptian content creator, known community member from Team Legacy, and of course, Gwentfinity, who create all kinds of trivia shows, Witcher related, Gwent related, and of course, just like Wisha said, the most important part, of course, would be the Florja podcast. I love personally listening to that one when I'm doing chores or relaxing at home. So for any Witcher Gwent fan, go check it out. Really good stuff, of course. And Zuby Doo was featured in that leak video, Specie. I personally loved it. I had to go up against Zuby in the trivia, the Gwent trivia, and I lost. He's just unbeatable, as you could see in the video. Whatever he's been thrown, he can figure it out. So good job, Zuby, for being so good at these trivia events.
Yeah, Zuby beat me as well, and it wasn't even that close either. I was feeling pretty confident, but fair play to him. Yeah, Average Guy with the reveal of Obsidian Mirror. I actually used my Twitch Prime sub on Average Guy last month. He's got one of the best emotes on Twitch. You got to check it out. It's like with the practice makes perfect pog. Is so good. Obsidian Mirror, the first card, which Average Guy revealed, it's a Nilfgaardian tactic, 4 provisions. So it's another 4 provision tactic card, CD. There's not that many, there's a lot, but this means you can put even more into. There's some potential meme decks where you can now have Enslave, like, I don't know exactly what it would be, but like Enslave 8 or 9 if you wanted to go down that route. We've seen some fun, like, Colgrim type decks with that. Of course, it's going to help your Calvate, your Ardell as well, which is a card which was released in December, which hasn't seen much play this tournament, but has a lot of potential.
That's right. If your opponent is playing a very engine-heavy deck, you can put it on those bronze engines, of course. A little bit conditional of a card, but it only costs 4p. It's a nice tactic for Kalvit, like you mentioned, and also it can be mulliganed or even tutored with something like Menno. So there could be a lot of fun combos that we end up seeing for this card. Now, the second card that we should take a look at is Prophet. Wow, this is a really, really spicy ability. It locks any deployability in your opponent's hand until they play a lock card. And let me tell you something, chat. Literally every card ever is either deploy or order. So I think this Prophet is going to see a lot of value. Maybe there's something I'm missing there that actually can be played that doesn't have a lock on it, wouldn't get locked. But you cannot play special cards to unlock. You actually have to play a card from your hand. What I love about this card is that, first of all, it's going to be fun seeing confused players early on in the season when this card releases, because timing this card right could put your opponent in a very awkward position. Lots of decision making here. Both players have to make that decision, time it right, and then your opponent has to make the big decision of which card will they have to sacrifice to this mean looking Prophet.
Yeah, absolutely. And Celia, it damages itself by 2, and look at its hand. Look at what is in its hand. Damages itself by 2, and there's 2 eyeballs. That's kind of sick. I'm not going to lie, I'm a big fan of that. So really excited to see the Prophet. I think it's going to be a bit of a fan favorite card. Seeing someone's whole hand locked is just wacky and the kind of thing that I'm looking forward to. The Obsidian Mirror bronze card, on the face of it, it looks a bit rubbish, to be honest, but I really don't think it is. Like, a 4 provision tactic for Nilfgaard is great, and Average Guy actually hit the nail on the head. Comboing it with Mushy Truffle, suddenly your 1 strength engines that you're copying aren't so small. So definitely excited to see both those cards in action for Nilfgaard, and also looking forward, just after this segment, we're going to be hopping into that developer video as well to have a look at some more leaks and stuff like that.
That's right, a really nice interview we got to see there with Poisound. He is moving on, of course, to the finals. It was nice hearing his thoughts on the matter, but let's check out the bracket. How is it looking? Just to remind you guys, who will be facing off in the grand finals coming up? Magpie and Poisound. Really, really amazing players making it this far to the finals with impressive performances. I'm excited to see this later today, Spessy.
Yeah, Pirebomb, Curperton prepped together, but both get knocked out at the semi-finals. So Poisound versus Magpie is going to be the final. I'm very, very excited to see these two guys in action. They both played fantastic Gwent all weekend, and they're just 1 game away from being crowned Open 1 champions. And of course, that also means getting into Masters at the end of the year, which is always a nice benefit. We can also take a quick look to see where the prize pools stand. Of course, still more money up for grabs if you're Magpie or if you are Poisound, but this is how it stands so far. Magpie with $2,450, Poisound currently with $2,720, but all still to play for. Not only more prize money, not only that master spot, but just the pride of being Gwent Open champion.
That's right. Impressive performances, of course, by Piebol and Kurpitan as well. It was a joy to watch. Now, big thanks from Spessy and me for having us on and watching these amazing series with us. We definitely hope to see you soon. And as we have to give our last winner some time to prepare and relax for the final game, we have something very, very special and cool for you. Just like Buja promised, he doesn't disappoint. And we promise you won't want to miss this. So make sure you stick around and take a look as we will show you the segment that we've been talking about all day.
Yeah, let's get straight into it. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks CPR for the opportunity, and looking forward to the final. Bye! Sorry, Berger, I had to do it. Bye!
Hello and welcome to the developer update. Also the pre-final segment before Open number 1 concludes, and it's gonna be a crazy one. I'm joined by Ryan. Ryan, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I mean, exciting games yesterday, even more exciting games today, and now it's only the grand finale left. But before that, we've got so much content to fit into this.
Dude, we have so much to unpack, and we have actually been unpacking throughout these 2 days all the new stuff that you'll be seeing with update 10.4, which is coming when?
It is coming in less than 3 days. 2 days, actually. It's Tuesday. April 5th. April 5th already.
Perfect. So yeah, we'll have a balance update there, and we will have the Forgotten Treasures card drop. So this is going to be nice. This is going to be juicy. I know already leaked that it's going to be codename FT, and that is Forgotten Treasure. So those of you that might have guessed it, and some of you guessed it, that's it.
It wasn't full trousers.
It wasn't full trousers. Exactly.
Well, I want to give a quick shout out and big thank you to our Gwent partners who helped us with revealing all of the cards so far. You've seen all the faction cards, and yeah, I think they've done a great job of helping out, creating content, some really funny ones in there, some really high professional ones, and in general, I think I appreciate everyone coming together and yeah, joining in on this whole reveal process.
Yeah, you carried us all the way to here, and actually we'll have this video split into a couple segments. We'll start off with Ryan and Jean, who will be showing the final reveals for this set, as well as talking about the changes coming with update 10.4, meaning the balance stuff that you can see, you'll be able to see just in the next couple days. So it's coming very, very soon. Hope you guys are as excited as I am. Can't wait to jump in once again and test the new cards, and you're gonna see all of them, and they are magnificent.
Yeah, once again, I'll be split between playing new stuff and testing out the stuff that's been updated and changed.
Exactly.
But more on that later. After our big segment with Jean, we've got you coming back, and you're joined by Ola Rutkowska, and you're going to be talking about the new seasons and especially the new yearly tree. Shall we talk about what it is called?
It's the Year of the Cursed Toad.
It's the toad! Oh my goodness. Oh my
Perfect.
goodness. You know, Mr. Beast was asking for toads in the game, and now it's actually, we just decided to make it the year of the cursed toad.
Exactly.
So
the more toads, the merrier. Yeah, Ola will be sharing also a little bit of stuff when it comes to live ops plans for this year. So don't miss that. We also talked a little bit about journeys, so which are making a comeback, and what you can expect with those. So it's going to be a nice one. And of course, we'll close it off with Ryan and little old me, and we'll be able to watch the rest of Gwent Open number 1.
Exactly. So I hope you have a really good time. There's so much content in here that we got to get going. We got to get going, Bojo.
We got to get going. Okay. So I will now throw it over to Ryan and Jean.
Hello again, everyone. This time, I'm joined by the lovely Jean. Thank you for taking the time, Jean.
Hey, always glad to be here.
So we're here to talk about update 10.4 and the balance changes that are coming with it, but most importantly, obviously, the included card drop. And this is a very special card drop because it is directly inspired by our Golden Necker project, which we're working on. These cards that we're adding to multiplayer Gwent are also featured in the single-player spin-off, but they do have separate abilities in both versions. For now, I think that's enough of talk about this secret project, because we're here to talk about what is coming to Gwent in just, I think, 2 days. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, that's already it. And I'm super excited for it. It is called Forgotten Treasures. So why don't you tell me what these Forgotten Treasures are all about, Jean?
Yes. So you guys already know a lot of the faction cards that are coming to Gwent in Forgotten Treasures. So, but we have particularly focused on neutrals this time, bringing powerful utilities that many decks are going to be interested in, as well as some more special interactions where you're going to have to take quite interesting decisions that involve your opponent. Yeah.
Well, a completely new way to play Gwent. I'm excited for it. I think everyone else is as well. So why don't we jump into it with, I think, probably one of my favorite cards of the whole drop, because it is the famous, the legendary Arondite.
Yes.
I mean, just the art alone is pretty nice. I thought that the art was so nice that we used the background for this presentation as well. So it is a legendary special card at 9 provision. Those 9 provisions will be very important as well. But for now, let's look at the ability. It's an Echo, and it damages an enemy unit by 0, then boosts the lowest powered ally unit by the excess damage dealt. At the end of your turn, if you have more points than your opponent, increase the damage by 1 wherever this card is. So it doesn't matter if it's in your deck, in your hand, or in the graveyard, but as long as you've got more points on the board, this will tick up by 1 every turn, right?
Yes, absolutely. So the design of this card was quite inspired by its appearance in the Blood and Wine expansion of The Witcher 3, right? Where the card grows stronger if you are able to prove yourself worthy of it. And of course, in this version, as it appears in Gwent, you can expect your opponent to make your life harder and maybe not try to deny you letting this card grow if he suspects that you're running it. It's an echo card, right? The coming back of that mechanic. Some players were asking for it for some time. And yes, in general, Erendite is intended to be a control option. Actually more geared toward points land decks, right? Which are going to be able to control the score and as such let that card grow. It's also quite stronger if you're starting, which is interesting because usually control options are stronger in the opposite scenario.
Ooh, yeah. That's true. And I mean, because it's an echo card, obviously once you've played it, your opponent will be aware that you might have access to it again and will try even harder to prevent it, right?
Absolutely. And it can bring some interesting interactions, right? Where like you might be interested in pushing bleeding in round 2 in a very aggressive manner so as to grow that card stronger for round 3, right? And one more thing, at 9 provision, it is in direct competition with other control option of that slot, and namely Heatwave and Pigu's Muzzle. So it's a spot that we keep developing, right? We like having all of these different options that bring different things to your deck.
Spicy. I like it. All right, so Erendite is the first one. I'm pretty excited to see how it shapes the games that it's included in, because as you said, I feel like especially round 2, normally you, as the player that is being bled, you don't want to commit too much, but if you've got in the back of your mind that sword that's going to attack me later on is growing every time, you might play it a bit differently. So thanks for that, Jean. Let's look at the next card, and it is called Arcane Tome. Also, I really love the art that the artists have created this time around again, so I want to give a shout out to those first. But now let's take a look at this brand new legendary artifact, and it's only 6 provision, so rather cheap to include into your deck. And its ability reads Zeal Order. Play a special card from your deck and then move self to the opposite row. If there is no space on the opposite row, destroy self, and it's got a cooldown of 1, which reads at the end of your turn. Oh no, that's later on, right? The cooldown works with the order, obviously. But at the end of your turn, if it's not on cooldown, destroy self. So please help me wrap my head around this.
Yeah, it's actually quite simple. It's just that the tooltip ends up being kind of roundabout. Basically, you play the card, you click it, you get to tutor a special card. Well, that's great, right? But then it moves to your opponent's side of the board, which means that your opponent has now the ability to click it and tutor its own special, but then it gives it back to you. And if one of you decide, well, no, that's enough, I cannot allow my opponent to keep playing specials like this, well, you don't click it, and at the end of your turn, it's not on cooldown, and it destroys self.
I see. Okay, so you're, in a way, helping your opponent fight some cards if you feel like you will have the greater gain out of this, right?
Exactly, and it's what I was talking about when I was mentioning these special interaction cards, right? Because this is very much a card that you play, and you have a discussion with your opponent, right? Like, am I willing to play one more special at the cost of my opponent maybe playing one more special? And it's a dilemma, right? Like, you're always thinking, should I click that one more time? It's also the reason why it's so much cheaper than regular tutors, because playing it means that you're taking a risk.
tricky. There's a lot of mind games involved here. I can see that already. Okay. I think that's it for Arcane Tome. Let's look at the next card, which, spoiler alert, it's another artifact. And it is called...
And it's also way worse to read.
True. It is called Mysterious Puzzle Box. Another neutral, this time an epic, and its ability reads Disloyal. So you're telling me you're playing this on the opponent's side?
Yes.
And then it's got Deploy. Spawn a 7-power Djinn on the opposite row and choose a card from your hand. Adrenaline 2. Spawn a 7-power Djinn on the opposite row and destroy self instead. The order reads, pick a card from your hand. At the end of your turn, transform highest provision chosen card or cards into Think from the Box and then banish self. So, first of all, Think from the Box. That is another card that we can show straight away, right, to make it a bit easier to understand this card. And that is a 13 power token, which is doomed, looks awesome, and only appears through Mysterious Puzzle Box, right? So,
yes.
All right. What's happening here?
Okay, I promise the entire drop is not like this. But this is probably my favorite card of the drop. Some idea that was very dear to me. And it's basically an auction game. So the main idea is you pick a card from your hand, right? And because the card is disloyal, it is now on your opponent's side of the board, which means that your opponent has the opportunity to click its order and pick a card from your hand. Now, regardless of if he clicks the order or not, the card at the end of the turn, it looks at the cards that were picked, and then the highest provision one. And if like both of them were the highest, it means both of the picked card, they get transformed into Thing from the Box. So obviously you'd like to pick a very weak card, right? Like a 4 provision card that it gets transformed into this super powerful 13 points unit. But obviously, if you pick such a weak card, you can expect your opponent to bid something bigger, which means that you're gonna lose the bid. So it's like this risk of like, how much am I willing to bid, and at the same time I do want to profit from this. So like, what do I expect my opponent to bid, and whatnot. Now, to explain the rest of the ability, the regular deploy, it's gonna have 7-power Djinn spawn on your side, right? That provides a bit of tempo. The adrenaline here is to prevent using this card in a scenario where both of you have very little cards in hand, and in which it means that the auction decision is way poorer, right? We thought that this was not interesting, that like it would have been a way to abuse the card to prevent, like make last say worse and whatnot. So in these specific scenario, you still get the 7-power Djinn as tempo, but the entire pick thing, it just does not happen.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you say it like that, it actually is quite easy to understand. A little bit of a mind game as well included in this one, where you bid against your opponent, and whoever bids the highest, well, they gain less value on it, but they gain value compared to the opponent.
Exactly, they do gain value, right? I mean, not necessarily, because you could bid your Masquerade Ball and get it transformed into Thing from the Box, in which case you probably lost value, but at the same time, if you think that doing so denied your opponent more value, it might have been the right play.
Especially if you don't have the right cards to proc the scenario that you're bidding.
Exactly.
And then it would have been a dead scenario anyways. I like
Absolutely, and that's some of the complexity of the card, which is something that I really love, right?
Wow.
Like this entire auction thing, it definitely rewards you for having a good guess of what your opponents might have in hand and what their thought process might be.
All right. Another one look at the Thing from the Box. I think it's a really cool token, and I hope to see it a lot in my games, especially on my side when I win the bid. But for now, let's move on to the next one. It is called Vial of Forbidden Knowledge. And this is another artifact, but a 4-provision artifact. So this one is extremely cheap to include into your deck. It's a golden
Still
one.
gold. Still gold, yeah.
Yeah. And to be honest, I think this actually might be the most interesting one I've found in this card drop, because it is something that players have been asking for in a very different way, but for a very long time. So let's take a look at the ability of Vial of Forbidden Knowledge. As you said, it's gold, it's 4-provision, it's an artifact, and it's got the ability which reads Zeal Order, boost an allied unit by 4 and give it Vitality 4. Alright, that's as simple as it gets. Boost by 4, give Vitality 4, but now the very, very interesting part is, at the start of the game, if both players have this card in their deck, summon self to a random allied row and transform. And the thing it transforms into is the unsealed version, which has the ability Zeal Order, look at your opponent's starting deck. Okay, so... okay. Please, Joel, go ahead.
Yes. So this is Vial of Forbidden Knowledge is our Gwent's Gentleman Agreement. If both players decide to include that card in their deck and match, it means that they will have access from the beginning of the game to the unsealed version, which they are going to be able to click to know exactly what the deck list of their opponent is. It is a gentleman's agreement to play with open deck lists. Of course, knowing the deck list of your opponent does not mean that you know what's in his hand. It does not mean that you know the order in which the cards are in his deck. It just means you know the deck list, just as if you were playing tournaments, right? And you had shared the deck list prior to the beginning.
Mm-hmm. And you can keep looking at the opponent's deck, right? It's got a cooldown of 1, so you can keep using the ability while it's on the board.
Yeah, this is a quality of life thing, right? The card is still gonna go away after the first round, but at least it means that you don't have to go ahead and like memorize everything in a single go. You can click it again to see what was there.
All right, now this is really spicy. I mean, even if you notice how your Vial of Forbidden Knowledge does not transform at the start of the game, you know your opponent is not running it, so maybe he's got something to hide, right?
Absolutely. Even not playing it is giving some info away, which is something that is really interesting about that card.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I hope players like it and check it out. And I'm excited to hear what people think about it, because I think it's going to be a very a card that creates a lot of discussion around it. Yes. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. Awesome. Do you have anything else to say to the Vial, or shall we move on to the Ring?
Move on. Let's move on.
And the Ring I mentioned is the Ring of Favor. It is a special card this time around. 8 provision epic. And it reads, this card starts in your hand. Boost an allied unit by 4. And while in hand, at the end of your turn, increase the boost by 2. When your opponent passes, banish self from hand and draw a card. When moved to the deck, banish self. Interesting.
I promise this is the last of these super long text cards.
Okay.
But this one's actually pretty straightforward. As long as you have it in hand, it boosts the value of the boost increases by 2, right? And you start the game with it in hand.
Gets boosted.
But if your opponent passes, you lose the card. And so basically the entire principle of Ring of Favor is to gamble on your opponent passing or not. And it can be a very strong card to contest round 1, right? Because it means that you can go very deep into it and have like this very strong play. At the same time, if you miss the window to play it and your opponent passes, so the card gets banished, you lost not only the opportunity to play it, right? Because potentially it was a lot of points that you could have gotten from that card, but also the average provision of your deck, it actually went down. So it is not a free include in your deck. And the rest of the effects is to prevent basically being able to play it again later. So shuffling it back to your deck, all this kind of stuff, it will, the ring will break. You won't be able to use it that way.
Okay. And I'm wondering, is there a sort of way for your opponent to know that you've got it in hand at the start of the game?
No, there is not. Well, of course, depending on the current meta, they can have an educated guess, depending on how you're playing and whatnot. But your opponent will not see a VFX that is not going to get a tell that you have this card in hand. So it's purely on you to guess when your opponent is going to pass. You have no excuses.
Oh man, I already see the clips on YouTube and on Twitch and the highlights where you're ready to play this insanely big Ring of Favor, and then suddenly your opponent passes a card too early or something, and then it's gone. I like the memes. All right, perfect. So you said this was the last library of a text, yeah?
Yes, I promise.
All right, then let's take a look at Ornate Sensor. And it's another 8 provision card, a special, a gold one as well, an epic. And its ability, you're right, is a lot shorter. It says swap the power of the highest and lowest power unit on the battlefield. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, much simpler, right? Still, simple but depthful, because this is a Scorch-like card, right? It can potentially create a huge point swing. It can also completely backfire and hurt you. So what we expect from this card is probably that it's going to see some usage in Swarm decks, which don't naturally go wide and have a more easier time generating low power units.
Yeah. So I see that there's no distinction between your opponents and your own side, right? It's all
absolutely.
the battlefield. So okay.
It is completely possible for you to swap the power of your highest unit with your opponent's lowest unit. It's all about how the board is set up.
I think this is another perfect Dandelion Show card, to be honest. Yeah. It's another highlight card. Awesome. All right, let's take a look at the next one, which is called Troll Porter. And look at that. It's another fan favorite. It's an Ogroid, a 6/6, and it's got a deploy melee ability, which says banish all cards in your hand and then draw as many cards. Well, would you look at that? What can you tell me about this ability?
From what I've been told, it used to exist in a very slightly different form back from the times of Beta Gwent. But what I can say is, at 6 provision, this card falls into this category we've been developing of cheap consistency option. Now, very obviously, this effect is much more potent. It also comes with much more risk because, they all get banished, right? So you end up having to commit your expensive cards very early on if you don't want them to be banished when you're going to play a Troll Porter to reshuffle your hand.
Wow, so...
and we've seen some, we've thought of very interesting uses of this card, but we're really looking forward the kind of uses that players will come up with.
So you can theoretically thin your deck by 9 cards in one turn.
Yeah, you can.
But just to make sure that people
want to?
Yeah.
Are you sure about this?
That's the question. Maybe you shouldn't mill yourself if you're playing against Nilfgaard, for example.
Maybe.
But okay. So it also, just to highlight it again, banishes the card, so they don't go to your graveyard. So it's not a lippy card. It actually removes them from the game for you at this game. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it could be a lippy card because in a way it also means that you're not putting in the graveyard cards that you don't want in there, which means that when you are going to play Lippy, the cards that end up in your deck are only cards that you're interested in too.
Oh boy, I tried to make it nice for Flake, and now you turned it around. I'm sorry, Flake.
Sorry, Flake.
All right, there's 2 more cards that we have to reveal, and let's first take a look at Rune Mage. It is a human mage, legendary card, a legendary gold card, which costs 10 provision and gives you 4 power, and it deploy reads for the rest of the game. Your create effects show you 5 options instead of 3, and then you also get to create and play a runestone to, check the effect out.
Exactly. So, I think the first thing I want to say is that if you praise random gives back. Yeah, this is everything that Rune Mage is about, right? It brings a lot of utility. If you are running a lot of create cards and by upgrading all of these effects. And it does work on some effects which are create but don't necessarily have create written in them. So Shoop. Yes.
Yes. So you get all 5 Shoop options.
Absolutely. And another thing to note is there is only 5 runestones. So when you create a runestone, since it happens right after you've upgraded create effect, it actually means that you get to pick the runestone of your choice.
That is awesome. So before people scream RNG, I don't want too much RNG in my game, this is kind of the opposite, right? It gives you even more consistency with your create.
Yeah, like it's definitely meant to be played in decks that are a bit more on the fun side, right? Because the variance that RNG brings can be a very nice way to have a change of pace, right? At the same time, Rune Mage brings more control if that's what you're looking into, and that can make the entire experience more enjoyable in general.
All right, that's the Rune Mage for you, everyone. And now, let's just say most people have seen this card that is gonna appear on your screen now in a second. It's the famous, the infamous, the hiding behind shelves in the corner of your picture. It is the very how do you want to say it? It's the Golden Necker. It's the Golden Necker, everyone.
Of course, it would have been very complicated not to add that card to the game.
It's a special card, which only costs 9 provision to include in your deck, a legendary one, and its ability reads: deploy. If your starting deck does not have cards with a provision cost of 10 or more, play the top unit, special, and artifact from your deck. Okay, this is a very valuable artifact. Artifact in a way where it looks like a little trophy on this rock. Maybe it's actually alive, I don't know. But to me, this ability is just like, okay, you get to play 3 cards from this, right?
Yes. What I want to start with is that designing Golden Necker was not easy, right? How do you design a card when there are such big expectations around it?
That's true.
And then it hit us. The best way to go at it is to take a design where there has been big expectations for it to come back. And that design is Sirinova. It's very obvious now, but this is Sirinova deck support. And what's quite interesting is that the explosive effect we've put on Golden Necker, which allows you to play these 3 cards from your deck, it actually works quite well with Sirinova type decks, because naturally there's going to be less variance, right? These decks, they are less polarized, and so the range, in the provision range of the card that you expect to find from your deck is way smaller than in a regular deck.
Wow.
And
I still have to process this. I mean, he's finally here. Like,
yeah.
I at this point, I'm not even. I mean, the ability is so crazy that I'm actually listening to it instead of just being amazed that he's finally in the game. But yeah, okay. Sirenova is back. Okay. There's even more coming for Sirenova, right?
Yeah, so we expect a lot of experimentation to happen with Sirenova, right? Because these cards are neutral, it means that you can pretty much try anything you want with them. And so we decided to bring some support. And by that, I mean that we've buffed a bunch of cards, taking them down from 10 provision to something more accessible to Sirenova decks, so usually 9. And there's 11 of these cards. So we're not going to go into details, but I want to talk a bit about design thought process, right? Because we've seen the entire idea with Sirenova decks is that, well, some cards are inaccessible to you, right? And so the big finishers, the big juicy stuff, you should not have access to.
Yeah.
At the same time, the definition of what is a high payoff card and the kind of stuff that you should and should not have access to has changed. And so we considered that there was a need to introduce a bit more interesting options in the 9 range.
Wonderful. I'm excited to net deck a good list and test it out on Tuesday. Yeah, that concludes our 21 cards that are coming on Tuesday. The final reveal, the Golden Necker. I hope everyone's excited to try them out on Tuesday. And with that, I think we can take a look at the rest of the balance changes. We've already shown our first batch here, which are in favor of Sirenova decks, but there's more as well. So unless you've got anything else to say, Jean?
Let's move to the regular changes.
Let's move to the regular changes. I mean, Red is probably also already discussing all the new cards, so let's take a look at what other things people can expect. And the first thing is another neutral card, while we're on the topic of neutrals, and it is a Lady of the Lake.
Lady of the Lake.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the Lady of the Lake. And obviously, in the past, it was a shield support card, kinda.
Yep.
But now, what does it do?
So with the introducing the addition, with the addition of Iron Tides to the game, it felt very natural to take a look back at Lady of the Lake, since these two cards are connected in the lore. And we want to tie them a bit more in terms of design. So we've reworked Lady of the Lake to be a tutor specifically for Echo Card. Now, the fact that it's so limited to Echo Card justifies the fact that it has one more power point, right? Because, well, how many Echo Cards are you expecting to run in your deck? Well, the very maximum 2, 3 sounds like a bit much already. At the same time, you do have to consider that if you ever bricked your hand, you have the possibility to re-mulligan the eco card on the following turn if you drew Lady of the Lake, right? So that you can still tutor it from your deck. One thing I want to add. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
French, I pronounce the H when I should not. Is that for you shield lovers out there, we have not completely removed Lady of the Lake old ability from the game. We've actually moved it to Watchman. So it's going to be even easier to use because, well, Watchman's a bronze, right?
Oh yeah. So Watchman is now your go-to shield character. And for all your shieldy needs. What else do we have? We've got another neutral card that we've slightly adapted or buffed. We could just say buffed because of what other cards are coming. And it is Verification. the known spell to transform your artifacts into a bear, or your opponent's artifacts as well. But now it costs a little bit less.
Yeah, going from 6 provision to 5. So with this drop, we are adding 7 new artifacts to the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that had us take a look back at verification, and we realized that, well, considering the condition that it was tied to, the payoff wasn't necessarily, well, quite enough. And at the same time, we also feel like at 5 provision, it might be easier to justify potentially, because it's still not going to be the main way you're going to use it, using it offensively, right? As a way to deny your opponent from a specific artifact.
All right, that's verification for everyone. Let's take a look at Northern Realms. And now the upcoming changes are made to cards that have been talked about a lot, but I think it's a clever way of tackling the discussioning around the Bernard student and the Aretusa student, and especially the cards that grow out of those, the alumni. But what have we done here?
So the patience of the 2 students have now been roll locked to their respective order roll locking. So to explain a bit more, what used to happen is that there was this Bernard student on the melee row, right? And you would move it to the range row. That would deactivate the order, but the card would still grow under the patience, right? Which meant that in the next turn, Shani was able to potentially bring it back, and the card had grown a lot.
Yeah.
So because of this, movement didn't feel like a very good answer to alumni decks. Now, I want to talk a bit about what went into the design process in there. So back when we first designed patience, we actually took the decision to not limit patience to the row the unit was limited to. And it was a decision taken out of concern over these cards' power level. Remember, at the time, Alumni had not come out, right? And in the first 2 drops of Price of Power, the patience cards were not so strong. Now, obviously, Alumni came out, the patience cards were way more stronger, and what we also ended up realizing over some time is that the way patience was behaving with Rollock was not necessarily intuitive to players. And as I was saying, it was limiting the impact on that movement had on the deck. So yeah, we decided to change this by addressing the tooltips, not by changing the keyword. So called like Letitia, which is roll-locked, still is able to grow her patience anywhere. Now, the reason we decided to answer it that way is because we considered that one day, we don't really know, it's possible that we might want to explore that concept further, right? Imagine a card that on one row would have patience and on the other row would do something else. Like, we don't know. This is very much up in the air, but it does open the door.
I see.
And one last thing I want to say is that this is not a final answer, right? Like, Alumni deck is a deck that we'll keep observing. Some interesting things is that lately we've actually seen its play rate drop quite a lot. Once again, and this time because of the influence of the Siege Engine deck that has been quite rising and proving quite a powerful option for NR.
I see. So yeah, I remember playing against alumni, and these moving the students always felt like a very band-aid solution that in the end of the game didn't feel like it had an impact on the game as much, because the real power late in the later rounds where they benefited from this patience growing. So I can definitely see this having a big impact on the deck, depending obviously on if movement options will be popular in other decks, but maybe that will give that a boost as well. All right, so that's it for Northern Realms, what we want to highlight here, and let's take a look at what we did with a popular Nilfgaard leader ability. Double Cross is now giving you one less provision for your deck.
Yeah, quite a simple change. Basically, the assimilate decks have been performing well. We're fine with this. We don't think the situation is out of hand. But Double Cross has proven to be a key part of this strategy, and well, it doesn't really warrant the leader ability staying at that very specific 16 provision range.
Yeah.
And especially with the upcoming Rune Mage, because I'm pretty sure that some of you have already realized that this would be a card that might be quite interesting in Assimilate decks, and especially in the older versions of Assimilate deck that used to run a lot of these create cards. So, yes, a bit of a preemptive nerf.
All right. Next up, we've got Syndicate, and Syndicate has a couple of buffs and changes coming up, and especially what we want to talk about is the following crime cards. The first one being Event Type Plunder, which got actually changed or reworked into a 4 provision card, which creates a 4 provision unit with fee. Maybe
I think you can still read the others. And...
Yeah, we've got the Bare Knuckle Brawler as well, which got a fee added to the card, which will now cost 1 and damage the highest power enemy unit by 1. Pretty cool. Actually, it sounds like a small addition, but I think it gives the card a lot more value to you. And then we've got
emergency spender, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, spenders are always hard to come by if you get them eliminated by your opponent, for example. So yeah, especially in a bronze card. And now Pickpocket gives you 1 more profit, so keeping in mind that you can pair it with Line Pockets, this will instantaneously fill your pouch, summoning Flying Ordanian, for example. And then we've got Crown Splitter Thug, which got 1 damage increase.
Yeah, so in Syndicate, in general, we've took Dispatch to focus on the crime archetype a bit. Basically, we think that in terms of viability, it's really not that far. And especially since we think that their payoff cards still have some very great potential. Cards like Cleaver, cards like Tunnel Drill, right? Please try the new version. And with the addition of the new Shitty Vendor, which is both a tribute and a crime card, we considered looking at their lower costed options to try to improve the deck, the way the deck flows. Event Type Plunder is going to be a key part of this because you can now use it as a way to fix for your spenders. Instead of running Fence, you get to actually run a crime for your synergies. And it's even better considering that some of the fee options at full provision have been improved, right? Like in the previous patch, we had a buff for Eternal Fire Disciple, which has been quite appreciated. The fee to Bare Knuckle Brawler, as we said, is an emergency option. At the same time, when you are, working with Tunnel Drill, it can be quite interesting because it allows you to line up targets. When you need to hit a target by 1, and it costs you 2 coins to hit it by 3, it feels a bit weird, right? So if at the beginning of you click Bare Knuckles Brawler to get it down 1 point, then you do everything with Tunnel Drill, you get to do some economy.
You know what, John?
And yep,
I might just give Tunnel Drill another go because it's been on the shelf for quite a while now after being used a lot in the past. But maybe the time is right. And you know what else has been on my card shelf for quite a while?
Let me know.
A Scoia'tael deck by the names of Dwarves. And so why don't we take a look at our biggest focus of this patch, which is the Dwarven archetype, right?
Yes. We are bringing a huge focus on the Dwarf archetype following Giant Slayer. It seemed right. So in general, we've tried to solidify Dwarves' unique take on the way they have armor synergies. We also fleshed out their identity as a point slam archetype that benefits from resilience. that spawns token, and we even have doubled on a bit on this idea of non-death blow damage.
That's been a staple for a very famous bronze dwarf
Yes.
in the past, yeah.
Yes. There's actually quite a lot of cards that are being touched, so either tweaked, reworked, straight up buffed. So we're not going to go into all of these, kind of like how we talked about Siege Machine in 10.2, right? So you'll want to check out the patch note to see the full list. But let's still go into some of the changes. And first one, I believe, is Roadie Dwarf, yes.
It got an additional armor back.
Exactly. That seems little, right? So it used to have this 1 point of armor when it came out, and I think it was actually hotfixed quite quickly. But times have changed. Times have changed a lot, and in the current context, we think that this is actually a very strong buff to Dwarf, because they have some of these cards, and especially Brotherhood, that beneficiate from all of their units having at least 1 point of armor. So it's gonna make the entire setup way more easy.
Awesome.
And speaking of the Roadie Dwarves, we have a change to Zoltan Warrior. I'll let you present it.
Sure, yeah, it's got 13 provision now and 4 power, and its ability got completely changed. Now it says deploy damage to enemy units by 3, and for each unit that survived, spawn a Rowdy Dwarf on this row. Barricade at the end of your turn, damage random enemy by 1. So, as you said, playing around with the non-death blow archetype or like interaction, and also spawning Rowdy Dwarfs if you fulfill that.
Exactly. I think the first thing I want to say is that Zoltan, I think it used to be around like 10 or 11 provision. It's now a very strong payoff for the archetype, and these kind of cards are quite important into being a driving force for these decks. The reason we kind of doubled down on this design is because we think it's something that is kind of unique to Dwarf, and it also actually works quite well with that because they have all of these different pings. So the one that we're adding to Zoltan Warrior, of course, but also the one that you can find on Dwarf Berserkers. And these pings are actually able to finish off targets that you will have potentially left with only 1 or 2 points of power.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how a beefy high-end provision card helps out the archetype. So yeah, I've definitely got a hearty hankering for Gwent now. For dwarfs, I should say. But we've got more changes, and let's take a look at what we have that we want to highlight as well. We've got Munro, he's gaining another charge. We've got the Dwarven Berserker, which is now 1 provision cheaper, but it also loses 1 armor. And then we've got...
Focus a bit on these two first.
Yeah, sure.
So the 1 more charge to Munro is quite interesting, right? And especially as we've introduced Zoltan Warrior as another way to spawn token. Part of the reason behind this change is, of course, to make it stronger, but also as compensation for that change we're making to Dwarf Berserker, losing 1 point of armor. We still consider it a buff because we think that at 4 provision, Dwarf Berserker becomes quite easier to include, and it's a pretty interesting option for the archetype, especially as you have to consider that under the Dwarf Leader ability, it actually has 4 armor.
Yeah, true. All right, now we've got 2 more changes or reworks, you could say. The first one is the famous Cranberry. Dennis now has 7/7, so 7 power, 7 provision, and then the deployability reads boost adjacent units by the amount equal to their armor. Let's just say this, to me, sounds like a lot of point potential in dwarves.
Yeah, it definitely is. It is more reward towards armor stacking. At the same time, this is not the thing that dwarves are the best at, right? They are usually really good at having armor everywhere, not necessarily humongous value in a single unit. So it can definitely make some pretty good tempo plays with this, but it is not it's a different way of interacting with armor than you could see, for instance, in Skellige.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, speaking of different interactions with armor, we've got the Mahak Marauder as well at 4 power and 5 provision, and its deployability reads gain vitality equal to the armor on an allied unit. Barricade boosts self instead.
Yes. The first thing I want to highlight is that Mahak's Marauder old ability, the bonded one, is not completely gone from the game. We've actually moved it to Dryad Grovekeeper. But yeah, more specifically on Marauder, this is one more of these armor interaction cards. And one thing to consider is that once again, under the dwarf leader ability, you have a default 1 armor. So if you're playing that ability, you're going to be able to boost directly instead of using vitality.
Nice. I'm sure there's people that will always like some new tools in their deck lists. Maybe some people defend older deck lists, try to go with the more conservative ones. But speaking of defending, okay, this was a very
that's very
rough
clever
transition. But here we go. We've got Figgis Maluzzo, and he's back with a new ability which reads Defender, Order, move self to the other row. So no more splitting the power, no more spawning another dwarf. It now has 7 power for the 9 provision. Still got 2 armor, but yeah, it can move itself now.
Yeah. So Figgis was always kind of considered a weaker defender compared to the other options. With the introduction of, with the buff to Vigo's muzzle, it was also one that was weak to it. And so basically we decided to rework it into something that is more standalone, not necessarily tied to dwarf. And its own unique take is this order that allows it to kind of dynamically, once per game, right, because it's not an order that you get to reuse, change which targets it wants to protect by changing row.
Now, I'm not sure if everyone can hear it, but we've got some sirens outside, so the Defender Police is already on the way.
Wow.
But no, I'm excited to see how this maybe also improves other archetypes. In general, giving Suetel a more flexible, you should say, defender. And yeah, I think that's it. That's all the balance changes we want to highlight today, right?
Yeah, that's all, folks. Of course, there's still some stuff that we left out, and especially in the case of Dwarf, because there's a lot of changes in there. So you'll want to check the patch notes. But yeah, that's going to be it for us.
Yeah, I feel like looking at the time, we've got about 50 minutes in on this one. It's a hefty update coming with 10.4. So lots to talk about, especially with these new cards. But not only that, we've got a whole rework of the Dwarven archetype in here, a whole buff to that. So I'm excited for Tuesday. Some people have said, well, 21 cards, where's the expansion? No, it's a card drop. But to me, just highlighted by how much we talked about the first 4 or 5 cards only, there's so much stuff in this drop, and I think there's some cards that will change the way that we play the game totally. So yeah, super excited for Tuesday. I hope you are as well. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining me once again, Joe. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Always nice.
And now I'll hop on out of here because Burja is going to be joined by the lovely Ola. And yeah, please welcome them. They're going to be talking about the yearly trees and changes to season. So that's all from us, and goodbye. I'll see you later for the outro.
See ya, everyone.
Hello and welcome back. Welcome back. I am here with a special guest who you might know from one of Jason Slama's stream back in the day. But if you do not know her, her name is Ola Rutkowska. Ola, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm a little bit stressed, but I hope that you'll forgive me for it. But I'm very glad that, Pavel, you welcome me here. And
of course.
I can be here with you.
Always. For those of you that do not know you, can you introduce yourself and tell us what you do on Gwent, the Witcher card game?
So I'm the product owner. I'm responsible for live operations. So, for example, events, products, and other activities that you can encounter. And spoiler alert for seasons that today we'll be talking about with Pavel.
Yes, exactly. And we'll start off because, as you guys know, in the last patch notes, we mentioned that a new yearly tree will be coming. So, and the Great Oak year will finish. So, we are introducing the Year of the Cursed Toad, if I remember correctly. Tell us, what are the biggest changes coming with this update?
So, the new year, new theme. So this is cool. In the reward book, we'll have new page with new yearly tree, as always, in the middle of the page on top. On top of that, we will introduce some seasonal trees in the new year page. So we will have 11 seasonal trees. So 2 new trees related to Forgotten Treasure update, with really nice rewards for completing them, and 9 trees that will be connected to the season of Elf, Viper, and Magic.
Nice.
So there's a lot of content there, especially for the new players. But there's also something interesting. There's a change in the old trees. So those 9 trees that we released previously will no longer have quest notes in them. So all the players that unlock those notes without completing the quests will now find them completed.
Nice.
And the rewards added to their account.
That's really cool.
After the update. Yep.
So you get a lot of cool
awesome.
free stuff, right?
Free stuff, because first you needed to unlock the notes.
Yeah.
But the quests were little bit updated. Some of them were really hard to complete, and we were thinking that, that they are not that fresh. So because we are bringing them back to make them easier and more accessible for all our players. And on top of that, as mentioned before, we will add 2 new trees, so connected to the update to the cards. So you'll be able to learn more about the lore and more cool stories.
Nice.
And of course, unlock cool rewards. So this is also always cool.
Yes, you're the specialist of all the cool and awesome rewards. Plus all the funny ones, like all the funny trinkets for Shoop, like the funny ones. You like to have a good laugh, and also a lot of like cute stuff that is added to Gwent is courtesy of your imagination and your cool ideas for it.
Yeah, I know that we are a serious game, and sometimes we need to be really strict with our stuff, but I really like the wacky things with Shoop and those bunny ears or pumpkin heads. Yeah, I think pumpkin heads is my favorite, so it's funny.
Yeah, it's creepy but cool. Moving on, speaking of trees, when do you think we'll get a little bit more trees coming into the game? Because it's something that players always ask about, like, when are there going to be more trees that I can, spend my points on?
Yeah, so as was mentioned, here we'll have 1 new yearly trees, 11 seasonal trees. But what I didn't mention, I'm sorry for that, those 11 trees will be only available for 3 months. So this is pretty important, because at the end of the June season, they no longer will be there. And after they will vanish, the new trees will appear. So then we'll bring back another 9 all seasonal trees and new 2 trees connected to something.
Ooh, something. Okay. Yeah, no leaks yet. No leaks just yet. But yeah, that's exciting. Something to look forward to. What about seasons and seasonal modes? What are the changes that are gonna happen here? I think we should first start with seasonal modes. Are they here to stay, or are there gonna be some changes here?
Yeah, so they are staying. Everything is good here. Seasonal modes will rotate weekly as it is now, so no worries.
Cool.
Yeah.
And season naming will change now, so we won't have we had previously Viper, Magic, Elf. Instead, for esports, we will have seasons now corresponding to months simply, right?
Yeah, because it will be much simpler. So no longer season of the Elf. Now it will be just April season. It also connects to the contracts. So all the contracts that are now in the game, the names will be changed. They will progress in the same manner, so please don't worry about it. It's just a change of the name for the simplification.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Nice. Really, really cool. Yeah, I always had trouble with remembering which one was after the other one, especially when I'm doing like stuff like in-game news. I'm like bear and after bear, and love is before bear or after bear, and where does elf fall into that? I was just like, yeah, I know my names of the months, so I'll be able to do that. I learned that at school, so totally it'll be something that I won't have problems with. Exactly. Okay.
It will be easier, especially with the 3 months of trees available right now in the reward book. So they are not restricted right now by a singular amount. They will be available for 3 months.
Yeah.
So it would be confusing if we would still have the same name. So season of the elf, but here in the trees, in the reward book, we have elf, viper, and magic. And it will be, I think, confusing. And the months are universal.
Yes,
and as far as I know, a lot of players already use the names of the months. So
yeah, I feel like also like when it comes to like we do these monthly data, where we kind of put in like the player win rates and play rates, and it will be much easier just to keep track via month. And I think also when you look at like the esports teams that are making the meta reports, they also kind of go month by month because it's much easier to track and keep count of those things. Cool. Speaking of the near future and the maybe more distant future, maybe not too distant, but we'll see. Anything cool coming soon on the live ops side that you can tell us a little bit about, or leak something? Floor is yours here.
So there's some cool stuff that I would like to share with you. So first of all is about the starter decks. We call them persistent starter decks because basically they'll no longer be removable or modified. So always in your deck collection you have the deck that will be available for you. So it doesn't matter if you have all the cards or not. Even if your card collection is empty, you'll always have those decks to play with them.
That's
so
really
this is
cool.
something cool, I think, for the new players and for maybe returning players, as you're coming back to the game and you cannot play with anything right now, so it would be sad. And then new players, we had a lot of reports when players were changing some stuff in their decks, and then they couldn't remember what they changed, and they were having like really bad experience. So the idea is that if you have this persistent decks, you can copy it and modify it and try something new. But if you like to go back to this basic starter decks, you can always do it. And they will be in the separate category, so you will not mix them up with your standard decks. And they are also not counting to the what's it called, to the amount of decks that
you own. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
So
because
this
I
is
think
also-
some players would be like, I don't want to play with starter decks. I only want my best top tier 1 decks like showing so I can choose from, and I don't want to queue in by mistake into a deck that is a starter deck, and I know that on the rank that I currently am, it won't be able to perform. So it's really cool that they have their separate category, and they won't be going like, messing with your stuff.
Exactly. So the veterans, don't worry, guys. You don't need to care about the starter decks, but the guys that will need them, they will have them.
Nice, perfect. Next up is new info screen. This is something that is coming right now with the update coming very soon, next week.
Both of those are coming right now.
Nice.
But new info screen, this is something cool that I wanted to do for some time, as I feel that there is a lot of content that we are adding to the game, and not everything is that visible for our people. So the idea is that after the release of the update, you will have the summary of all interesting stuff on one screen. And from the screen, you'll be able to go to the places that you're interested in. So for example, a small sneak peek, there will be a tile about the new reward book page. So if you'll click on it, you'll be redirected to the proper page in the reward book. So this is something I think cool. And it will be visible only on login after the updates or when we would like to announce something big or important for us. But guys will be able to go there whenever you want. There will be this small little button to not bother anyone. If you like to see it and read it and check it out once again, because you clicked too fast to go to the game.
That happens to all of us.
To do it. Exactly.
Yeah, but this is a very cool addition because it gives you pretty much all the important information that came with the update. So pretty much you can check out all the things that have changed. Normally we try to do this kind of in in-game news, but in-game news you don't always like click on everything. Plus they are rotating constantly, and here you get like this beautiful, let's say, newspaper view kind of the things that are happening and kind of changed. So you just click on them, you get into like the links, you can check it out for yourself, and all the important information is kind of just fed to you, which is perfect.
Exactly. That's the idea.
So if we go further into the future, what's in store for us here, Gwent people?
A little bit later, there's something that I think a lot of people is excited about because it was already announced on the roadmap. It's Infinite Journey.
Ooh.
And honestly, I cannot wait to see how you guys will react to it, how you guys will like it. There's a couple of changes. New vanities, new rewards. So yeah.
Good, because players that have everything, they're kind of like, I don't know if I'll be replaying this because there's nothing new, but there will be a little bit of new stuff, right?
Yes, new stuff, and then I think it's really nice stuff. So especially that at the beginning with the journeys, or maybe I will rephrase it. So with each journey, we were improving and making the journeys a little bit different.
I agree.
But because of it, the old journeys, like Get Out in Siri, didn't have all of the stuff that, for example, Regis had. So we'll change some stuff and bring something, that was missing in at least our opinion.
That's really awesome. That's really big. Thank you for that. That's a juicy leak. For sure. All right. Anything else? Any closing statements before we go back to Ryan and me to close off this video?
Well, I could talk about events and other stuff, but maybe let's have the surprises for later.
Ooh.
Maybe it's not my last visit here.
I hope so.
So what can I say? Thank you for having me here. And I hope you guys will like what we will release.
Awesome. Cool. Ola, thank you as always. It was a very fun segment. And we shall see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome back, Ryan. Good to have you. Man, this has been a long video, but I think we covered everything that we wanted. And just a short reminder, we're launching on April 5th, which is very soon.
April 5th.
April 5th.
April 5th, right around the corner. 2 more days, Tuesday. And probably the usual time, 10 a.m., 12, noon, around noon.
And patch notes probably a day before, so probably tomorrow, right? On Monday.
Yeah, it should be out tomorrow. All the juicy stuff that's coming on Tuesday. You can read up on that. As we said in the part with Jean as well, we didn't include everything in this video because, it's already a very content-heavy one, but there's even more coming on Tuesday, so be prepared.
Yes, you'll be able to read through everything and start theory crafting which decks will perform the best in this. And of course, I can't wait for the first week of everybody posting like this deck is a meta breaker, 100% win ratio. It won 5 games out of 5.
Completely busted, yeah.
Completely busted. CDPR, please nerf. One thing to take into account that we didn't mention is that some of the sound effects for premium cards, for some of them only, coming with this update, the new ones, of course. We'll be missing some of the ambient sounds, which will be, of course, fixed with the next update coming in May. So giving you a heads up about that, because before someone posts somewhere that we are shadow nerfing the sound effects and cards, we're not talking about it. So for those people out there, we have addressed it already.
Exactly.
And the biggest leak of the week or of the month is Ryan is being promoted to community manager. So everybody take your sweet couple minutes to write to Ryan, Twitter, Discord. He's everywhere. And congratulate him. And congratulations, Ryan. A solid work.
Thank you very much, Butcher. It's been an honor to work with you and the whole team, and especially the community. I mean, being part of the community before I joined, I felt a burning passion for the game. So it's kind of, sometimes I don't realize how quick this time flies, and how honored I am that I get to work with everyone all the time. So thank you very much. And now finally people won't ask, like, what's the difference between specialist and community? Aren't you a community? Now I'm a community manager.
Yes, now it's official. But I feel like you've been the community manager all this time since you joined the company. And yeah, you have this burning passion for the game, which is beautiful. And I'm really happy and glad to have you on my team. So yeah.
Learn from the best.
Best way to end the video. Totally. Love it. All right. That is it. We won't be taking any more of your time. Enjoy the finals and good luck to the players. And we shall catch you probably with the next developer update coming by the end of April.
Good luck. Have fun.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Gwent Open number 1 of Season 4. Wow, that was a lot to take in, Flick. I am so hyped for the new cards and the new patch. What do you think?
Well, I think that the term meta breaker is the most useless term in all of any card game, frankly. So please do not use that term. Like Berja said, it is a ridiculous term. But the cards, oh my god. The cards, they are awesome. I saw a bunch of these in advance. Obviously, we've had a little our hand in the cookie jar for a little while here, and keeping mum about this stuff is incredibly difficult. And the other thing I want to touch upon is we told you every week Dagon's not coming back, and still some of you are like, is it Dagon? Is it gonna happen? Even though Berja's like, it's a Nilfgaard card, and people are like, but Dagon could be a Nilfgaard. No, he can't. That said,
I love the falsetto. That's really good.
You're welcome. Thank you. These cards, some of them are incredibly intricate in terms of their design. They're very unique in how they're going to play in. Some of the cards, I was having this little discussion on Twitter with certain people of the community in between, wherein it's like, if everything's hyper thin, then nothing's hyper thin. Can something be more hyper thin? Is there like a diet hyper thin? I can't believe it's not hyper thin kind of? Yeah,
hyper thin? Yeah.
These cards are fascinating, and honestly, I'm not big brain enough to figure out how to break these, but I know you are, and you've already got ideas.
I am so excited. Like this, I just want to appreciate, how many options and different synergies deck builders are going to have to juggle around and figure out when it comes to making these decks for the next patch. It's getting really complex and big brain for sure, and I think people will come up with a lot of creative combos in the next week or two.
Oh, I love that there's so many extra layers, and obviously the balance changes on top of the new cards are great, and I really like where they're going. The revitalization of the Dwarven faction, that in itself, dwarves were so strong once upon a time. They kind of fell behind, then they became strong again, and it's just great to see that some of these other archetypes are getting some love. And obviously there's so many left that need a little bit of a kick in the pants, but there's time for that, and that's what we're waiting for. So big ups to not only CDPR, but big ups to Ryan Godric, who's done such an incredible job over the years. I remember Ryan way back at, I think it was like Challenger. Was it season 1 or 2 where Ryan was with Aretuza just doing work as within the community, but not hired by CDPR, just helping out and being that positive force in the community. And now here he is getting that recognition and being the spearhead of the community facing aspect of CDPR. I love it, and he more than deserves it. So much love to Ryan.
Totally. Big congratulations to Ryan. All right. Where are we at? We are just before the finals of Gwent Open number 1 season 4. The 2 contestants still remaining are Magpie and Poison. Here's the brackets. Look at the path that these 2 players have had to take to get here.
Oh, I mean, big names like Piable, big names like Cams, they did not make it beyond the semifinals, as Magpie is really, that's the big name that we know. But Poisound himself has been there, done that as well. As you can see there, this is going to be one hell of a matchup between the 2. Looking at the lists, there's a pretty decent spread of not just factions, but leader abilities as well. We'll get to the decks in just a second here, but that's what I'm most excited about. A little bit of variation in terms of the tools at the disposal of these 2 champions. I mean, they're already champions in my mind. Here's the match stake, as you can see. Shinmiri, it's not just the 1750, but also a nice little bonus.
Yeah, 1750 is going to be split based on the score of the finals, with an additional 1750 going all to the winner, and that ticket to Gwent World Masters Season 4 in December later this year. Magpie was the champion of Gwent Challenger number 5 in Season 1. Poison, on the other hand, hasn't managed to win a title yet, but he's come close twice. I believe in Season 2 and Season 3, he was a finalist in a Gwent Open in both of those seasons.
Yeah, and he means business when he puts on his hat and goes into full Cad Bane bounty hunter mode. It's kind of like he finds an extra gear to make it happen. The results of the coin flip, if I can take a look at that as well, is incredibly important, Shinmiri, based on the fact that, well, you want to position your decks to be the most successful. So playing certain decks on blue versus red is going to be important. So the coin flip is very important indeed. And I think you have the results of the coin flip, if I'm not mistaken.
I have them. Magpie will be going on blue coin, so going first in games 1, 3, and 5 if necessary, and Poison will be red coin, going first in games 2 and 4 if necessary. So that's the coin flips. We're also going to take a quick look at their decks again, just to give you guys a refresher. I want to mention, we saw a large variety of decks coming into this weekend, probably our most varied lineup in a while, with all 6 factions represented, a couple of unexpected inclusions as well. Stuff like the Imperial Practitioner, Truffle Spam deck. We had Overwhelming Hunger V, but for the most part, these more experimental decks didn't make it to the finals. We've got Battle Trance, Stockpile, Double Cross, the only Double Cross list this weekend, as well as Elves making it to the finals for Magpie.
Yeah, being cute in these situations might get you past day 1, but you got to lean on the old reliables when it comes to, actually getting to the finals and really converting on that win. As you mentioned, those Imperial Practitioner lists were very hit or miss, and Speci mentioned it, this is not a deck that a lot of people are laddering with, to be fair, so maybe bringing it to a tournament is a different pedigree, it's a different environment, so perhaps it'll find some success. Ultimately, that's not the case, and look at what we're leaning on here. We're leaning on Magpie's lists of Battle Trance for Skellige, Stockpile for Northern Realms, Assimilate Double Cross. I mean, have we heard this tune before when it comes to Nilfgaard? And finally, Deadeye Ambush for Scoia'tael. So, walk us through a little bit about these lists. I know we've seen them a lot, but this is the finals. We want to make sure that everybody is well versed in exactly what these decks are looking to do.
Yeah, so Magpie's Battle Trance list is a Gedinith Alchemy list that we've been familiar with for a few months now, but recently it's added the inclusion of Canute and Sigvald as an additional self-wound package. Sigvald being really good on interactive, another must Heatwave sort of card, must answer sort of card, really great synergy with the Mardromes that you want to be playing anyways to synergize with your Preachers and those Alchemy engines.
Next up is Stockpile. Stockpile, we've seen how much it just revels in that blue coin, being able to set up incredibly. Do not be surprised for 2-0 pushes with this list, but do not also be surprised for some very resilient and aggressive, counter action in that second round. Round 2 has become incredibly pivotal and potentially damning for certain players in how they push, bleed, pass, etc. And in this case, Stockpile is going to be the blue coin kid. That's where you want to jam that list, and it does so much, targeted control. Like I mentioned, surgical in terms of what it can remove. But Stockpile in general leans a lot on siege as well.
Yeah, and the big play to highlight is the Henselt into most likely Foltest Pride. Henselt can play a crew unit from your deck. Foltest Pride is the #1 choice most of the time, and Henselt, along with all those Stockpile leader charges used on the same turn that Henselt is played, gives the Henselt a bunch of boosts being adjacent to 2 cooldown units, and then at the same time wiping your opponent's board with the likes of Foltest Pride and Reinforced Ballistas or Kara Ballistas.
Yeah, very wide and populated boards can just go poof adios in a heartbeat when Henselt brings out the big guns. Next up is Double Cross, a very traditional assimilate list for the most part, but it is helped very much by a card like Jan Calvate, which can very much just mix all your draws. Who cares about thinning, Shinmeri, when the ultimate thin card is Jan Calvate? You just drop that on the board and then you just get what you want. Who cares how deep your deck is? You're just going to get what you want.
Yep, and this is a very, it's a more control-y version of Double Cross Assimilate, sporting both the Heat Wave and the Yennefer's Invocation, as well as a Spores for Tall Punish and a Muzzle for even more control.
Deadeye Ambush has been a menace in this tournament. A lot of people would perhaps ban it early on in day 1, but letting it pass now, it's getting some respect here and there. It's possible to beat it, obviously. It's not invincible, but it does so many things very well. It has multiple tools to win rounds, be it on the back of Feign Death or ultimately building up to a very devastating Simlas into Vernacial combo. There's very few weaknesses to this list in comparison to what the field looks like.
Yeah, and Magpie's list very good against decks that go tall. In his semifinal series with Pyable, he was able to shut out Pyable's Ursine Ritual Self-Wound deck. That's the deck that Pyable couldn't get a win with. And let's take a look at Poison's list now. Poison also bringing Ursine Ritual Self-Wound. So this will be the deck to look out for, to focus on here, to see if Poison can find a win with Ursine Ritual. His version, running the Ihuarahua instead of Ceres Fearless, could be huge. Played a big role in his series versus Kerpiton. Ihuarahua sometimes milling Scoia'tael cards like Simlas straight out of the deck before they have a chance to use the devastating combo.
Well, that's the beauty of it, is that if you play Ohawa, you're going to go ahead and drop in with, your Melusine, perhaps, your Fuchsia if it's not in hand. You got to be careful about how it works, but it can go ahead and pick out some good cards. And if your Ohawa picks up your Covenant of Steel or your Melusine, you're feeling good. But if it goes out and picks out something that you don't want, the most important part of this card is you want to be sniping something that's like Simlas. If you can snipe Simlas, it is such a devastating course of action here. So that is certainly...
I can't stop laughing.
Well, I'm just trying to pronounce it the way it's spelled. I'm just saying. You go... Okay, you know what? New rule, it's called Sparkle Pony. You play Sparkle Pony, and then you can go ahead and get the Simlas and pretty much shut out.
You broke me, Flake. You broke me.
I tried.
All right, and next up we've got the familiar Stockpile list, very, very similar to the list that Magpie's playing. Possibly, I think they're actually exactly the same, so we don't need to spend too much time on that one. Let's go forward to the Jackpot list, one of the few Syndicate lists this weekend. Jackpot with Horson's Freak Show, proving to have still quite a lot of control and was able to shut down things like those Practitioners earlier in the weekend.
There's a type of archetype that you can basically use as a very broad statement for various different card games. It's just called good stuff. Good stuff is basically put the best cards possible into a deck and just run with it. You know, there no synergies, no nothing. I guess it's kind of similar to something like Point Slam, you would say, but this is a good stuff list. It's just every card I'm going to play is going to do some nasty stuff. You know, if you can get the bank going, good stuff, you know, perfect. Spend a few turns loading up the bank, but everything else is just a devastating blow. Philippa, Horson, you know, Siggy to refill the bank, Professor. There's so much nastiness in here and very little, you know, investment style plays. You know, obviously Poison can get that done. Things like Tax Collector, your throwaway bronzes are just working up to playing that good stuff. And that's what I'm really excited to see with Jackpot, because Syndicate kind of had a backseat in this tournament, but here it is in the finals, and I think that it can definitely make some waves.
Yeah, the deck is still very good. Has a new inclusion like that Eternal Fire Disciple, really efficient spender that Poison is playing a one of. And of course, if you're named Poison, you have to play the Poison package, right? So he's still got that as another tall punish option in this Syndicate list. All right. So let's take a look at Elven Deadeye. No surprises here, right? This version with Fisher King and Knickers giving Poison a little bit more thinning, a little bit more consistency with that Fisher King being able to make sure he doesn't miss a card like Oniromancy as long as he draws one of these cards before round 3.
Yeah, players are very much now, more so than ever these days, just valuing those types of cards that really can get them through to a stronger future round. Cards like Fisher King, Maxi, cards that create consistency are very, very important in decks. And this is a 6 for 6, so it's not terrible, you know, in terms of what it does. It's not punching above its weight, but it's the consistency factor that will be very important here. The thing about it is that we've seen what this can do in round 3, which is absolutely nothing. So you need to make sure that this is a card that you're, you know, likely to get early, that you're and hope that it doesn't come haunt you in round number 3.
All right, so there you have it, the lineups, the deck lists between Poison and Magpie. We're going to be starting our final series of the tournament very, very shortly as the players get ready here. They have already submitted their bans. We can take a look at that real quick to see what they're afraid of, what they don't want to play against.
Well, look at that. I mean, Magpie is going to be locked out of his stockpile list, which has been incredibly powerful. Quite the resurgence for that leader ability that I was, you know, just kind of cast aside for so long at the bottom of most people's sort of tier lists. And on Poison side, no Ursine Ritual, and I tend to agree. I think that a lot of these other decks can be beaten, but that Ursine Ritual might, if you do not have the tools to answer everything that Poison has, it can be problematic. Not to mention, let's just be real, that Quax, aka Sparkle Pony, is going to try to snipe some big stuff out of Magpie's deck, and we just do not want that to happen. It is the only deck that runs the Sparkle Pony, and it's, you know, just locking that out is a good way to just not have to deal with what is potentially Poison's most sound list.
I think there's been a mistake on this visual asset. I think the bans are backwards. Poison's Northern Realm stockpile has been banned, and Magpie's Skellige, his Battle Trance, is banned. So sorry for the confusion there. I was a little confused myself because I was thinking Magpie had such good success shutting out Piable Skellige. Why would he ban Poison Skellige, which is very similar? But yeah, so this asset is wrong. It is the other way around. Magpie has his, there we go. It's getting fixed as we speak. Magic in front of our eyes. Magpie's Skellige has been banned. Poison's Northern Realm has been banned, and that is your lineup.
Yeah, we're trying to tie together all the multiverses, and essentially in another universe, those were the bans. But we've contacted Doctor Strange. He's basically, you know, used his Sorcerer Supreme powers, which he doesn't have anymore because technically it's Wong who has them. But they sealed up all of the rifts in time and space, and now we're back to our own reality, which is those were the bans. So we actually might see some Sparkle Pony action, and it might go ahead and snipe a pretty juicy Simlas, which would be incredibly devastating to the game plan.
Indeed. All right. Okay. Oh no.
So, I don't know if this is correct because the Scoia'tael is now banned for Magpie, which I believe should be Skellige, if I'm not.
Should be Skellige, yes. But all right, well, they're about to jump into the games.
It's a surprise. Hey, we're all in for surprises, baby. Let's just let the games happen and figure out what the hell's going on. So obviously, you got Scoia'tael here for Magpie, so that wasn't locked out. But we've got, finally, we've got a little bit more of Syndicate action, which we love to see. So there it is. Honestly, I am very hyped about casting some Syndicate matches here. It is very rare that you don't see Syndicate in a tournament, but we've kind of been, shut out of this experience for most of the weekend. So I'm very, very excited to be able to bring some more of that extra layer, that coin, that bank aspect to the casting today.
Yeah, here we go. I think Syndicate on red is what you want to be playing as Poisoned. You want to have carryover from filling up your coin bank. You want to bring that Flying Redanian out of your deck for thinning and for points later as well when it can come out of the graveyard. And Magpie on blue coin with elves. It's not something you see too common. You don't have the you don't want to be playing something like Scenario on blue coin as elves since you're going to be overcommitting. But instead, maybe going for that Maxi early on to see his deck order. He's got most of his golds already, the important ones at least. Most of them are in his hand already. So let's see if he decides to keep it or shuffle things up.
We've seen the behavior and the habit of the Syndicate player on red be quite passive for a lot of these first rounds. They're very good at defending bleeds, and they're very good at bursting points in a short round. So we're going to see how this takes place. It's a big commitment, but a full bank offers not only an Intimidate engine on the board with, a few crimes available, but ultimately just getting the full bank and the thinning of the Flying Redanian allows you to get the reach when necessary. So a card open like Magpie playing Maxi is a very non-committal play. It just shows you okay, I'm just going to feel out the waters here. I'm just going to give you this. If your plan is to sort of slow play it as well, I don't want to commit too much, and then you just give me rags. But now Magpie feels like it's going to be up, it's going to be threatening. So he's going to go ahead and immediately drop a pretty significant response here.
Yeah, Poison not playing it slow, deciding to pressure with that Siggy, signals to Magpie that he needs to commit the Scenario now then. And on blue coin, you do have the luxury of activating the first chapter of Scenario immediately with that elf stratagem. On Shade Saber gets out 5 elves so quickly, and boom, Aileron, free points, and Magpie's looking pretty.
I like the timing of Vanadane. I typically like to time my Vanadane for the last chapter of a round 1 scenario, because it allows the Vanadane to not only, obviously trigger the last chapter, but gets you the immediate waylay and extra value off of it. So the timing here should probably be just an easy peasy waylay, a Vanadane play when you need to make this, when you need to play it ultimately. But the beauty here is also the 2 waylays in hand that Vanadane will be able to just toss to the bottom of the pile and not worry about.
Yeah, as an elf player, you love seeing this. The Vanadane and both starting waylays in your hand, able to move those waylays to the bottom of your deck with the Vanadane, so you don't have to worry about drawing into those 2 copies anymore. And then you either Alyssa the waylays, that the new ones that Vanadane has made after playing them, or you can mulligan them in a future round.
Now, the great part about these elf lists are that they're fairly, resilient to poison strategies. They stay low to the ground, they spread out wide, so poison is not really going to get you typically too much value. It might get you 6 or 7 points, but ultimately it's not really the most spectacular of plays. And in this case, it looks like Magpie did a great job, did everything that Magpie needs to do, which is get the 2 waylays into the graveyard and the perfect Vanadane of shuffling the other waylays all the way to the bottom. And look what he's drawing. He's drawing Alyssa and a Heatwave and an Isengrim. So
all golds.
Yeah, it's great. And his mulligans here are pretty, they're telegraphed. It's like, okay, get rid of this other waylay.
Was that Maxi's doing? Like, it's just straight 4 golds. He had 4 golds left in his deck, and he drew all of them, one after another. Wait, no, there is still a Yavin in there, but he's got that Oniromancy to access it. So perfect draws for Magpie. Poison, not too shabby himself, got some bronzes, but Syndicate does have quite a lot of bronzes that it does need to play.
And you could definitely bleed here if you want to, because you do have a very explosive round 3 if you want to have it with just the Simlas and the Vernacial. You could probably keep Simlas, Vernacial, and Isengrim and have a great time. But
yeah,
I think
Magpie feels confident in the long round, seems, since he's just taken the pass after playing the Alyssa.
What I worry about in this case, however, is the fact that he has not seen a Horson Jr., and Horson Jr. with a full bank can really screw up a lot of your game plan. You're going to see a Horson that can go ahead and chew through, maybe 3 or more elves, Deadeyes, which, robs you of some of that Vernacial value, robs you of some of that Isengrim value as well.
That's true. 3 is the big break point here. Junior has that fee, which can be used 3 times with a full bank, and then leader another 3 times, and then even once more with insanity. So, like in an ideal situation, Poison could destroy 7 Elven Deadeye in one go with that Horson Jr.
The other fascinating element,
and the deploy as well. So 8, I think.
The other fascinating element here is that a card like the Professor is going to have, it doesn't necessarily have to wait on anything specific because there's no real engines to worry about. Perhaps he's thinking that there might be a Sword Master that is best suited for the Professor, but any 4 strength card right now is just a clean kill and 4 cards in the bank. The difference is that the jackpot ability is not going to boost. I don't believe it boosts the Professor.
Not the bounty. Because bounty is getting you coins from an effect and not from a card. So it's a little bit different. But Poison elects to use the leader charge, or the leader ability, to protect his tax collectors instead. But Magpie instantly, furiously responds with the 5x waylay, cleaning up both tax collector engines, and now 5 Deadeyes on the board.
So is this a response by Junior here to go ahead and clean up all 5? You can clean up all 5 if you want to. You kill 1, and then you chew through the rest. And that seems to be the case here. Horson Jr. is going to go ahead and go straight to the Elven Deadeye buffet and absolutely lay waste to the board. This is what Syndicate can do. It seems like the ultimate control faction because of how many beautiful tools it has.
Yeah, it's crazy. That was such a clean wipe, and still, Poison still has access to the Freak Show to clean up some more if he wants.
But where is he going to get coins now? And that can be significant given the fact that he's got things that want to spend. He needs to figure out a way to actually start filling the bank again. The Professor can potentially be worth 4 coins upon hitting one of those bowmen. That's definitely an option. But ultimately, you have 3 ways to sink those coins. You've got you've got Savola, you've got the Freak Show, and you have Philippa. Obviously, the best way to do it, in my opinion, I feel, is to steal something with Philippa. It's a 2-for-1 deal, but is that enough? Is that the right way to get those points? Perhaps using the Freak Show to clean up some elves is a better use.
Yeah, without the leader ability anymore, Poison does need to consider how many coins he's going to have, making sure that he's going to have enough to pay the tribute on at least something like Savola to make sure that King of Beggars comes out. And Salamander Mage is going to get him some coins here because King of Beggars still refunding the tribute. So Salamander Mage is a net gain of 2 coins. And then if he's at 6 now, and if he plays something like Bank or Freak Show, he could get to that threshold where Savola will be able to pay for his 9 tribute. And we saw Magpie using an Archer to clean up that
the Junior.
The Junior, making sure that Junior's not on the board anymore to kill any more Deadeye.
That's probably the best Yavin that you're going to get, given the fact that you do have a lot of other tools to kill things. I mean, maybe you're waiting to go ahead and snap it onto, a Freak Show or something. The Heat Wave is going to be a key piece as well, knowing that Magpie has last say here. You're going to just probably, if they choose to go down the Savola route, maybe you do that. But I feel like at this moment, is this a good juncture here, perhaps, Shinmiri, to use and take a risk on your Vernacial to perhaps, get that Freak Show off the board? Is that a concern at the moment? Or are you worried perhaps about Vernacio killing the boat and the boat making an appearance?
I think with only 4 Deadeye on the board, because Poison did such a good job of cleaning up all these Deadeye with his junior, Vernacio front row doesn't even look that juicy. You've got the armor, you've got the risk of killing the boat, and he's just going to play it range row for 11 points and 3 elf bodies to help with his Eisenwind value.
That's a big body on the board. Big time right there. Magpie in the list that he's running on elves does have a Spores. So if necessary, on Lassé with that Ownermance, he can go with Spores onto the King of Beggars, but I suspect that a lot of those points are going to be used offensively for Poisound versus, you know, maybe just succumbing to something like a very easy Spores onto the King of Beggars.
Exactly. He's with the Freak Show still alive, there's almost no reason to actually put boost onto the King of Beggars, and just spending them offensively is better to play around that possibility of Spores. On the other hand, Poison's Morels is not doing too much either. Nothing super tall to punish in the elf list, so you're not going to really want to take the tribute on the Morels. Probably just going to end up playing as an 8-point card.
Yeah, if your goal is to get rid of that Eisengrim, it's cheaper actually to use the Freak Show with the Morels without the tribute, like that right there, and you're saving 2 coins in the bank and you're feeling good. At the moment, there's just a snap heat wave on that big 12-point unit. Vivaldi Bank digging 5 deep. So there's 2 cards you're not going to see. Those don't seem all that fantastic. But I think getting coins here is the best course of action. You're probably going to poison your boat in this case, or that, or whatever. Get 8 coins, and hopefully that Philippa is big enough. It's going to be a 12, a 15-point play if you're stealing a 6, and it's the most efficient use. But take a look at that. A few more points here and there, and is this enough? I do not believe so. It's going to bring you up to about 40, a 2-point deficit, plus the 2 from there. 4 points is easily overcome by this beautiful play right there. Again, enough Deadeyes on the board. Magpie takes this one easy peasy. I thought that in this case, Shinmiri, that there was definitely a situation, I believe, where if perhaps that Siggy was held in for round 3, a nice refill of the bank could have just killed so much more of those elves, and it would have been a completely different ball game. But I think that Poisound just wanted to be relevant in round 1 on red coin, and seeing that Maxi was the first play, he decided to pounce and was immediately rebutted by a feign death, and then ultimately a loss of that round 1.
Sure, Siggy would have been nice to have in round 3, but if you don't play your Siggy in round 1, that probably means Magpie still has his scenario as well. And if the scenario survives, then that's a lot more Deadeye that you probably aren't able to answer very cleanly once that junior is exhausted.
Well, if you're going to come at me with logic, Shinmiri, obviously I'm going to sound like a doofus, but I get what you're saying. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's hard to prognosticate what other rounds would look like if they had this card or if they had that card, because, yeah, the dynamics of round 1 would have changed as well. So it is what it is, goes the old adage, and you just play with the cards you're dealt, and in round 3, you do your best. And it looked like he had the right idea there, coming in with that, the Horse and Junior, cleaning up 5 Deadeyes in one foul swoop. That is incredible efficiency from a single turn in order of controlling your opponent's game plan. But when you have all your leader abilities, you have a Simloss, you have a Vernacial still, you're just going to be pooping out Deadeyes like they're going out of style. And that's precisely what happened.
Yeah, and I think both players played this well. They were both pretty confident in their lines. Junior doing a ton of work, but I think this sort of game, this result, is why the Syndicate meta has started shifting a little bit more from Jackpot to off the books with that Tin Boy that we saw in some of these qualifier tournaments, and as well, I think Cam's brought Tin Boy in his list this weekend. Tin Boy is what secures Syndicate the long round 3 in this matchup that's very, very common on the ladder right now, and obviously very popular in the tournament scene.
Well, it punishes those long rounds. If you're going to have, if you're going to have 18 elves on the board, well, I'm going to do you one hell of an amount of damage, right? I'm here to absolutely ruin your birthday party, and that's the case. Tin Boy would come in for a potential swipe of 36 damage across the board. That's massive. That's absolutely massive. But in this case, that is not what Poisound decided to bring to this tournament, as the jackpot did not get through, and we're in game 2 here at Gwent Open number 1. This is the finals, ladies and gentlemen, and Poisound is going to be on blue coin, bringing the elf list, and on the other side of the board, loving that red coin, really being aggressive, is Magpie with Assimilate. Now, this is the story that if you've played a list like this, Magpie is playing Calvade, and it is getting support from Tactics. However, if you take a look at it, it's not enough Tactics to automatically guarantee that Calvade makes it to the top of the pile. And in this case, Magpie is wondering just how deep that Calvade dug itself into the deck to finally show up. And I've played Magpie's list. I have had several scenarios where, you know, despite the game text of Calvade and the support from the Tactics, it did not show up until round 3 and became useless at that juncture.
Oh no, that is a rare occurrence indeed, but Magpie's going to hope at least he can find it in round 2, or maybe even Prey and Joachim into, hopefully, the Calvade on top of his deck. I don't know, that's also a possibility if he gets really desperate for that in this round. But Magpie on red coin versus Poison on blue coin. Poison this time playing his elf list. I'm trying to think how this matchup is going to play out. You've got Assimilate, on one hand, really loves copying that Simless. Either if Poison tries to hold it in his hand, he can Magpie can double cross and get it. Magpie's list is playing 2 Imperial Diplomacies, I believe, so that's a great target for the copied Simless. And there's 2 Tourney Jousts, which is significantly worse, but it's something if you want to have a second wheel of Simless.
Okay, so Poisound is running Scoia'tael Neophyte, and if you do play your Simlas after your Neophytes can flip the Simlas into a Deadeye, and then essentially shuts down a potential coup de grace onto the Simlas. It's definitely an option that you can keep track of here, and it looks to me like, you know, Magpie is starting to create his own stuff. And I mean, that's an illusionist with nothing in the graveyard. It's basically saying, I could probably win this round when you pass, but I'm not going to give you the opportunity yet. But Poison's doing a good job of just kind of sticking around, you know, not committing too much. There's Knickers that helps out, again, with the thinning and a little bit of the points, but you can probably tell by the fact that he hasn't used his Saber yet, and he's probably committed to just sticking around this round until things get a little bit greasy.
Yeah, seems like so. Magpie is just kind of playing those 3 cards, going through the motions, probably just going to pass at this juncture and go to round 2, hoping to find that Calvade at that point. Now, Poison has a decision to make. Does he want to click this stratagem? Does he want to thin the Aileron out to improve his draws? Or does he want to save that and potentially hold off on playing 5 elves in this round 1?
That's a fascinating thought process here, because the first, you know, knee-jerk reaction is, yeah, of course I want to thin out in round 1. Look, are you crazy? That's what that card is there for. It's extra jam in the round, feels good. But he's noticed as well that Magpie hasn't played Calvade, so he knows also that the round 2 is not going to be a sure thing. It's not going to be home run after home run. He's opting in this case to pull out the Aileron, but there was a lot of logic in terms of not doing that, because you had the failsafe of playing Vanadane if you did draw the Aileron to toss it to the bottom of the deck and never worry about it again. So I think in this case, securing the round is also very important, and just, you know, dictating the pace. So we'll see what Magpie draws into round 2, but he doesn't have the Calvate now, which really supercharges all of his follow-up rounds.
That's probably what Poison is thinking, is that I want to get a big enough lead so that Magpie doesn't have any funny ideas about how he can randomly pull a win out of this first round without having to commit too much stuff. So by getting that big lead, Poison is forcing Magpie to commit bigger things. That was an interesting invocation, don't you think?
I definitely do. But the beautiful part about this is that, you know, there are potentially situations where you might have 5 elves on the board. It's completely possible. With the Mushy Truffle, if you can manage to snipe a Vernastial out of your opponent's hand with your leader ability, that's another 3 elves that you can generate. Copying cards as well. So it's not necessarily out of the realm of reality where you won't be able to thin out that card for extra jam. So I think what Magpie's basically calculating here is that I'm not going to get more than like 6 points off of a Yenvo anyways. And yeah, I can Yenvo a Vernasil, but it might be too late, and I might have to commit my my Joaquin, etc. So I think he's saying all 5 is good in this juncture, and it might be 5 that comes back to help me later on in in a long shot scenario, but it's possible.
Yeah, exactly. So trying to get a little bit of carryover value at least from that invocation. And Poison must be very happy to get out of that round with just a teensy little squirrel. Nothing to banish in the graveyard there. Hasn't played that coup de grace, but the squirrel is just what you need to get Magpie to pass and extending the lead big enough. Magpie no longer wants to contest, is going to round 2, and does indeed find the Calvite.
Finally. If he jams it out here, what is he looking to pick up? He's going to get... Magpie will pick up his... he's got the Heat Wave already. He's already played the Yen's Invocation. So Coup de Grace is what's going to be showing up. He's got the Mushy in hand. He's got the Joaquin. I guess he's going to be picking up Blightmaker and stuff, but it looks like Poison is just, content just testing the waters here.
Terra Nova is still in the deck for Magpie, so that'll be the first Joachim target after he plays the Calvite. That could be a little bit dangerous too. So far, Joachim, the Arto Terra Nova only had Archer, but now with this muzzle, has the option to play a Vanadane of his own, which he could overwrite something like Peller and Spores.
Yeah, that could have also been a pass if Poison wanted it, but I think that he does want to populate an extra... he wants to put 2 of those Waylays back in the deck, right? Or into the graveyard, right? I think he's only played 1 at this juncture, so putting another one isn't the worst thing. Because
that is correct.
They want the Alyssa to put them back. So these are just cards that he can toss out there, continue to sort of get ahead of the opponent. There's the Calvite. That's the biggest quote-unquote point slam he's going to get other than Joaquin.
Yeah, these players are playing very fast. They know this matchup in and out. Poison now has 2 Waylays in his graveyard. Probably going to go for the Oniromancy onto Alyssa, or might even think about taking this pass here.
Oh, this is a juicy pass.
Because if you play the Alyssa, it's a 6-tempo play. It turns off your engine, and you are asking for Magpie to catch up, get ahead of you, and lock in that card advantage. And you don't necessarily want to play your combo pieces in this round 2 as Poison. So
I can see a scenario here where Poison's considering doing it because it puts Magpie in a position where he has to make a decision to use his leader ability or not. Because the further he pushes, the worse and worse that leader ability gets in this position. So typically bleeding down to your own 3 cards is pressure on Magpie from a decision-making perspective as well. It's not just about playing it for value, it's playing it while I can still play it. Obviously, if Magpie decides not to use his leader ability to hold on to it, Poison might play another card and say, okay, now you have to choose, do you want any of these 2 cards? And if Magpie doesn't bite on that, then Poison might go for it, continue until eventually that leader ability is nothing. What if the last card in Poison's hand is an Isengrim and Magpie doesn't get a whole lot of value off of it? If it's something like Simlas or Vernasil, obviously you're getting a lot of value. The more Poison pushes into this, the worse and worse that leader ability gets. So that is a consideration Poison is making and is continuing to push as you see that Alyssa coming down and putting in those other 2 Waylays that were already played earlier on.
Yep. And I think you can make a good point. It does put pressure on Magpie to use his leader ability. Let's see if he decides to do it. Nope. He's happy with the lead that he has right now. Not going to use it this turn. But if Poison goes in now and plays something like Simless into 4 Waylays, that is really going to ring alarm bells in Magpie's head. And we might see Magpie then use Double Cross leader ability next turn for something like Vernasil.
Well, here it comes. So he's saying, all right, you're not going to do it. All right, punish time. Let's see what you got with this. He's going to go full ham here with 4 of those Waylays. Of course, the 5th would have come from the scenario, but that was heat waved on as soon as it made an appearance. And now Poison ahead by 19 points, which is significant. but that can easily be made up. But the question again is Magpie going to use the leader ability? And that is exactly what he's doing. And Poison might be happy about this in general. So, hey, we got 4 elves on the board, Shinmiri.
Oh, it's happening.
We're almost
4
there.
elves on the board, and Joachim into the Terra Nova into a Simless is going to be a guaranteed 5th elf for that Aileron.
Oh, unless they die here.
Oh,
no, the dream is dead.
There's only 2 elves left, but the dream's not dead. The dream's not dead, Flake. If you go Simless, Joachim into Terra Nova, into Simless, into double Diplomacy, into 2 elves would be exactly enough. But this is a
we're
big...
gonna see it.
We're gonna see it.
Do it.
Can we do it? This is gonna be a big moment.
Man, if that Aileron factors in, that is the type of, when you're saying it's like, well, why do this versus this? Well, in Doctor Strange went through, 13 million different realities to find out how to beat Thanos. In one of those realities, you're getting that Aileron out of the deck. So
Magpie does not go for it. He goes for the Vanadane play instead because his hand is very bad, very, very weak, right? Because he has a Spores that's only playing for like 5-6 points.
No, you can do it. You could get it because those spawn elves.
Yes, those spawn elves, and the Vanadane spawns elves too. There's no answer left. Magpie knows that there's no Yavin in Poison's hand because when he leadered, he saw the Isengrim as well as the Vernicial. So this Vanadane is guaranteed to survive, but will it be enough points? These are 9-point waylays each, plus the Assimilate, 11-point waylays. The Aileron comes out. It is so close.
No, this is definitely enough. It gets you just there.
It is
The Aileron factored in! The Aileron factored in! Yes! Yes!
Oh my god! That invocation giving Magpie just enough carryover to survive this. And now, what does Poison even have left? By 1 point, the closest of margins. Poison, it doesn't matter what he draws. Magpie's got 2 Blightmakers. How do you beat that?
You kind of don't. Poison is saying, I can't believe, like that, when you see that invocation on an Aileron, you're like, okay, go for it. And there it was. It factored in, Shinmiri. This is so awesome. I'm so happy that that's the outcome here. Blightmakers, again, you're getting 9 points, possibly 11, but there was nothing on the board. In this case, Poison does have the option, if he wants to, I guess, you could use the Archer here, but the Archer then is just getting eaten up.
Gets cooed.
It gets cooed.
Yeah, but, well, it gets cooed, but there's not, this is really awkward.
Cooed, and then you use the Archer on the spawned Deadeye. I think Poison at this point,
Poison is looking through the deck list. He's trying to cross out everything that Magpie has played so far so that he knows exactly what's in Magpie's hand. So he's playing with he's trying to figure out this open deck list, open hand situation and figuring out what his best sequencing is. It looks like he's hovering over the Heat Wave. Might think about going uninteractive for another turn here. And that is what he goes for. I like this play a lot. Poison does have the last say. It forces another a 2-point loss on the second Blightmaker, and now he can play something like Bowman, which makes Magpie's coup very bad at a 3-point coup.
But it might be that you're just a little too much short
here. Yeah, the Blightmaker's just carrying so much weight on their shoulders.
2 points shy here, unfortunately. Imagine if one of those other units on the board was... Oh, he killed his own unit, but
it's still 2 points short either way. But wow, what a game! Magpie with the invocation in round 1 on the Aileron. Knowing this matchup, he's consistently impressed me this weekend with his plays and his foresight and his depth of knowledge of these matchups in and out.
Okay. I love long shot stories, underdogs, those kinds of weird scenarios that could possibly occur. Like I said, there was a little bit of extra method to that madness. In that small scenario where perhaps that Aileron would get thinned out, it's extra points, right? So that Yenvo on an Aileron seemed so odd and unorthodox when it occurred. But when you think about it, you're thinking, okay, this is a 5-point Yenvo, but it might be a 10-point Yenvo split into 2 rounds that might come back to help me out later. And that's precisely what happened. And that is so awesome that it actually factored into this. The use of the Yenvo in a round so early, so low value, you're thinking that perhaps it's just a toss away, like, what are you doing? But there it was. It came back to save him by 1 point. It's exactly what saved him in that round and ultimately won him the game. That is brilliant. I love to see that.
And I also want to note that Magpie had this idea very early on, even before he took his mulligans in round 2, because, you know, as when you play Calvite, you know that you're going to draw into good cards, and he purposely kept a Spores and a Peller, 2 garbage bronzes that basically don't do anything versus the Elf matchup, in his hand in round 2, because he planned on playing that Terra Nova into Vanadane the whole time, knowing that he wanted to keep those 2 garbage cards to transform or shuffle into your into the bottom of your deck and replace them with Waylays, and he didn't want them to be better cards in his hand that he would, if he say had a Blightmaker in place of the Spores, he would have to put the Blightmaker to the bottom of the deck, and he wouldn't have had as powerful of a short round 3. So this is very, very, again, very good foresight by Magpie, just showing his absolute mastery of these matchups.
Yeah, well, he identified what in his hand was the hot organic free range fair trade garbage and turned it into something a lot better. Turned it into a nice little dinner bell for Aileron, who came running around looking for
those Waylays. Those Waylays were 11-point Waylays. They 6 points base plus 3 points on the Vanadane plus an assimilate activation on 2 units, and they helped you get the number of elves required to get Aileron out. Just unbelievable.
All right, this is the matchup I was hoping to see. I wanted to see Siege on blue versus this Syndicate list. This is going to be two decks that, like, it goes tall. You've got a little bit of tall punish, but there's going to be a lot of work that's going to be needed to be done by these Siege engines to control some of those pieces. But on the other side, Syndicate has so many tools, Shinmari, to just go ahead and make your life a living hell. Cards like Horson Jr., Horson's Freak Show. The whole freaking circus is here. All the clowns are dancing around and singing Kumbaya in order to make your life a living hell as Northern Realms. But on Blue Coin, you're feeling a little bit, you're feeling good. And, this is definitely going to be one of those slugfests of two decks that can really, do damage to each other.
Yeah, a lot of removal for both of these decks. Magpie opening up with the Cintrian Envoy here, prioritizing that top deck consistency because he does not have Siege in hand, does not have Henselt in hand either.
What's also good about it is the fact that when you open with the Envoy, you can see what's coming up on the top of your deck. And then when you play your Siege engine, your Siege Master will draw that card. So you know what's coming up the pipe. No surprises here. And Magpie... is Magpie playing... No, he's not playing Hubert, so there's no worries about potentially drawing a quote-unquote brick. But this is helpful as well.
Yeah, first 2 tries, though, with the Envoy. Doesn't find a single gold with those 2 tries on the Envoy. But the 3rd time's the charm, baby, and that is a Henselt right there.
That is definitely a Henselt, and that's what's going to be grabbed by the Siege Master. But no stress yet. Don't need to do it just yet. Why not just drop the Radovid while you got the opportunity, get up to 5 of those stockpile charges, and the damage that can do is incredibly significant. Pairing that up with a Henselt into Foltest Pride style turn, those are those turns that you write home about. Those are the turns that can get really nasty. If your board's wide, it'll get devastated. Now, poison in this case, I think it's the right idea in this case just to use your poison on your own side. What are you really poisoning on Magpie's side that you can't already kill with something like Moriel's, let's say?
Yeah, and he's only got 1 poison in his hand right now anyway, so he's just going for the proactive points. Magpie takes a pass, leaving Poison having to play a Salamander Mage to win the round. Now, Salamander Mage is a 5 provision bronze, but it is a very key card in this matchup. Being able to soften things up, do 2 damage to potentially 3 Siege engines, and helping something like Horson Jr. or Freak Show to clean them up afterwards. So that is a pretty big card to get out of Poison. But now Poison has the round control, potentially looking to push potentially to push as Syndicate here, and making Magpie's siege deck a little bit uncomfortable.
Now Magpie looking at what he's got going on, and this is a situation where typically, as the Northern Realms player, like, hey, I'm supposed to go first in round 2. I'm used to that. Like, what is up with this? A nice draw there, actually. Picking up the other Siege Master off the Siege Master. It's a nice little extra surprise for Poison perhaps later, and it allows you to continue to cycle through your deck and grab some of those cards. But that Philippa stealing the Carol Ballista is massive. That's a huge tempo swing. It's a huge engine piece. And like you mentioned, Shinmiri, not having Siege in this situation is pretty yucky. And he did not find it with the second Siege Master either.
Ooh.
So
I was
danger.
actually about to say that maybe Magpie should thin with Natalis first and pull out a Warfare card like that Boiling Oil before he plays the second Siege Engine to give himself a better chance of drawing into like a Muzzle or a Siege, because this round is looking like it's going to go pretty deep with Poison not letting up, just opening up with the Siggy as well as that Philippa.
Yeah, this Syndicate list right now is telling the Northern Realms list. Like, I know this is what you typically do, but how do you like it? A little bit of your own medicine in this case.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what Northern Realms typically does on the second round after winning. They like to bully. They like to push the tempo. They like to get all their big cards out and make you pay for it and just control all of your cards. But ultimately, at this juncture, Magpie is just struggling to keep up. Without Siege as a big catalyst for those major point swings, he's going to have to figure out what the hell he's going to do here.
Yeah, Magpie looking down at like a 23-point deficit and nothing really on his board. His War Chariot's not doing anything. It's just movement. It doesn't have the crew for the bleed. Henselt really the big catch-up card that Magpie is most likely going to have to use at some point in this round. But Magpie might even get 2-0. Look at how strong Poison's hand is right now.
Some awkward positioning as well, because if you do plan on getting full test Pride and doing some damage, some of that damage is going to be soaked by the boat, which can, if it dies, will come back. And same thing with the Carabalist. The Carabalist is already bleeding. Do you really want to put damage to something that's going to take the damage anyways? So I like this move, honestly. I think that move's pretty sweet, because what it's going to essentially do is when you do get the full test Pride, it's a nice little cleaner pocket of cards that you're going to be able to do damage to. And that boat is not going to succumb to any of it. But yeah, the boat, if boat at 1, yeah, if that barrage kills that boat, that's bad news bears.
Yeah, there might be a reason for Magpie not to play this second bombardment, at least for a while, or wait to see if Poison ends the round with less than 9 coins. Then the bombardment killing the boat wouldn't be that big of a deal.
It's a decent play there. The professor's going to go clean up the rest of the War Chariot.
This is so backwards. We're so used to Northern Realm Siege bullying their opponents, having their opponent's Northern Realm Siege opponent's side of the board empty, and this is Poison just giving Magpie his own medicine.
Well, that's it. It's like, okay, clearly you don't have Siege, and this is my opportunity, because if we go to round 3 and you do have Siege, I might not be able to come back at you. So I like these plays here. Playing the Savola seems like a major commitment. Maybe you play something else, but I think what he's looking to do here is he's holding on to his control elements to go ahead and eventually punish whatever the Henselt play is, because that's the only catch-up card that he'll have.
Yeah, and the Heat Wave used on that Sea Jackal, a semi-tall unit, as well as denying Poison the ability to spend 2 coins for 3 points. But this lead is huge, 36 points. I mean, Henselt into Full Test Pride is a lot of catch-up that Magpie has under his sleeve. And Natalis being the only unit on the board here is actually huge, because he's got the soldier tag. He's going to be able to provide that Full Test Pride with the crew pocket as soon as it comes down. But Poison might have something to say about that.
Yeah, I don't think he's giving him even an inch of breathing room, and
he knows. Poison knows exactly what that Natalis means for Magpie, and so he's willing to spend 3 power to destroy a 1 power leftover Natalis.
All right, let's get the points while we can. Last card is going to be, oh boy, going all in here. Poison is going to go and just try to not necessarily make a statement, but make a statement saying, all right, can you do 51 points or 52 points with 2 cards? Let's see what you can do. Magpie's going to have to, he needs a hat of his own because he needs something to pull a rabbit out of in this case.
This is not going to happen with no second cooldown engine. Like the reinforced ballista dying is also a big deal. There's no second cooldown engine for the Hensel to boost off of. So these stockpile charges are only giving 1 unit cooldown and only giving 1 boost on this Hensel instead of 2. And so it is not going to be that close.
Unfortunately, I mean, it's closer than you think, but not quite there, as you're just, again, day late, buck short. This is essentially the story that Northern Realms wants to tell, but in this case, Syndicate's getting first licks in round 2, and it's a whole different story. Missing Siege there, Sunmiri, I think is obviously very crucial, but could that round have gone differently with Siege on the board? Would there have just been too many engines, if that one went to Fireworks as it did?
Yeah, I mean, it was an 8-point game. At the end of the day, after everything's said and done, 8-point game. I think Siege replacing one of like the bombardments, for example, means that Magpie is able to survive. It should be at least 8 points better than a bombardment. It should help Magpie swarm the board with engines a little bit faster, maybe be able to stick something before Poison can remove all of them, and then get extra engine value from Hensel, for example. And if they had gone to a round 3, there would have been a second use of Amphibious Assault, and I think not that many golds left for Poison because he drew like a god in those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, he looked pretty good there. Poison now back against the wall. Magpie smelling victory. Another open win for Magpie potentially. Well, we're almost there as he's got his Northern Realms list on, I believe it's on blue. So that is where you want to be positioned in this case.
This is game number 4, right? It's game 4, so he should be on red this game. I think last game he was on blue versus Syndicate. But yeah, he'll have at least 1 more chance on blue coin in game number 5.
So things are feeling good for him. I think in this at this juncture, Magpie's got all the pieces he needs. He was you're right. He was on blue just a second ago. Now he's going to be on. I'm lost. I'm just too excited. There was an Aileron that shot out of a Nilfgaard deck. Let's get real.
And you've been checked out since then because Aileron, the Invo Aileron, you and I are going to be on a Gwentfinity show a little later this week, right? And we're going to be talking about all this stuff. And I'm just thinking highlights. There's so many highlights from this weekend. This has been one of my favorite tournaments to watch in recent memory, and it is chock full of highlights, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. So Gwentfinities, we're doing a post-game show. We're recording it tomorrow. It's going to be myself. You're going to be there. We're going to have Ryan Godric, Pavel Berja, and Sealy. We're all going to be talking about what happened this weekend. When that airs, I believe it's like Tuesday or Wednesday ultimately. But yeah, like you mentioned, a pile of things to talk about. And obviously, possibly highlighted by that wicked cool Aileron play that really factored in to that Game 1 win. Now, in this case, Poison's down 2-1. Magpie smelling victory on red coin with that Siege list. Behind on the back of that stockpile. Again, thing of the past stockpile? I don't think so. It is definitely a major player right now. It's one of those lists that were kind of forgotten. We're kind of laughed at, and here it is taking center stage as a real powerhouse at the tournament. How long that will last when the changes occur, who knows? But ultimately, right now, this is the tail of the tape. It's that Magpie has 2 kicks at the can to convert on this, 1 on red and 1 on blue, and this is probably one of his toughest matchups because there is Sparkle Pony and there is no Henselt in the hand for Magpie.
Yeah, there's no Henselt. That is what Sparkle Pony, as you so lovingly put it, will be pulling out from Magpie's deck, but Poison can't actually play the Huarahua right now. It's not really ideal for him. So he's got Fukusha in his hand, Melusine in his hand, Defender just played from hand. The next card is going to be Bride of the Sea or Canute.
Or Ermion.
Or Ermion. No, Ermion's in hand. So Bride of the Sea or Canute is going to be the 2 50-50s, the 2 cards that can be 50-50 from. And I don't think you really want a 50-50 and potentially lose your Bride of the Sea. So Poison's going to have to establish his engines, like his Melusine, Then he's going to have to play Fisher King and put Bride of the Sea on top, draw it with the stratagem before he can play Ihuarahua. And by that time, Magpie may have been able to draw his own Henselt if he sees it from like Centurion Envoy. So there's a ticking time bomb kind of going on here in this first round.
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, you can make that happen, but ultimately, at this case, it looks like he's just going to save the Fisher King. But,
yeah,
I mean, I feel like Sparkle Pony's a card that you got to drop in while you can. The earlier, the better in some case, because you don't want to give your opponent, 5 more kicks at the can in round 2, 3 draws, 2 mulligans to find the good stuff. So you got to catch them with their pants down, proverbially, where you're going to go ahead and drop Ihwara Wax and get the job done.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised he didn't play the Fisher King before clicking the stratagem, because what else are you really Fisher King for? I think you want a Fisher King for Bride of the Sea anyways. There's not that many higher provision or more important golds left that you won't have access to.
All right, War Chariot's going to, I guess, give a little bit of that. Well, now it's crude, so it's going to be a little 2-pack there. Little
that
California
is nice.
Dreamin'. Yeah, a little shimmy shake.
Gets the bleed and the movement, making the Melusine now vulnerable to something like Heatwave if Magpie wants to take it.
Well, we've talked about just how many targets that Heatwave can catch, right? Is it Melusine you want to get? Is it Sigvald that you want to clip? Is K-Nut? Like which one's the worst one? I think he's actually in a situation now where he's probably I could probably kill this the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
With damage and nastiness. But that restore, oh baby, that restore can rescue that card right now.
This is a juicy restore opportunity for Poison because, yeah, if he doesn't boost it or heal it... Oh, wait. Magpie is going for the double leader? Is he going for the double leader to kill it here? It's pretty costly, but Magpie is on red coins, so if he gets ahead and he thinks he has the hand to threaten a win on even, this could be huge.
Oh, I like this play. You do have the Radovid when you need it later on to sort of rejuvenate a little bit and just restock your stockpile, as it were. But killing Melusine without using the Heatwave, sure, it's now vulnerable to be brought back. But if it's brought back, well, there's only so many ways to bring it back. Obviously, you've got Fuchsia. There's the Sigdrifa's Right. There's all kinds of ways to bring it back. But you need to really covet that Heatwave. But look at that. Hey, she's back.
Yeah, the Melusine is back thanks to Fuchsia, but Fuchsia being played in round 1 is also not what you normally like to do, as Skelligan Magpie finds the Siege as well. So top decks are looking pretty good. This Centurion Envoys has been MVP, drawing Magpie the Radovid in round 1 and then now setting up the Siege for later.
Poison just not wasting any time. Has a plan, executing it, no problem. Fisher King is going to go ahead and pick up the cards you need. There's that card that, again, consistency in tournaments, the reliability of getting what you need, huge. We've seen in previous rounds in the semifinals today just how nasty it can be when you're playing a deck that's really revolving around one key element and you just don't draw it. How many Getty Neths were just buried at the bottom of a deck, right? So having that Fisher King in round 1 while you're ahead and just making that play now feels really good.
And the movement comes yet again with the War Chariot, moving the defender a second time. It's just like musical chairs almost. They move the defender, Poison tries to play his engines behind the new row, and then the defender gets moved in a couple of turns. Now again, the Heatwave staring down that Melusine could potentially be a juicy target. Magpie did not Heatwave this turn though. He had the opportunity to do so, to Heatwave that Melusine. Chose not to do it, still gonna save it. Maybe just prioritizing that Sigvald a little bit more than the Melusine.
That's completely possible. It's just if I don't have an answer to that Sigvald can run the table. In this case, Poison could possibly just go ahead and take the gamble on the Sparkle Pony and maybe kind of yoink out that Henselt. That would be pretty devastating to Magpie's plan. But on Poison's side, if that Sparkle Pony pulls out Bride of the Sea, that's not good. You don't want that. So you kind of want that Sparkle, that you want the Bride of the Sea for something else. 3 points of bonus. Why not?
I wonder if Magpie forgot about Knickers, because this is a pretty big lead now. He might have
get out
to
of this with. I mean, do you have to
with
use
Heat
the
Wave.
Heat Wave here?
Heat Wave, you probably can get out, no problem. But I wonder if there's any other option. 13.
The tough part about that, I think, Shinmiri, is that if you ultimately are just going to Heat Wave the Melusine anyways, like you feel like maybe you lost the opportunity with all that damage you invested earlier on to get rid of it. And you're just going to Heat Wave it anyways. That could be a little bit of a feels bad. He's opting in this case. All right, you know what? That's not bad.
This is fine.
That is absolutely fine.
It's first use of Amphibious Assault, and by using it after Poison has passed, doesn't allow Poison to get that Squirrel value, and now Squirrel's pretty useless for Poison.
Oh, but does he get there? He does just get there.
A little bit nerve-wracking right at the end there, as you see all those bleed ticks and those the engine value just barely able to take it with the Amphibious Assault. Magpie perfectly calculated.
All right, if Magpie can scoop up that the Hensel, that would be huge. That is a very, very big sigh of relief, as it were, as it's going to rescue him from having to sacrifice a very strong play with that Hensel. I mean, like, drawing it means that the Sparkle Pony's not going to snipe it, and that is something you need to keep in mind, as he did go ahead and actually toss back the Foltest's Pride, because that's typically the tutor target for the Hensel. But we'll see how this goes. Maybe Poison just takes it now.
Nah, probably not, because he's still gambling with the Bride of the Sea and Canute on his own side. So I don't think we'll see him take it now. He probably plays like a priest or a veteran. He's thinking about it, though. Taking his time. Can't blame him for that. You know what's funny, Flake? If Magpie misses his Henselt and doesn't draw into it by round 3, Poison's Huarhua might actually help him out, because bringing out the Henselt is not nothing. It's, you don't get the deploy, but you do get that engine on the board next to potentially cooldown engines. So yeah, that could be potentially representing like 10 plus points on just a naked Henselt with no deployability.
Oh, I like it. I like it. Nobody likes a naked Henselt, but still. Let's be real. That is certainly something that happened. But there it is. Okay, so he picked it up. So in this case, what is Ihuarahua pick it up? 2 mulligans left here for Poison. He's going to probably be tossing away what? The veteran, perhaps? Is that what you want to get rid of? Do you covet those Mardromes? Is 2 enough?
This Ihuarahua is bad for Poison right now. Ihuarahua is getting him his own Bride of the Sea. So he's thinking about mulliganing the Ihuarahua. Or he could decree the Bride of the Sea, and then you're getting Herald Houndstone.
Herald. Yeah, and Herald without a deploy effect.
Yeah.
Right, so...
But he decides to keep it. Interesting.
Yeah, and in this case, what is it picking up for Magpie out of Magpie's list?
It is picking up the Foltest Pride. Foltest Pride, which would normally be the Hensel target, but it's I wouldn't say that's a good deal for Poison, because you might mill the Foltest Pride, but it comes out on the board, it's a threat, and there are still 2 crew targets for the Hensel in the deck even after the Foltest Pride is milled, so it's not like you're bricking your opponent's Hensel in this case.
So let's say Hensel does go get it. Okay, that's a great heat wave. That is necessary. Let's say that Hensel does go get Foltest Pride. How many Caro Ballistas have been played?
1.
Okay, so there's one in hand. So
there's 1 in hand and there's 1 in the deck, so 0 have been played.
And how many reinforced ballistas have been played? 1. So there's
there's 1 in deck.
It would essentially get the reinforced ballista at this point, and after that, what it gets is the siege tower. So the Ihuarahua is either getting a reinforced ballista or a siege tower out of the list, which feels quite that's
what if he plays
yoink you want.
I mean, he could play Ihuarahua for range row and try to, and that would be a 50-50 on Drakkar and Squirrel for Poison. And probably get a much better engine.
You're losing that trade every time, right?
Yeah, you're losing that trade.
You know that you're even if you do get a Drakkar, you're giving your opponent a siege engine. So you do not want to do that.
Yeah, so I don't think Poison has good options on this pony.
Now, Poison right now feels, I think he's just feeling comfortable with the fact that, hey, I've got a restore in hand, and they use their heat wave. So what else can they possibly do but put in a heap load of work against me? And I mean, obviously, Siege with all these tools on the board are going to be good. Okay, so now Ihuaragua brings out Siege Tower. So literally, you've gotten to the bottom of the barrel in terms of what you're yoinking out of the deck. So like, if Poison actually uses Royal Decree here for Bride, and then plays the Sparkle Pony, he's getting the Sparkle Pony to
the Herald Houndsnout and
or a Siege Tower.
For Foltest Pride still at the moment, because
Foltest Pride,
hasn't been played yet. But I think at this point, Poison's plan is going to be trying to get massive value on this Restore. That's basically his big win condition now. Sigvald's been heat waved, which means that the Melusine is relatively safe, although with 3 leader charges and a bunch of siege engines, Poison can, Magpie can still do a lot of damage to this Melusine in one turn. Okay, so Poison is at least able to get the Drakkar instead of the Squirrel. At least he gets something maybe useful for him. Not quite sure. It's not on the right row. And there's not really that many ways to self-wound for Poison at this point.
Yeah, so the Royal Decree is obviously going to be the Bride of the Sea. Seems like the best option at this rate. A card like Restore is going to allow Magpie, or make Magpie think twice about doing too much damage to some of these cards. Unless you're killing the unit outright, you're probably going to not, focus too hard on one of these units. So here's the Henselt play. This is going to be...
Can Magpie kill this Melusine? Or is this just going to leave it badly wounded for a perfect Restore?
I think
There's no time for this. He is running out of rope. And he is just going to stop here after 1 leader charge. Melusine... All right. Oh, and there it is. That is a big Restore for, I think, like 26 points?
Yeah,
26-point Restore for 5 provisions.
You had to do it, and you got to think here, maybe Magpie had an opportunity to, if he had more time, to actually clean up one of those 2 units. But the Restore has been used now, and unfortunately, maybe there wasn't enough room on the board. But are you going to get a better... I mean, I guess the muzzle with K-Nut could be good. You can just sort of pair it up. But I like how this is all gone down. It's taken work here. Both of these, for both of these players to just maintain. Magpie's done a great job of just spreading out some of the damage, keeping the board clean. But once that heat wave was gone, Poison knows that he can really just say eggs meat basket on that Melusine. And standing 34 points tall, there's no Geralts in the vicinity at all. They are on vacation, so nothing to worry about here.
Yeah, I wonder if Poison could have even used some leader charges on that Melusine. To get even more value from that Restore, knowing that there's no Tall Punish left, no Spores, Heat Wave's gone, but maybe he's planning on using these leader charges on the veteran, potentially healing the veteran even twice with the help of Canute.
It's possible. It's absolutely possible.
This game is very close. 3 cards per player, leader charges still there for both players. Poison's tournament life on the line. That is a 17 damage Canute. Wait.
Yeah, but like, look at the damage he had to do to himself in order to get rid of that Henselt. I mean, here we are. It is the finals, ladies and gentlemen, of Gwent Open number 1. Poison versus Magpie. The score stands at 2-1, but Magpie is poised to make some waves here of his own, as a lot of the major firepower coming from Poison has been expended.
Poison may be thinking about playing Royal Decree for Bride of the Sea for a second Restore. Restore is a 5 provision alchemy card, which means it only needs 1 turn of rain to activate, to be replayable by Bride of the Sea. Where is this bombardment going to hit? Oh my god, that is so much damage onto the Melusine. Does Magpie played a card this turn, so he can't play the muzzle yet.
That would have been massive if that muzzle was online here.
This Melusine is damaged by 15 at the moment. If you click it, it'll be damaged by 17. Potentially another 34-point Restore is coming.
Oh,
This
he
is a
knows. He feels
huge.
it. There it
This
is.
is going to catch him right back up and take the lead with this Bride of the Sea into restore. Oh my god, and it's an 18-point advantage for Poison now.
Yeah, what were you thinking there? Oh my goodness. I mean, like, I feel like Magpie must have thought that that was coming around the pipe, and despite the fact that, like, that Melusine right now is staring down an absolute army of various siege engines of all different ways, shapes. Look, there's 5 different ones on the board.
She's
6 different ones. There's
She's unkillable. She's just tanking all of these siege engines and turning their damage into points with the restore because she's just too beefy. Can't die.
Oh, she beefy, all right. She's doing her best here, and I mean, what can you possibly do? You gotta just keep going forward here. Now, the beautiful part about this is that despite that massive, that huge restore that occurred, Poison's last card is relatively punchless. Not a whole lot that he could potentially do here. However, the points are going to come in here as, yeah, here we go. Last say. And there's room on the back row. There's room on the back row for that muzzle.
Oh, because did the rain make the room, or was there already room?
There was a little bit of room already, but it was going to become dangerous because it was so populated. And in this case, look at Magpie just saying, all right, here we are. Last play. Let's watch this unfold. Another open win for Magpie. Just got to go ahead and muzzle it over to your side, big boy.
Oh, and the battering ram moved out of the way. That was what opened up the space, plus the rain killing a 1-strength unit. And Magpie savoring the victory the last play with the muzzle is gonna take it for him. He wins. Oh, he's setting this up. I love it. The Shoop doll. Shoop wins GWENT Open #1 in Season 4. Congratulations to him and Magpie.
Oh, definitely. I know that the Polish Thor himself, Mr. Repek, is probably super happy for this, as well as Shoop getting some airtime, and what a methodical victory again. The sheer strength of what Siege can do, and backed up with that stockpile ability, with all the charges ready to rock and roll, there was aggression on both sides. No player wanted to relent their Shinmiri, and ultimately, when you have 6 different siege engines, you have quite the cornucopia of ways to just stomp on your opponent. And yeah, a couple missed triggers perhaps here or there, letting that rope burn. You know more than anyone how dangerous that can be. But, that final play, taking his time, Magpie wanted to make sure there were no errors at all. So methodical, so masterful. Well done, Magpie.
The overwhelming damage of Siege in that last round, Magpie's siege engines overcame 2 30-something point restores. And just like, I'm just gonna keep hitting you. Like, I don't care how many times you heal up and buff yourself. I'm just gonna keep hitting you, and then at the end of the day, you just can't keep any points on the board.
Well, you got it spot on. It's just keep going. Like, you're not touching me, and I'm just gonna sit here and get the job done. And ultimately, it was, it got a little close at the end. There were some, like you mentioned, some massive plays, but you have to make note of the fact of the patience that Magpie showed early on to preserve that heat wave. There was no use of that heat wave early. He knew from the get-go precisely where that heat wave was addressed to. It was going straight shot, UPS overnight, right into Sigvald's mouth, and that's where he caught it. And he got a huge control element out of the way, because that Sigvald could have tanked so much damage and been such a problem in this regard. And ultimately, man, I'm telling you, what a wonderful match. But hey, you've heard us talk. Let's go to Pavel Berja. He's speaking with our winner, Magpie. Fingers crossed for a little dance on this one.
Hello, Magpie. Congratulations. You made it once again, not only Challenger #5 winner, but also Open #1 winner in Season 4. How you doing, man? How you doing?
Oh, it's doing great. Yeah, it's the matchup against it got those tough because I thought that I would just easily win.
Yeah.
But yeah, not finding Siege or Muzzle cost me the game.
But yeah, you playing NR at the end with the muzzle and with the siege, like all those siege machines tanking one Melusine, which had so much points, but Man, that was incredible. It was incredible. But the last card play with the muzzle, like you were just waiting to play it. You already knew that you won, right?
Yeah.
Can we expect any victory dance like we did in Challenger or not?
I think you didn't see, but it was a performance in the stream.
I saw the shoot performance, and then there was other plushies I think that also happened there.
Ferocious attack on me.
Exactly.
This guy, he still scares me.
Well, you know, he's a big ogre. You never know. Question for you: what are your plans for the rest of the season? Are you gonna keep it chill, or are you actually gonna be doing a lot of ladder grinding and trying to get into more opens, or are you taking it easy till December?
Just win 2 more opens, win Masters, and that's it. That's my plan.
Okay, 2 more opens and Masters. Okay, easy. Right. Okay, if that's the plan, you have my backing 100%.
Hey, you know, it's also all about mustache. Once you grow a mustache, like, win every game.
Okay, so that's the secret. Okay, I think all the Gwent pros will now be getting a mustache in order to become better. Any shout-outs that you want to give out, or anyone you want to thank, or anything you want to pass on to Gwent, to the community, the developers, whatever. The floor is yours.
Big shout-out to my roommate who helped me with Shoop performance. Once again, also to my team, who helped me a lot. Like, even before the finals, we had some best of 5. For me to understand the matchup, how we should play against Poisoned, and it helped me.
Incredible. All right. Thank you, my friend. Get some rest. Congrats once again. And thank you for the interview.
Yeah, thanks. See ya.
See ya. All right. That concludes today's matches, but I'll be saying a thank you and the famous signature bye, as you know. But before that, we shall throw it over to Flake Miri, which is almost as good as a duo as Flurza.
Almost. I'm a little bit offended. But anyways, I gotta say, I loved Magpie as a player and love that interview. He is very, very wholesome. And as he said in his pre-game interview, his goal this season was to win everything. Just win all the opens, win the Masters, and he is off to a great start.
Yeah, well, 1 down, a couple of more to go, right? A few more opens to go, plus the Masters, and congratulations on his win, and I wish him well in his upcoming and potential budding porn career with that mustache that he's growing, because that is one hell of a caterpillar that is just sleeping under his nose. I'm one to talk. This is like 3 days of growth. I have not shaved in 3 days, and this is the best I can do. I am an adult. When is it gonna be my turn? But still, honestly, Magpie, awesome stuff. That is precisely what I want to see. I love seeing players that are confident, players that have high ambitions, and players who execute. And not only that, but he's just a really wholesome and good guy. Like, just speaking to him and seeing his joy and his execution, it's great when good people are succeeding, and that's what I love to see.
Exactly. All right, let's take a final look at the brackets for this weekend. Gwent Open #1, Season 4. Magpie taking it down in a 3-1 final victory over Poison.
Yeah, and the trajectory to get there was not an easy one, as you see him make his way through Danurai, then Piable, and finally Poisound in a 3-1 masterclass of how to play Gwent, all the way out there to get to that open victory. So congratulations. Let's figure out what the final tally is. You know, the tax man wants to know what the next slide's all about, what our next graphic looks like, is the final prize pool and standings of what each player is taking away. Let's have a look at that, find out what the cash that they're going to be bringing in. Do you know Magpie? Well, he's going to take you out to lunch if you know him. That's because he's scored a little bit of money here. Magpie on top there, 5,545 USD, but it's more than that, Shinmiri.
It's also the ticket to World Masters at the end of this year, December 2022, World Masters Season 4, Magpie is the first to get his ticket to that tournament. And Poison, not too shabby, getting 3,160 USD, as well as 10 crown points earned for getting second place. And that is going to factor in when it comes to the end of the season. This season has a new format, if you're not aware, and there is going to be like a qualifier tournament into Masters at the end of the season. The way you get into this qualifier tournament is by crown points. Not only do you earn crown points on the ladder, but also through these qualifier events to the Open, as well as the Open themselves. So 10 points for Poison, 5 points for Piable and Kerperton for getting third and fourth. Not too shabby. That's going to give them a big bump for getting into that end of year tournament.
Yeah, that's a decent consolation prize, given the fact that that run is not over yet, as the big show, as it were, is all the way at the end of the year. Masters Season 4 still looms. We've got a couple of Opens before that, but let's just rewind and think and just meditate a little bit on this particular tournament. Shinmiri, you mentioned that this is probably one of your favorite that you ever cast. I have to agree. The excitement level, the decks that were brought to the tournament, the sheer variety, all factions, all, a complete variation of leaders, and the prominence of Stockpile, which, like I mentioned, was kind of, the bastard child of Northern Realms for quite a while, until ultimately it just got a kick in the pants, and here it is succeeding. It is great to see this variation, just how great this tournament was. The players, the matches, the factions, the leaders, everything.
You put it really well. High variety of decks. We've seen good stuff decks. We've seen mid-range engine decks. We've seen super greedy decks. Some control here and there, as well as meme type decks that you wouldn't normally see very common. And it was a blast casting this tournament. They had there were so many good moments. 6 truffles, pushing down 3 cards in round 2. Oh man, these 34 point restores. It's just,
there's a lot to talk about.
Crazy. And we've got even more craziness down the road for you guys with the new patch for Forgotten Treasures coming out on Tuesday, April 5th. 21 new cards, a bunch of balance changes. It's time to get hyped, Flake.
Big time hype, friends. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching this tournament. I'm going to end this tournament the way I end most things, which is saying, I love you, man. How are you? It's just great to be here back and to cast with you, Shinmiri.
It is an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you, Flake. It's I've missed it. It's wonderful. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again for sure. We'll see you guys soon. Everybody out there in chat world, we love you too. Be kind to one another. It's so important. Don't forget, you're not losing if you're learning. So keep playing the game. You might win. Let's kick it over to my brother from another mother, the Punchki Prowler himself, the Punchki Punisher, Pavel Berja. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Well, hello there. We made it! 2 days. We're done. What an incredible matches. What we learned from the last 2 days. So we learned one important thing. V or Vi, not a viable deck to bring to a tournament. I'm not biased by any chance. You can have 7 mushy truffles, because why not? You can also lose 3 cards and still win a match. So anything can happen in Gwent. And I think a lot will happen after Tuesday, because we had a lot of juicy leaks throughout the last 2 days. 21 new cards, Forgotten Treasures dropping April 5th on Tuesday with a juicy update. Dwarves are going to make a comeback. And yes, Dagon, there's 0% chance of that actually happening in Gwent. So sorry, not now, maybe soon. But speaking of the future, let's see when the next Open is, because I can't wait. Can't wait for the next Open. There we go. Save the date. 2nd and 3rd of July, 2022. And look at this art. Do you recognize this art from somewhere? Let's ponder that for quite a second. And save the dates, mark it in your calendars. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be awesome. And nothing more to add. I think Flake and Shinmiri already did a nice ending. And yes, Flake is saying something bad in my earpiece, which I will not repeat to you. So have a good evening, have a good night, have a good morning, depending where you are and where you're watching from. And remember, we love you, Gwent is love, Gwent is life, and take care.